And welcome to my new Gimp course. Another version dropped, and this time it's a bigger update, so it's Gimp 3.0 now, and therefore I decided to make a new complete course about using Gimp. It's going to be a little bit longer. I aim for 12 hours. That's the video limit on YouTube, so I can't make it longer than that. And we're going to cover, I would say, at least the beginner stuff, lots of intermediate stuff, and maybe even some advanced features and effects. If you're totally new to Gimp, I would advise you to watch this video start to finish, because I'm going to introduce, for example, shortkeys and tools step by step. And in the beginning, I'm going to go a little bit slower over this, but as we progress, I'm not going to explain everything in detail anymore that I've explained in chapters that came before. If you're already used to using Gimp, you're experienced, and maybe you've worked through my previous Gimp beginner course, then check out the video description. The content in this video is completely new and it uses only Gimp 3.0, but obviously I'm going to have something in this video that I've explained before, so check out the video description where you find the timestamps, and this is basically the table of contents for this video. You can jump then back and forth between the chapters and learn only the stuff that you want to learn. But again, if Gimp is new to you, it's a good idea to watch this video start to finish. In general, it would be nice if you would give me a like. Doesn't cost you anything, and it takes a lot of time to make these longer courses. I publish them for free on my channel for everyone to learn and use, so I don't want anyone to pay for that, but a like would be nice. It actually helps with the algorithm. Alright, now that we've got that out of the way, let me show you where you can find the new Gimp version. When you've got it installed, you will now see this start screen with a welcome menu. We're going to go over that in a future chapter. For now, I'll just close it. And it doesn't really matter what Gimp version you have. Under Help, you will find an About Gimp option. If you left click on it, it will show you your current version. As I've said, this is for 3.0, and I already updated it to 3.0.2. So there were a couple of bug fixes already done. The button below, check for updates. You can check if there's a new version available. Just left click on it, and if it is, it's going to say so, and it will give you a link to the new version. You will also find a link right here where it says visit the Gimp website, and I would advise you only to download Gimp on this official website. There you can be sure that it's safe. This should be it, gimp.org. You will find the new releases, and under download you'll find link buttons for Microsoft Store directly or BitTorrent. I'm using a Windows version, but if you use Mac or Linux, you can change that right here. Once you've got it downloaded, you will get this typical installer. Should look like this. Double click on it, and then it will guide you through the setup process. Then just close Gimp, start the newest version that you've got, and then it's important that we start on the same page. So first up, we want to check if we use the same language. I'm going to use English, obviously. If you don't have that, click on the top menu, find the edit, scroll until you can see the preferences down here, open it, and then switch to interface. It's the big one right here. There it says language. As I've said, we're going to use English, specifically the US English version. If you have a different one, then pick English US, and everything should look the same on your system as it is for me right here in this course. You can reset your user interface there. So if you ever misclick, use that button. For us, we want to confirm we are okay. And for the new language to be active, you might have to close Gimp and then restart it, but then you should see everything in English. And as I've said, that's what we want to use. That's where we want to start. One more thing to mention, this is my channel homepage on YouTube. You will find this Gimp beginner course that I've created. It's now more than a year old, and it used the old version. So if you checked out my channel and you're confused what course to use, this is now obsolete, and as soon as I've got this new course uploaded, I will update the video description or even the title of this Gimp beginner course. So this is for the old version, and for the new one, you're watching the right video right here. Whenever you've got a question that isn't answered in this course, I would urge you to check my channel homepage. Under photography, I've got a big Gimp tutorial playlist, and I'm pretty sure that I've answered most of the beginner questions out there. So please check out that playlist first. If you can't find an answer to your question, obviously you can use the comment section. My channel is pretty small, so I can actually engage with viewers. And if it's something interesting, I might even make a video about your question. The next thing that we need to set up correctly so that we have the same starting point is the layout. Yet again, we'll close the welcome menu. And you can see right here, these are the typical menus, or they are called dialogues in Gimp. You can cycle through them and even drag them out of there. So for example, here the brushes, or here the patterns. You can also reposition them like that, and this goes for every of these menus. So for example, down here we have the layers dialog menu. Or here one for the paintbrushes. But I can only do that because right here under Windows I've got single window mode checked. It should be by default, but if it isn't for you, make sure that it is. Because when you uncheck it, you have your canvas detached from all of these menus. So right here we have our toolbox again, and here is the actual canvas. And you have all of these little windows. And that's not what I want to use for my course. I want to use the single window mode. But now that I've messed around with it and I recheck single window mode, it's going to completely screw the layout. So now all of these little menus were rearranged, repositioned. We don't want to have that. As I've said, we want to begin at the same starting point. And to do that, we'll simply go to Edit, Preferences. We'll find the interface yet again. Make sure that you open a drop down for it. And then you should find something called Window Management. And here you can reset saved window positions to default values. Left click on it, you should get this confirmation message. Confirm yet again we're okay, then close Gimp and start it again. And now Gimp should have this default layout that we want to use for the entirety of this course. So here again is our welcome menu. I close that. We have the single window mode, and all of these menus were repositioned to the default. So that's where we want to start. Additionally, tabs position is top, show tabs is checked. And throughout the course, whenever I talk about a menu and you can't find that, just go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs, and there they're all listed. For example, down here we have the layers menu. If I left click, this is going to jump to the forefront and gets highlighted. On top we have the brushes, so go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs, Brushes, left click, and this gets highlighted. So whenever you can't find anything, try out this option right here on the Windows, Dockable Dialogs, and make sure you have the single window mode active, and also you've reset your layout if it doesn't look like mine here in the video. One more thing to add, I'm using the dark mode here for Gimp. You can set that under interface and theme. So use the dark colors, you can use middle gray or light. And then you can adjust the icon size if you check the box with the slider. So these are the icons for the tools on the left, and these are the icons that are part of the menu. And below you can adjust the font. If you want to make that bigger or smaller, do that right here. We've ignored this welcome page a couple of times. Let us go over it. The first option, welcome, just has a couple of links. So you can find the official website, tutorials, documentation, and contribute. Under contribute, you can also find out how you can. Personalize option, we've used that under the interface. So here again you can set the theme color and then the size of your icons and the font. I'm going to use the default icon theme and the color theme dark colors. I'm going to stick with medium. I think that's totally fine for YouTube tutorials for the screen. And same for the scaling, I'll stick to 100%. But if you want to have it bigger, or you're even visually impaired or something, you can increase that here. If you don't see the welcome page, you can do that under Edit Preferences. Under check out the interface. I went over that. You can also set the language yet again, and the rest will just keep the defaults. If you don't want to see this welcome page every time you open Gimp, then make sure to uncheck the box right here under Create. I don't want to use it, so I uncheck it. But you can, for example, here open recent images. You can create new images. We can do all of that under File as well. And that's where I want to stick with. And usually you start with New. And this allows you to create a new canvas, which is just called image here in Gimp. But it's simply the canvas that you draw on or place your images on, just like in Photoshop. Let me simply confirm here, and I've got the brush to active, paint over it. And you can see you can only paint over the canvas. And the borders, it's dark grayed out, you will not paint over. And this is what I mean by canvas. So it's only this, what's called an image in Gimp in center, that you can adjust, paint over, place your images, whatever you import. And you can set the size of that right here. And you can open multiple of those in the same Gimp window. And then you get them as little tabs up here on top of your rulers. Let me open one with a template. Usual ones that you might need are stored here, for example, A0, A1, A2, and so forth. Here is for YouTube videos the typical size, for smartphones, and also for letters and business cards. Let me just pick one, maybe A4. It automatically switches to millimeters, but you can set the unit right there and change that. So if you want to use inches, for example, or pixels, just do it right there. Then confirm we're OK. This is now our third project, our third canvas that's open here. And again, you can only draw on this center area, which is white in my case. If you click on the X, you can save it, you can discard the changes, which is going to delete it, or you can cancel, which cancels the closing of this canvas. Let me start yet again with a fresh one, but this time we open the advanced options. And here you can set more. Most of that, if you're a beginner, I would advise you to just keep your hands off of it. What might be interesting is the color space. You can set it, for example, to grayscale instead of RGB, which is red, green, and blue. The other one that might be interesting to you is fill width, because here you can set what color you want to have on a canvas. All of the ones that I've created so far were white, but only because white is my background color. And here you can set it, for example, to foreground color, transparency, pattern, middle gray, and white. But in general, you might wonder, where is the foreground color, where is that set, and where's the background color? Well, you can find it right here under your toolbox. These are the two color swatches. So the one in the forefront is black, and that's my foreground color, and the one in the background, and that is white. That's my background color, and that should be by default the way these colors look like. So if you haven't messed around with it, it's always black in the forefront, white in the back, and therefore I can make this black, for example, by picking foreground color under advanced options, and now paint over it with a white brush. And if I set it to transparency, we'll get this checkerboard design, and it's always an indicator of transparency. We even have that here. So if I make my background color invisible by clicking on this eye icon, you can see the checkerboard. As I've said, that's always an indicator for transparency. So if you would export this now, you would have an empty image. Everywhere where it's checkerboard, it will be empty, at least when you export it as a PNG file. I'm going to explain that later a little bit more in detail if you haven't heard about PNG and JPG files, so don't worry. Let's check the pattern. I actually don't know what the default looks like, but it's simply plain gray. And what you can also see is whenever you restart this new underfile, it's going to be reset to background color automatically. So whatever you picked before, it's going to reset. Keep that in mind when you want to create something new and you have messed around with the colors. So these color swatches. You can also type in your own numbers here. For example, make it a square, 500 times 500, set to pixels. Background color is used, therefore it's white. I use the brush tool and we can now write on the square. Alright, let me delete these. We also have a couple of open options. Open recent, for example, is for recently opened images. I don't have any here because I've just newly installed Gimp 3.0 for my video, so this should be empty. But if you've opened, for example, images via the open function right there, you should find them under open recent. In the intro, I already said you learn Gimp and programs like these not by watching videos, but by watching and then applying them. So it's a good idea to pause this video here and then create some images, as they're called in Gimp, or canvas, as I would call them. I want you to create a square canvas with 500 x 500, and then also open one with a typical YouTube video size. And then make sure that you pick background color for the first one and foreground color for the other one. Only after you've done that, proceed to the next chapter. So this is our basic layout, the default layout. And on the left top side, you will find all of your tools. So I refer to this as the toolbox. And depending on what tool is active, you will find the tool options, the tool settings below. So if I change to different tools, below it's changing. And you've certainly seen this little arrow right here that's beneath at least some of the tools, not all, but some. And whenever that appears, or whenever that is visible, you can right click on it, and this will open an additional tool option. So some tools are simply grouped, and you can find these groups by looking for this little triangle at the bottom right. We're certainly going to go over all of these tools, but whenever you get lost and you can't remember maybe an icon, haven't seen what I've done, just check the tools above in the menu, and here all of these tools can be found again. They're grouped a little bit differently, but you can find them relatively easy. For example, here the selection tools, rectangle and ellipse can be found there. No matter what is active, left click here under tools, selection tools, and then this will be active. We have paint tools, transform tools, for example, the text tool, zoom, measure, here's the color picker. So as I've said, you can find these tools via the top menu relatively easy if you can't remember where they were. Down here, as I've said, are the two options, the two settings, and they can also be found at the top. Just go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs. The first option right here is called Tool Options. Left click on it, then this will be highlighted. So if you've got something else here going on, just go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs, Two Options. This will pop up and be highlighted. On the right hand side, we've got more menus. By default, it's brushes, patterns, fonts, and the document history. And depending on what is active there, the options right below, they change. But when I say below, I mean more in the middle, right here where it says spacing, basic. So this changes when I change the top menu. But the option below, that doesn't change. And I can actually make this bigger or smaller, because the one below, this is for different menus. And here we have by default the layers, the channels, and the paths. And once more, this also can be found under Windows. So here, Dockable Dialogs, you can find the layers, here the channels, the paths, and we also have the brushes, the patterns, and the document history. You can not only make this bigger from bottom to top, but also from left to right and right to left. You can see the options right here below. These are usually icons for the menu itself. They also change depending on what menu is active. Yet again, we're going to go over this in detail when we talk about a specific menu. And the first one that I want to talk about, I need a canvas for, so I go to New. We just use the YouTube size, 1920 x 1080, and now we have a background in the Layers menu. And that is simply called a layer. So whatever appears right here in the Layers menu is a layer, And with the eye icon, you can make that visible or invisible. I've already shown you that in an earlier chapter. And now we can, for example, use the paintbrush tool, make the color black in the foreground. I use the default brush and then I left click drag, and this will be added to this white background layer. But watch what happens if I click on this icon below right here. That's for creating a new layer. It should open a menu. Don't worry too much, just give it a name, for example layer 1, and then make sure that fill width is set to transparency, confirm via OK. And now we've got two elements in our layers menu, and that means we have two layers. So the background layer and the layer 1 layer. Whatever is highlighted is the one that you're working on. So in my case, layer 1 is highlighted in the layers menu. So if I paint now with the paintbrush, left click drag, I'm not painting over the background layer anymore. I'm only painting over layer 1. And now if I make both of them visible or invisible, you can see these are two different elements now. And one way to see them is maybe like transparent cards that are placed on top of one another, and you can paint on every single of these cards. And obviously the one that's on top is visible, and the one below is only visible when the ones above don't have content. So what do I mean by that? Let me create a new layer, I call it layer 2, still transparent. And now I make my brush red. You can see layer 2 is highlighted in the layers menu, so I'm painting on that. And now I can make all of these visible or invisible, and they won't affect the white background color. So the white background color is visible because on layer 1 and layer 2 we don't actually have a background. There's this checkerboard design which indicates transparency, and therefore it's transparent only where we've drawn. So our red stripes here and the black stripes, they simply overpaint the white background. The white background hasn't disappeared, we just have a new layer, a new card on top with different content. And that is important to understand because we can adjust the stacking order. And that's what the two arrows here are for. So I can make the background the layer in center, and now the white background layer overstacks layer 1, and therefore we can't see layer 1 anymore. We can only see it when we make the background layer invisible via the eye icon. And if we make background the top layer, our red stripe, our red drawing is going to disappear. So as I've said, see it as cards and you stack them, and when the top card is not transparent, you obviously won't see the cards that are below. Here's another option in between new layer and the arrows, and that's simply for grouping. So you can basically create a folder for layers and then put many layers inside via left click drag. So that's then called a layer group. And I've got layer 1 and 2 inside now. Sometimes you need that when you work on bigger projects, for example web design, stuff like that. The big X on the right hand side here at the bottom is for deleting the layer. Let us do that. And now we've got our checkerboard design again. Let me create a new layer, call it backgrounds, switch it to white, confirm, we've got our white background again. In the next chapter I will talk more about the layers menu, so we're going to go over this a couple of times. But you've certainly seen this measurement right here that's called a ruler. And a ruler is visible by default, but you can turn it off on the view. Just uncheck the box, and if you want to see it, make sure the box is checked. And there's also a short key attached, which is Shift, Control, and then R. And this is for blending it in or blending it out. One more thing to add though with ruler, you can see it has our pixel measure because we've used 1920 x 1080. That means the rulers are automatically set to that unit and that size. But if I use a DIN A4, this uses a millimeter unit, and therefore our ruler now switches to millimeters. So here 1920 for pixels, that was our typical YouTube size. 1080 for the height, you can see that at the bottom. And then the DIN A4, there was something like 210, 209.97 and 297.01 in millimeters. If for whatever reason you want to switch your units while working on a project, You can do that at the bottom right here. So there's another drop down, or it's in principle a drop up. And to the right of it, there's just a zoom level. So currently we are at 66.7%, and you can readjust that, zoom a little bit in or zoom a little bit out. Try to get yourself familiar with the rulers and the layers menu, create a couple of layers, paint a little bit on it with the paintbrush, try to figure out how the stacking order works, and then you're ready for the next chapter. Let us talk about the layers a little bit more in depth, so that we've got all the functions covered. To do that, we'll need to create a canvas. So we go to New, under File, we'll just use 1920x1080, confirm we're OK. Should be white. And you've seen these color swatches right here. There are smaller icons below, and as always for turning them black and white again. Just left click on these smaller ones, and a big double arrow is to switch fore and background colors. Let's create some layers. I've got the white one by default. Now I want to create one with the foreground color, which is black in our case. Let me create another one, this time transparent. And I click on this color swatch, we should get this menu. I go to a reddish color, confirm, use the paintbrush, left click and draw over it. And keep in mind, this is done on the empty layer, so not the black layer, and therefore we've got all three colors here separated on three different layers. I haven't yet talked about the opacity above. This is simply a way to make your layers invisible, and you can do that gradually. So the eye icon is for making them 0 opacity or 100, and everything in between is done here with the opacity slider, and that obviously works with the red element here and also the black and white background. So each layer has its own opacity, just like each layer has its own eye icon, and you can adjust that right here. Above, we've got what's called the blending modes. I'm going to talk about that in depth throughout the course because it's something that we need over and over again. They are simply different blending modes, and all of them filter out basically different colors. So there are specific blending modes for filtering out white or black colors. Some invert the colors, some give you a cutout, some target the grain. So there are many different effects that can be achieved using the blending modes. And all of that works for images as well. So let me drag and drop an image here. You should get this message. Just confirm for now via keep. Then I double click here to rename that to image. It's a simple elephant image, and I can use the opacity, blend that out gradually, or I can change the blending modes. Some of these effects make the entire image vanish. But here, for example, the grain extract, it would invert the colors. Once again, we'll talk about that throughout the course whenever we need it for an effect. Already talked about the eye icon, and I've already talked about the X icon right here for deleting. Whenever you delete something by accident, just press Ctrl Z to undo. Right next to the eye icon we have a lock. This should be empty by default, but we have 4 lock options. This one is for locking pixels, and don't mistake that, you can still delete this layer. So when you click on the X, it still gets deleted and you can still move it around. So the locking doesn't really lock the layer in the layers menu, but it locks it for certain effects. For example, when I try to paint over this now with our red brush, this won't work because the pixels are locked. Let us switch to the second layer. It's not locked. I can paint. Now I lock it, I try to paint, and it doesn't work. So this would be what lock pixels does. We also have a lock for position and size. You can still delete it. So once again, that doesn't lock the layer in the layers menu, but it locks it on the canvas. So if I try to use the move tool and move it around, this won't work anymore. So I can move my black background layer right here. Here, left click and drag. Then I lock it. And now this doesn't work anymore. Third option is for locking the visibility. Let me show you this again on the elephant image. When you've got that active, you can't use the eye icon anymore, so it will always be visible. And you can always see when something is locked and you try to adjust it, it's going to highlight the lock icon. The fourth option is for locking the alpha channel. This is also something that I want to explain later on, so don't worry about it for now. Let's check the FX icon right next to it. And that's one of the biggest adjustments in Gimp 3.0. It should be empty by default because we haven't added an effect. But if I go to colors, for example, play around with the brightness and contrast, and I confirm, and let me also play around with the color balance. This has a huge impact on our image, and now we can see the FX icon. And if you left click on it, this is going to open the layer effects. So here we now have the option to see what we've done so far, and we can actually target that. For example, we have an eye icon for each of these adjustments now. We can blend them in and out. Same goes for all of the effects down below via the eye icon, and we can edit all of that. So the big adjustment here is that all effects, all adjustments are basically now non-destructive, and you can always go back to the original, you can always readjust it, and that's a very cool feature. You can obviously delete these effects, and as I've said, that's new in Gimp 3.0. I've already renamed one of these layers, and I've done that by double clicking on the layer name. So whenever you want to rename one, double click on it, and make that IMG red, black and white. Let me delete the image, we don't need it anymore. I've talked about creating a new layer, creating layer folders. I've talked about these arrow icons for readjusting the stacking order. But I haven't yet talked about the next three icons. This one with the two squares is for copying layers. I've got the red layer active. I left click on it and this creates a copy of the red. It's then called red copy. If I drag that around, you can see we now have two elements of these red lines, or we can drag them around individually. The option right next to it is for merging. So this can be used to connect and basically make two layers a single one, and this will always merge down. So you want to be on the layer that's on top that you want to merge with the one at the bottom. The top one needs to be active because it merges down. So I want to go to red copy and then I merge it down with red. And now both of these line layers are a single layer again. And I can also merge down the black layer with the white one. Final option here is for masking. That's once again something that I want to talk about in detail in a later chapter because it's an important feature and it needs a little bit more explaining. So let us just omit that for now. Let me delete my layers and I'm going to show you the last feature here for the layers menu, at least for this chapter, which is simply this magnifying glass icon. And that is just a search option. So you can use that to search for elements, for layers in your project. And it comes in handy when you have lots of layers Let me, for example, copy the background layer a couple of times, and then you can see how helpful this feature can become. I call it layer 1, then I copy it. And you can see we now have copy number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if I, for example, search for number 5, it's going to directly highlight this layer. And you can always select multiple layers. If I, for example, add only the one, that's part of all the layer names, therefore all are now selected. And one copy selects all of them except for layer 1. And then I can, for example, put them in a folder or delete them all at once. Try it out yourself, play a little bit around with the layers menu before we continue with the next chapter. One more important thing, before we use Gimp to work on images, let me open a new project. I make it visible, invisible, lock it, unlock it, paint a little bit over it, maybe with black and white as well. You certainly know the shortcut Ctrl-Z, and this is to undo, and this is basically for every program, at least every program that I know, and it also works for Gimp. Let us create a new layer, and all of this stuff is now stored. But we have two histories in Gimp. There's something called the document history, and here you won't find it. So this is simply for the documents that you open and that you use in Gimp. By the way, if you can't see that, remember you can go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs, and then search for it. Document history should be at the bottom. Left click on it and you should see it. But as I've said, this doesn't store what I've done so far. I've painted, locked, changed visibility, created a new layer, and you can't find this here. That's because we need the undo history and not the document history. The undo history actually stores everything that I've done so far. If I go over this, here for example is the paintbrush, the unlocking, the item visibility. So you can go over this and get back basically to an earlier version of your project. And this is yet again something that you can find under Windows, Dockable Dialogs. It's a little bit higher. Right here, undo history. And just don't mistake it for the document history. Let me add something here, maybe another stripe. You can see that gets stored. I change the visibility. Another item gets stored here. And even the deletion. And under edit, you can find the undo and redo. This Ctrl-Z for undo. As I've initially said, this might be the most important short key in basically all programs, definitely in Gimp. Try to memorize it, Ctrl-Z. And if I press Ctrl-Z here, the undo history simply goes one step up in its order right here, and we get our earlier versions. Redo is simply the opposite. It's Ctrl-Y in Gimp. So if I press Ctrl-Y, the undo history goes one step ahead from top downwards, and we'll get my actions back. One thing to keep in mind though, when I go to an earlier position and then I perform an action, this is going to erase all of the following steps. So I don't have a chance anymore to jump now to these later versions of what I've created. Let me go, for example, to the lock position, I draw, and now I can't get back to the point where I had something reddish painted here and where I had new layers. This is all erased then. So be careful with this. Once again, try to memorize Ctrl-Z. It's the most important one. And then make sure that you are at the right position in the undo history before you perform an action, because this is going to erase everything that you've done after this position. Alright, we've covered the basics, at least the stuff that's very important to know for beginners. And now we actually want to use Gimp. First thing that you want to do might be to import an image. I would advise you, and I'm going to use for this course, a site called Unsplash. Here you can find free images. You can also use them commercially. So this is basically copyright free. You can click on one, download it for free. Just be careful, they also have a plus version. So some images, they have a plus sign attached, and then you have to pay. For beginners, the free photos are totally sufficient. I have this image right here in my downloads folder. and I can simply drag and drop it here into Gimp. This will open by default or keep the embedded working space menu. Here you can set, for example, the rendering intent. That's something that I would say a little bit more advanced. If you're a beginner, just click on keep, and then you may have to resize your window a little bit. So Gimp readjusts it according to the size of the image. But here we now have our image and we can work with it. Let me rename this. And you can also see a new project tab is open. I could also go to File and Open. This will open a browser. And here you find the recent used images in Gimp. For example, the one that I've opened right now. I can also go to my Downloads folder. And let me use a different Unsplash image. When you do it like this, it's going to open it in a new project. So now we have two tabs. They have different sizes. So the one is vertical, the other one is horizontal. And that is what always happens when you use Open. When you use Open, it's going to open whatever you pick, your image, your logo, whatever you choose, in a new projects tab. But if you want to add an image to an already existing project, you have to use Open as layers right below. So here we have two projects. Let me switch to the first one with the birds. I use Open as layers. Now I open this, I believe it's New York City image again, and this is now part of my first projects tab. So I have it where I had the birds image. Here's the second project. Another option that's helpful is the Open Recent. Here you will find the recently opened images. And here comes the document history into play again. Because this one stores, as I've said in the last chapter, the images that you've opened with Gimp. Once again, you will find that under Dockable Dialogues. What you can also do is, you've seen that initially I've just dragged and dropped the image into an empty Gimp, and this opened a new canvas with the size of the image. But I can also open an existing project, maybe this one with New York City, and then I drag and drop the image on top of it. And this will then open it as a layer, so it will put it right here where the New York City image is, and not resize the canvas or anything. What I usually do is I open a completely new project and then add the size specifications that I need. Let's say for YouTube video, so I use 1920 x 1080, confirm via OK. This gives me a new projects tab. I can paint over this, do whatever I need to do. And here I can now simply import my images. One more thing to add is you can also drag your layers around the projects. So here we have a white background with two scribble lines, and I can simply activate this layer and then left click drag, go to the projects tab, which switches it to the next project, and then release it in the layers menu. And now this white background with scribble lines was put from project 3 into project 2. Let me do it again, left click drag, I go to project 1, switches, I go to layers menu, release it, and we've got it here in project 1. So you can drag your layers easily around and switch them in between the projects. Same goes obviously for this image in the other direction. If you haven't heard about Unsplash yet, check it out. I'm going to link to it in the video description. And it's a good idea for you to get familiar with it because we're going to use it throughout this course to select images to work on. One more thing to add. I'm going to start fresh here with a new empty Gimp and create a new canvas. I use my downloads folder. Here I have two images and I can import both at the same time by simply selecting both at the same time. So I'll control left click on them, then I left click and drag and drop them here onto my canvas, and now both images are part of the same project where I had this white background. Now let us use images And the first thing that you want to do with an image after you've imported it is to resize it. And this is also called scaling, at least here in Gimp. You can see if I drag and drop an image here, it has its original size, in this case 6000 times 4000. If you want to, for example, make a YouTube thumbnail, let's pick a template here, 1200 times 720. And I import this image again. And you can see image is still as big as it is with the other project. Let me resize my window here. But with the first project, the canvas was adjusted to the image, and the second one I've set it to 1280 times 720. Rename the image right here. When you have a certain project in mind, it's a good idea to start fresh under File, New, set your canvas size and only then import the image, because otherwise the canvas will be adjusted according to the image size. That is definitely what you want when you just want to edit an image, but when you want to use it in a design, for example a YouTube thumbnail, you want to set the size first and then import the image. Here's something that can be a little bit confusing. As I've initially stated in one of the early chapters, in Gimp this canvas is also called, or in Gimp what you see here, what I've called canvas, is also called image. So it doesn't name the photo that we're using here image, but basically the canvas that we're using. And therefore when you make adjustments here under image, it's usually an adjustment for the canvas, so not really for the photo. Let's for example resize the image, and you can see what's happening. We're not really resizing the photo, we are resizing the canvas. And this can be a little bit confusing, especially in the beginning. Over time you're going to understand what functions do what, and in this course I'm going to try to show you a workflow, and then things will become obvious over time. Don't let it discourage you in the beginning. We're going to do that over and over again, and by the end of the course you will definitely know how to deal with photos, images, the canvas with Gimp in general. Let's start fresh again. 1280 times 720. I import the image, rename it, so double click on the image layer, and then I call it image. To actually resize what I call the image, to resize our photo, we have to use the toolbox right here. You can hover over this stuff, and I've already mentioned that whenever you see a little triangle at the bottom right of a toolbox, this indicates that there are more tools to choose from. You can find all of them under Tools in the top menu, and in our case, to resize our photo, what we want to do is to go to Tools and then go to the category Transform Tools, and here we'll find the scale. Also find it here in this toolbox, right click on it, and then you can make the selection for scale. Right next to the tools, the short key is always indicated. In this case it's Shift S for the scale tool. When you've got it active, you can see the size of your current layer right here. So our image is 6000 times 4000, and it's way bigger than our canvas, which is just 1280 times 720. You can close it here with the X. When you reselect it, the menu for scaling will pop up again. Let's resize that. You can not only do that numerically, you can also zoom a little bit out. And by the way, I zoom holding Control, and then I use my mouse wheel. I can see the edges, and then I left click drag here. You can see how that adjusts in real time the numbers. When you uncheck the link icon, you can actually transform it in X and Y dimension. Usually for photos you don't want to do that, so you want to check right here the link icon. When we reset it and I resize it again. By the way, here you can adjust the unit. I'll keep it to pixels. You got what you want, confirm via scale. I zoom in, again I hold Control and use my mouse wheel for that, and then I use the Move tool to reposition our photo. You can also move around the background, and then you can see the canvas behind, which has our checkerboard design that indicates transparency. By the way, you can also scale the background, so whatever layer is active while the scale tool is active, this will be the one that you're resizing. You can see that right here. Let us switch to a bigger project right here, and you can see we don't have a background here. It's just to check about design. So that was the original size of the image. Here we had our entire image scaled up to twice the size. Let me scale this down, and it is there, and we can't see it anymore. That's because the canvas was so big that the scaling occurred outside of it. So sometimes that happens. You have to zoom out, and then you should find the dashed strokes right here, and this indicates the position of the image. So let me switch to the Move tool, and I drag it back onto the canvas. Let us once more scale this down. And now we go to Image, and you can see an option called Fit Canvas to Layers. It's a one-click option. If you left-click on it, this is going to resize your canvas in the background according to the size of the object in your project. We make this more obvious by dragging the background to the top. And now you can see our background and the image exceed our canvas. If we now use Image, Fit Canvas to Layers, our canvas was resized so that it includes both the background and the image. Once again, it can be a little bit confusing in the beginning, but don't worry too much for now. We're gonna go over that time and time again. Alright, let me scale up our image. I've got it linked. Make it 1280, which was the size of our canvas. And that's usually what I would do if I want to create YouTube thumbnails. I set my canvas size on the file new, which was 1280 x 720. You can see that your canvas size. And then I resize my image, in this case to 1280. Then I only have to reposition that a little bit using the Move tool. And then you can start working on the design. Add, for example, text, or add a logo, add other photos, whatever you need in your thumbnails. Let us delete these projects, we don't need them anymore, and we'll start fresh. Because I want to talk about the resolution. Be aware that some templates, they are a little bit big. So if I use the biggest one here, A0, you can see this way too big. For what I've said, you can still run it, but be aware that this might slow everything down a little bit. I believe A4 should be good for me. Let us use A4, and now I import a logo. This logo of mine isn't that big, if it's just 600 pixels, something like that. And it's 664 times 587. If I size this up and I scale it, you can already see it blurs a little bit out on the edges. And that's due to the resolution. Let me show you an even more extreme example, because I've got this logo as a fav icon, which is then only around 16 pixels times 16 pixels big. So this is super tiny for our A4 size. I'll scale it up, and you can still see it is supposed to be the same logo. But the bigger I make it, the more it's gonna blur out now, because the original pixels were so small. If you scale it up too much, you're gonna lose basically the edges, and if you wouldn't know that this is the same logo, you wouldn't realize it anymore. And that's something to keep in mind. When you use images, logos at a certain size, and then you have a canvas that's way bigger, you have to scale this stuff up too much, and then you're gonna get blurry results. So here in this case, the image that we've used was 6000 times 4000. That's not an issue, because usually you wanna scale that down. Or when you have a logo or something like this, you might want to scale it up. And the more you scale it up, as I've said, the more blurry it gets. It's due to the pixel structure, the nature of these PNG and JPG files. Right after scaling, I think that rotating is one of the most used effects in Gimp, especially when you want to deal with images and you want to create thumbnails, some social media designs. Right where we could find the scale tool, we also have a rotate tool. Shift R is the short key, and it's also in the same toolbox. So if you right click here, you will find it right there. Once again, Shift R is the short key. should pop up, and you can rotate the active layer, in our case this image of a car. You can do that with a slider, plus minus, and right here numerically. You can also left click drag on the canvas itself to rotate the image. Once you've got the angle that you want, confirm via rotate. You can see that we've got black areas right here on the corners, and that's because the canvas and the image, they don't fit anymore, you could say. So usually when you rotate an image, you have to use the scale tool afterwards. Let us go over an example with yet again a YouTube thumbnail. So we used 1280x720. Import an image. Let me use the same one here. It's way too big for this thumbnail size, so scale it down. I confirm via scale. Then I'll switch to the rotate tool. I left click drag. And that's almost good, but at the bottom right you can see we've got a little bit of a black stripe, so it makes sense to resize that here and there a little bit. You can see we've got the black stripes on top, left, bottom covered, but on the right hand side there is still some, so this is something where you have to watch out whenever you rotate. Make sure that you don't have these black areas or transparent areas where the background shines through. And this is why you have to use, or most often have to use the rotate tool and the scale tool together. Let us start fresh once more. I'm going to use a different image. I drag and drop it here. I'll size it down. I will position it using the move tool. And I want to rotate that a little bit. And you can see this circle with a cross inside. And this for the rotation center. And that's determined here, center X, center Y. You can also left click drag on it and see the numbers changing automatically. Let me reset it. I haven't rotated anything. And now I reposition this element. And then this will be our new rotation center. And I can left click drag, I'll rotate around it. And this is also what this icon on the right hand side is for, because you can left click on the areas, top left, bottom right, and then reposition this rotation center. And center obviously right here is the center for the image. You can also change the units, so if you have something specific in mind, maybe percentages, you can use that here for center X, center Y. You can reset, which returns it to the original. And as always, rotate confirms. Let us start again with a new canvas. We'll use this image right here. I'll scale it down because it's too big. Confirm via scale. And now I want to flip this. You can use the rotate tool and then put it on its head, which is simply 180 degrees of rotation right here. But it's not really a flip, so it's not a mirror, it's simply a rotation. If you want to mirror your images, so a real flip, then you have to use a different tool. And this is actually called Flip Tool. You can find it once more in the same toolbox, or under Tools, Transform Tools. Short key is Shift F. And then you'll see horizontal and vertical right here. And there are two options. If you can't see them, just go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs. And the tool options are actually the first one on top. Just left click on it and then the two options will pop up. They're already visible, they're going to be highlighted. If you've got it set to horizontal, you just left click on the image, and for vertical it's the same. Simply switch the radio button here and then left click on the image. And you can combine that, so I flip it once vertical and once horizontal, that's also possible. Just make sure that it's set to layer, it should be by default, and then this entire layer will be flipped. All of that works on basically all elements in Gimp. So let me, for example, create a text element just to show you this. I can flip this easily, just like an image, as long as this layer is active. Vertical selected, then horizontal, I left click on the text and this gets flipped. I've already zoomed a little bit in and out, but I haven't yet explained it in depth. One way to do it is to use this drop down right here. It has predefined zoom levels. And you can also hold Control and then use your mouse wheel to zoom in and out. That's the method that I prefer. What you can see here, 100%, is not really 100% of the image. It's 100% of your screen size. So when you want to zoom out to the size of the image that you've got, no matter how big it is or how small, you have to use a short key. And that's a good one to memorize. You're going to use it quite a lot. And you find it right here under View, Zoom. It's called Fit Image in Window. And this is Shift-Control-J. It's a little bit harder to remember, but when you've used it long enough, you will remember. So just press Shift, Control and J at the same time. And if you can't recall anymore, just go to View, Zoom, and there you'll find it. You can also left click here to do that. You can also see is plus minus is for zooming in and out. Let me zoom in very far. And here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This can also be used for different zoom levels. But as I've said, I think that Shift-Control-J is the one to remember. And then I always like to use the mouse wheel while holding Control. You can even set a specific zoom ratio if you want that here. So that's also possible. Finally, we have a zoom tool. And you will find that under Tools, but it's not here under Transform Tools, it's excluded from it, you'll find it down there. Z is the short key, and this is helpful when you want to zoom in to a specific area of your image. Just left click drag on this done. You can also zoom in and out right here with a left click, and then you can hold Control to switch between zooming in and zooming out. I rarely use that. It's definitely helpful when you left click drag and then you have a specific area selected. It's going to be zoomed in. But once more, I like to use the mouse wheel while holding Control and then Shift-Control-J. We've already scaled an image, but we haven't cropped it. There's a difference, because cropping is basically cutting it. Let's check the canvas size here. It's 5500 times 5100. So that's the original size of the image. And if I use the crop tool here, Shift C is the short key, or go to Tools, under Transform Tools, you will find the crop as well. And then you just left click drag on the image. By the way, I use the two options yet again here. You can see this element, and the rest will then be a little bit grayed out, you could say. Whatever is inside is the stuff that you will keep. Whatever is outside is the stuff that you're going to delete when you press enter. You can now see under image canvas size we have a smaller image because the rest was basically cut. It's still there in the background, which is indicated by this dashed line. It exceeds our canvas. Then we make that even smaller. And you can see that our size is now way smaller. And our bounding box, this dashed line, is way bigger than our canvas. I press Ctrl Z to get back to the original. Again, I select the small portion here. It's always a left click drag. And by default, you will expand it from the position where you drag. But you can also check this box here, expand from center. And now where you left click drag will be the center of your cropped area. Sometimes that's very helpful. For the most part, you want to keep that unchecked. We've got select layers only. If it's unchecked, you're going to have all layers affected. In our case, we only have one, but in some projects you will have more than one. Therefore, this option can become helpful. Then we have delete crop pixels. Let me check it. I left click drag, press enter, and now you can see our image is smaller and the bounding box is smaller. So everything that was bigger here than our selection and our crop selection was already deleted by pressing enter. So that's also possible. For the most part, you want to have that unchecked because it's always good to have the original as a backup and not delete your stuff. So I would keep that unchecked in most cases. Then we have allow growing. If you have it unchecked, you can only create a crop area inside of the canvas, inside of the image in our case. When you check allow growing, you can go even outside of the canvas right here. I uncheck it and then I can't exceed our canvas. You can also decide what you want to fill it with then, so foreground, background, white, transparency, pattern, all of that is possible. What's very important here is the fixed aspect ratio. You can check that and below you can add a specific value. You can also set it to width, height and size. And this will then give a specific size to your crop area. Let me set it to aspect ratio and I make it 16 by 9. And if I left click drag, this crop area will always have 16 by 9 as an aspect ratio. You can see that down here the size is adjusted, but it will always be 16 times 9, 16 for the width and 9 for the height. You can switch it from landscape to portrait and it will be 9 by 16. So this is simply an inverse. Do you know what? Let me make that a little bit bigger so that we can see everything properly. Like so. Let me uncheck it again so that we have a freeform crop area. You can use the numbers here. Let me make that 2000 times 1000. So you can also adjust it numerically and using these plus minus buttons. Above we have the position, so you can reposition the center point, and both have a drop down. So by default it's pixels, but you can use different units here. Then we have this highlight area. As I've said, what you will crop out will be grayed out, and you can adjust it down here or even leave it out by unchecking the box. I'll keep it to 50. And then we have the guides. By default you don't have guides, but you can add the rule of thirds, for example, and there are many other options. Sometimes that's helpful when you want to position, for example, the eye a little bit better. It makes sense to use these guidelines, and that can be quite helpful. This is the beginner stuff that I want to cover. Always a good idea to try it out yourself, so I would advise you go to Unsplash, download an image, try to crop it to a 16 by 9 aspect ratio, and play around with these functions that I've shown you. Here's a simple trick. We can use the Measure tool to straighten the horizon. If you can't find that, it's in the toolbox where the Eyedropper tool is. So you can right click there and select it, or just go to Tools, and there you'll find it. Short key is Shift M. Again, we'll use the tool options for it. They should pop up, but if you can't see them, Windows, Dockable Dialogs, tool options. We don't have that much to set here. We'll simply left click drag on our canvas, and this gives us a line, and this is going to be our horizon line. Let me zoom in a little bit and reposition these two endpoints so that we have them on the water level, because we want to make this our new horizon. And once we're happy here, we'll simply confirm via straighten. And then the image will be rotated exactly to this angle, and this will straighten out your horizon. So when you are into landscape photography, that's something that's quite important. When it comes to the other options here, forget about it for now. So auto, horizontal and vertical, that's stuff that I may talk about when we have some time left in the end, but this is not important for straightening out an horizon. For us important though is the drop down right here for interpolation and for clipping, because this decides what kind of effect, kind of interpolation method it uses to create this rotation. and it also decides what's going to be visible in the background. So you can see that here I can make that transparent or keep it black, depending on what clipping method I use. For the most part, especially when you're a beginner, I would advise you to keep it to cubic for interpolation and clipping to adjust. Set these 2 points, for example here to the water level, confirm via straighten, and then to get rid of these black bars, we'll simply have to scale it up a little bit. So yet again, it's rotation method, therefore we have a little bit of an edge that doesn't fit. So in our case on the right and the bottom. So use the scale tool, scale it a little bit up. I'll make sure that our new image now exceeds this checkerboard design, and then I confirm via scale. I've linked to this specific image. You can either find it in the description or in the comment section, depending on where it fits, so you can download the same image and then try this effect yourself using the same project. I've already mentioned that before. We can set the transparency or opacity of layers. For example, here I have an image on top of a white background, and I can adjust the opacity for both. Zero opacity is then full transparency, full opacity is zero transparency. And this works for all layers. So if I, for example, create a new layer, I use the brush tool. I'll make sure that this one's transparent, which simply means that it's empty. And then I paint over it with a black foreground color like this, and I can add this transparency effect as well. And you can see whatever below is then blend through. And the same principle is used in the blending modes above. So every layer can also have a blending mode. By default that's set to normal. You can see there are lots to choose from, and they all have a different effect. Some of them make your images disappear completely, some of them will just keep them the way they are. But here, for example, luminance, it makes it black and white. LCH color, chroma, hue gives it different color values. And what's important to understand is it's always the layer that's below it that adds the effect. So if I make this invisible here, our white background, we all of a sudden have a totally different result. We create a new layer. I want to use the foreground color, which is black, and I call that black layer. It's on top of my white layer. And you can see the blending mode for the IMG layer is grain extract. It completely looks different depending on if the black or the white layer below is visible. So to understand the blending mode, just see it as the blend with the direct layer below. And then depending on what's active here, what mode is active, it's gonna blend different colors through. To be honest, I can't tell you exactly what all of these modes do. What I like to do is to just select them, and then I use the arrow keys up and down to cycle through them. And I can see the effect in real time. And then I pick what I want. But for some, you over time understand what they do. The most important, I would say, are screen, multiply, and overlay. These are the 3 ones, and they blend out either the white colors, the black colors, or directly both. And these are the blending modes, obviously also normal, but these 3 not normal blending modes are the ones that you're going to use for the most part when you try to create effects using these blending modes. Let us edit some photos. And before we do, I'm going to show you kind of like the biggest update in Gimp 3.0. And it's a great update because it allows for non-destructive editing. I've already shown you here you can lock your layers now, which is also an update. It wasn't available in the earlier versions. Right next to it, there's this FX sign. If you just have an image or a layer open, you can't really click on that, or you can, but nothing happens. But this is going to be active when we add effects, for example, for image editing. And again, as I've stated in one of the earlier chapters, the image here in Gimp is the canvas. So when you want to edit a photo, you don't want to go there, you want to go to colors first and foremost. And here we'll find the basic adjustment options pretty sure you're looking for when you want to edit a photo. For example, exposure. Let us open this. It opens a new menu. Just make sure the preview is checked. And we're going to go over that later on a little bit more in detail. For now, I'll just crank up the exposure. You can see this brightens up our image. I'm a little bit high here. Let me go down to like 0.4, maybe like this. And confirm we are okay. And now right below our FX, you can see it's not empty anymore. It says FX. And if I left click on it, I can see what I've added. So what effect I've added to this layer. In our case, that was the exposure. And here you have no more options. You can make that visible, invisible, edit it, delete it, merge it down, use the hierarchy options. And this is what I meant by non-destructive editing. You can now target all of these different FX, all of these different adjustments that you've made and re-edit them. So they're not directly applied to your image. They're always available as a separated FX. And then you can easier adjust your images. So that's a huge improvement in the new Gimp version. I've deleted this. Let us add two more. For example, saturation. Again, only the preview is checked, and I go down with the scale. And I'm going to talk about that later on a bit more in detail. Now let us add the exposure yet again. Our FX is not empty anymore. I can left click on it, and you can now see two layer effects. And you can adjust them one by one, change the order, or delete them. There's also this merge option. And when you use that, these FX, these effects will be applied to your layer. So this is then actually a destructive form of editing because you don't have your original anymore. It's now black and white with this increased exposure. So only use that when you're actually done with your editing and you're fine with the results. And all of that doesn't just work on images, on photos. You can also create a new layer here. Let me make that white. I'll paint on it black. I add saturation. You can already see it here. And exposure. So this non-destructive way of editing is available for all layers, no matter the content of the layer. It can be a photo, can be a drawing, can be a shape, and even for text. One of the typical tasks for photo editing are fixing over and under exposed photos. It's certainly something that you want to fix when you take your photos, but sometimes you just fail, sometimes you can't. So you try to save what can be saved in a photo editing software like Gimp. I've already shown you right here the exposure option, and we've got a clearly overexposed photo here. So in this case, it would make sense to go down with the exposure and then try to improve the results a little bit. But how can you actually determine what adjustments you should make and what adjustments are too much? Because in the end, we can sit here and I can talk about taste and that you're going to develop your own taste over time. Or would be better to have more like an objective measure. And this, I think, can be found in what's called the histogram. You can find it right here. If you don't see it, go to Windows, talk about dialogues. Where is it? Right here. Left click on it. It should pop up. I'll make that a bit bigger. And here you can now see on the right, there are the bright parts, and on the left, there are the dark parts. So our image is overexposed, and therefore most of the information is on the right-hand side. And on the left, we have almost up to 78, nothing. And by the way, this goes from 0 to 255. So it's once again this color range of 256 values. And in this case, the lower ones are the dark ones, the higher ones, the brighter ones. And if we look at another photo, Here we have an underexposed one. And now the histogram shows you way more information on the left, but on the right hand side we're missing a couple at around 219 upwards. So here we could actually add a little bit of exposure. And when we add this exposure function, let me set the slider here again to around 77. This was the overexposed photo, so I go down. And you can actually watch in real time what happens to this curve. As long as the preview is checked, you can see the exposure Fx simply drags the information from the brighter to the darker spots. So this is what this effect does. In simple terms, it makes the brighter ones, the bright information darker, or the dark information brighter, depending on where you drag the exposure. When you've got the histogram open, it'll certainly help you in determining where you have to drag that or where you want to drag it. Here we want to drag it to the right hand side to make the darker spots brighter, therefore we gotta crank up the exposure. And you can also see if I go too far, it's going to drag the information outside of our histogram, and therefore you're going to lose it. So this simply means that too many of the spots are made so bright that they're going to get basically whitened out and you don't see it anymore properly. And this is how the histogram can help you in determining the limits of your exposure. So in this case, at around 0.7 is somewhat good, but if I go higher, I'm going to lose information. So on the right hand side, some of these spots get dragged out of the histogram, and therefore this would be too high. So at 1.4, it would be a little bit too much. And here again, we have our non-destructive editing. So you can open EFX, make this visible, invisible, double click on it to re-edit it. And same goes here for our overexposed photo. You can also see that there's a limit to it. Just using the exposure or using all of the functions in Gimp, not everything can be saved. But one more thing that would be great for this photo would be a contrast adjustment. So we go to colors, brightness and contrast, open that as well, preview is checked. And what the contrast does is if I increase it, it's going to stretch our curve. So it makes the bright ones brighter and the dark ones darker at the same time. And if I pull the contrast to the left, it will compress our information. So it makes the curve smaller in the x-axis. And if I increase the contrast, it makes it bigger in the x-axis. And that's certainly something that this photo could use. But again, you can see if I go too far, it's going to look unnatural, even though the histogram leaves us a little bit of space. That's what I mean by not everything can be saved with this method. But I think we can even go to 20 here and then add a little bit of brightness because we have still some space left on the right hand side. Or we could go down with the exposure a little bit more. Let me keep that to 22 and maybe like 10. I open Gfig and it's definitely now a better result than we had initially. Let's switch back to this one. It already looks alright. Let me show you what happens when we add contrast or subtract it. It expands it now so far that we're going to lose information on both ends. So on the bright parts and the dark parts. Therefore I wouldn't add much contrast here. Let me actually adjust the exposure because I went too high here. Let me go below 1.0. Let's say 0.8, something like that. Now I'll go back to colors, brightness, contrast. We have a little bit of playroom, but at around 9 it's already too much. And you can see if I go too far down, it's going to squeeze it all together in the middle. So that's not what we want here either. As I've said, just a minor adjustment here. At around 1 we should be good, but I could also leave it out. I've linked to both images in the video description, so you can practice with these. The one is severely underexposed, the other one is severely overexposed. Check out the histogram and then try to use exposure, brightness and contrast to fix what can be fixed. And only after you've done that, come back for the next chapter. At some point you will find out that you can achieve the same results in many different ways. In this chapter I'll show you a different way to create the same, let's say, exposure and contrast effect, but we're not going to use exposure and contrast. Instead we're going to use something called levels. First up, make sure that under Windows Dockable Dialogs you can see your histogram. And once we've got that, we want to work with this image right here, because it's a little bit underexposed. And to fix that, as I've said, we're not going to use the exposure, we're not going to use the contrast. Instead, what we're going to use is right here under colors called levels. And this also gives you a histogram. So it's the same curve, same diagram that we can see on the right. But now we have these sliders below. So right under the diagram, we have 3 of them on the left, right, and in the middle. And if you watch carefully, if I drag this one inwards, you can see the histogram changes. Obviously also our photo changes because I've got the preview checked. But for us the important part is that we can adjust the exposure basically, like we did before. But here we can do it based on the histogram. So if I drag the slider here to 14, we don't have information anymore. So it makes sense to set it to 214 on the right hand side. And now we have basically increased the exposure so that our histogram is filled from 0 to 255 values. And that has not only improved our exposure, it has also fixed the contrast. So it has expanded our curve a little bit. And therefore this is, I think, the cleanest way that you can fix your images when they're over and underexposed. So I like to use that. Let me confirm here and you can see the difference. I think it's a huge difference. And it has improved the image quite a lot. Let's use a different image. This one goes in the other direction, so it's overexposed. So therefore on the left we don't have enough information. Let me check. Well, this would be maybe around 54. So let me switch to 54. And yet again, we fixed exposure and contrast at the same time. 2 more things that I want to mention here. We've got these color pickers right there for pick black point and white point. So you can also use a color picker. Simply activate it and then left click on the darker spot of your image. And then the slider jumps to the position. I haven't found the right one. Let me try this. Right here maybe. It's still too high. So I like to use the sliders. You can see why. Let me, for example, use the white picker right here. And I want to try to hit it perfectly. Should be right here in the fog somewhere. Maybe this. It's a little bit too far. But you get the idea. You can select the whitest and the blackest point in your image and then just sample that, and this will adjust the levels automatically. The other thing that I want to mention is the slider in the middle, and that's for the midpoints. So you can readjust them as well. For beginners, I would just keep it at 1.0, which positions it exactly in the middle between your darkest and your brightest points. Obviously, sometimes it makes sense to adjust the midpoints, but in this case, I wouldn't mess around with it a lot. So let's just keep it. I don't want to fully confuse you. We also have an output level here. So this is basically the inverse of the input, and the input is what we've adjusted. So that's the first slider, and the second is for the output. It becomes a little bit clearer in the next chapter when I talk about curves. So for now, I want to keep that unaffected. And if you're a beginner, I would tell you to leave that alone as well, because it might just confuse you at this point. Let's open a new image, one that we've already used. Maybe this zebra image from last chapter, underexposed. But instead of using the exposure, we'll directly use levels. We can go to like, maybe to 18 to 15 to 10. Let's check. Now 209 is still good. And here on the other side, maybe I'll add 3 points. And you can see how quickly we've adjusted this photo and improved the results. And once again, I think that's way better than using exposure and contrast separated. Obviously, when you want to adjust it separately, it's better to use the exposure and brightness and contrast. But if you just want to fix your photos that are under and overexposed, then I would urge you to check the levels. Let me import another photo, and this is already perfectly exposed, so I'm pretty sure someone used an editing program afterwards. But let us use the levels anyway, and you can see right here under channels, we can actually separate red, green and blue. So value is simply everything, the entire color palette, but in an RGB color spectrum, we can separate that and adjust blue, green and red one by one. And you can see you get a histogram for all of that as well. What that means is, for example, here the red one, if you drag it from left to right, you will make it a little bit more turquoise, and you'll make it more reddish if you drag from right to left. For green, it becomes a little bit more violet from left to right and green from right to left. And for blue, it becomes yellowish from left to right and bluish from right to left. So this would be a color adjustment using the levels. It's also something that I would recommend that you leave aside for a while. We're going to talk about color adjustments in later chapters. But still, I wanted to cover it, so this is also possible using the levels FX. Next bigger topic that we want to talk about is the curves adjustment. Once again, we'll use the histogram, so go to Talk About Dialogues histogram if you can't see it. To explain it a little bit better, I want to refer to the levels again. I've shown you this right here. We've got the input channel, and it's usually enough to fix your photos. In this case, I would actually play around with the midtones a little bit, because otherwise it's way too bright. And in the last chapter, I've told you that we also have an output channel, or in this case, it's called output levels, input levels. And I didn't want to confuse you, because this adds another dimension to this effect, to this levels FX. And it's way easier to understand if we use the curves, because it's basically the same thing. Once again, you can do the same task in Gimp in multiple ways usually. Let me open the curves, find it under colors as well. And now you get a two-dimensional diagram, and here's an input again and an output. And we have this curve, which is just a straight line. It goes from the bottom left to the top right, and here input and output are connected. So if I drag this right here only in the x-axis, I keep the y-axis to 0, and you can see what happens. Our image gets darker. And why is that? Well, it's because all of the information that's basically inside of the image, let's call this the input, this is turned more and more black. So the output channel is set to 0, which is black, fully black. And then we drag right here the information inside the input further and further to the right. So the more we do that, the more of the input we will send to a fully black output. And that's basically also what you can do with the levels. And I think it's easier to understand here using the curves. I can also keep the x-axis to 0 and drag this upwards. And this would mean it is going to get brighter because we're sending all of the input right here to a brighter output. But knowing this, knowing the terminology is all fine, but don't let it confuse you. It's about understanding what it does when you use it. First of all, we are yet again on the value channel, which is all of the color channels combined. We could also split that up and send, for example, everything to a more reddish output. For now, we want to stick to the value channel. And I've got the smooth curve type active, which should be active by default. One more thing that you can do here that you can't do with levels is you can left click on your curve. And this adds a new, let's say, node. And then you can left click drag and only adjust these segments. And there are multiple effects that you can achieve with this curves adjustment layer. It's actually a very helpful tool. And we're going to go over that a couple of times. And we're going to use that for specific effects and photo filters. So if you follow this Gimp course completely, you're going to get used to using it. And you can see this is also an FX, so the curves FX, and we can deal with it right here in our layers menu. And this adjusts the histogram, obviously. And let's switch to a different photo. The histogram already tells us this is way too bright, it's overexposed. We use the curves. And what I would do here is to simply cut it. So just like we did with the levels, I'm going to make this range a little bit shorter. And this already improves our image because this is just a simple levels adjustment. It makes sense according to our histogram. And now within this new limit that I've set, I'm going to adjust the curve a little bit. And if you watch the histogram carefully, you can see this distributes our curve a little bit differently. And usually for photos, you want to have most of the information in the center. Obviously, there are cases when you don't, for example, when you do night photography or stuff like that. But usually a well balanced out photo that's normally exposed has most of the information in center and not on the edges. And you can simply left click drag here, add new nodes, and then see what happens. Watch the histogram, watch your photo, and there's a very intuitive way to edit them. And I think we could save a lot from this photo that wasn't properly exposed. Results are way better now. Let's get back to this photo and we'll use the same method. So I open the edit function here. I reset my curve by using the reset channel button right here. Once I've done that, I drag this point a little bit to the left. Watch the histogram. Now it's better distributed. And within this new limit, I'm now gonna create new nodes and play a little bit around with them, just like we did with the photo before. And we could bring back a lot of information, have this photo, have more contrast, and it's all done here using the curves adjustment. Definitely try it out yourself. As I've said, we're going to go over that a couple of times and we're going to use that for effects and photo filters, but at least try out the basics that I've shown you here before you continue with the next chapter. Next function that I want to talk about is saturation and desaturation. Let's use this image. We'll go to colors and levels, and you can see we can adjust this a little bit. I think this certainly helps with right here the background. But there's also a little bit of an issue, at least something that I don't like. It's the skin color. And this sometimes happens when you adjust your images using levels or curves. You're gonna oversaturate the skin. And you can adjust the midtones, so this solves it, but you can see it also adjusts the background again and the clothes. Let me confirm here. So one thing that you may want to add is a saturation adjustment. You can yet again find that under colors. It's a very easy menu, just one slider for scale. And if you just watch the skin color, I think this photo improves when we go down a little bit, like 0.1. And now if we compare this to what we had initially, the original, we've got a little bit more contrast, especially the background now looks better, and the skin is still natural. For some photos, you may want to add saturation. Let me use one right here. So this is a stylistic choice. It's a little bit undersaturated, I think. So me adding a little bit could make this look a little bit more stylized. And what you can also see is with this adjustment, we can actually create black and white photos. And that's what I want to talk about next. For this example, I would go up like 0.2 to 1.2. One more thing to add, we also have a hue saturation adjustment. Don't get that confused. We're going to talk about that in a later chapter. Here you can separate the color channels and adjust the saturation for specific colors. For now, if you just want to change the general saturation, go to colors and use saturation. As I've said, desaturation is basically used to create black and white photos. So you can just go down with the saturation to 0 and you have a black and white result. But there are more options. Right here under colors, desaturate, we have 4 more. Let us use desaturate first. You can simply pick different modes, and as long as you've got the preview checked, you can see the effect applied in real time. And then just pick the one that you like best. It uses different models to generate this desaturation effect. I like this one best, so go with it. You can see the difference here compared to the simple desaturation. And we have even more options. As I've said, under colors desaturate, we've had 4 options. The next one is color to gray. And this one's a little bit slower. It depends on the iterations and obviously your CPU power. When you go too far up with iterations, it's going to take a lot of time. So it makes sense to go down first, see if you like the results, and then adjust radius and samples. What I like best though is under colors desaturate the mono mixer, because this splits up RGB, red, green, blue, and here you can adjust your black and white effect one by one, and I think very much in detail. So this is the one that I would prefer to create black and white photos, because it leaves you a lot of freedom to adjust this manually. You can obviously combine all of these, but for the most part, the mono mixer is enough, and that's what I like to use. Fourth option was called Sepia. This is to create Sepia filters. I'm going to talk about that in a later chapter. It's not really usable to create black and white results. Let's adjust some colors, and basic color adjustments that you can try are the first two options under colors. So you can see here we've got a nice image. It's kind of okay. We've got a lot of information on the highlights because there's a lot of snow, and also the sky is white. But we can still play around a little bit here with the levels and adjust the midtones slightly, and depending on what you like, that's an improvement. But how can we actually adjust the colors? As I've said, first two options here are the easiest one to use, and they can be used for basic color adjustments. So if you're just looking for a quick fix, try out these two. Color temperature has an original and an intended temperature, and this is basically just the inverse of one another. So you set the original and then the intended will be given to it. So you can adjust it from both directions. In this case, let's a little bit go down with the original. I could also go up with the intended. You can see this makes the colors a little bit more vivid. Better adjustment though is color balance, because here we can not only select the range, so split it up between shadows, midtones and highlights, but we can also specifically target the colors via the color levels right here, cyan, magenta and yellow. If we adjust the highlights, you can see this is just basically only the snow and the sky, and leaves most of the buildings unaffected. If we adjust the shadows, we will get the darkest spots. In this case, the house on the left will be targeted, but the other one will be left unaffected because it has a brighter color. It's more in the mid-tone-ish area. So if I wanted to make this reddish house pop a little bit more, I'd go down with magenta, maybe a little bit up with a cyan, and down with yellow. And then I switch to the midtones, and here we'll target our yellow building. And this will also affect a little bit the red one, so you cannot isolate both of these buildings completely. But yet again, we're gonna have an improvement, at least when you want to make the colors pop a little bit more. Well, let me show you in the next chapter how we can target this even more specifically. And this would be the next step, I would say. If you want to get more into detail, forget about color balance, temperature, and choose hue, saturation. There's also lightness involved, so it's an HSL adjustment. It just says hue and saturation here and 3 dots. And this allows you to specifically target colors. So the master channel and center, if you left click on it, you will affect everything. Let me set that back to 0. But you can also target the house, specifically here the yellow one. If you switch to the yellow color, if I adjust the hue, you can see what we have affected. I want to keep the hue, so I set it to 0, but lightness and saturation is something that I want to adjust. And this now only affects the right building and leaves the reddish one unaffected, and also the snow on the ground and the sky. And to fix or to make our reddish building pop a little bit more, we switch to the red channel. Again, we leave the hue unaffected and only adjust the lightness and the saturation slightly. Not too much, but maybe up to here. Then we switch to a different channel and play around with the hue, and you can see this is not much of an adjustment because we simply don't have that color in our image. And that's the big advantage of this hue saturation and lightness adjustment. You can switch to the specific color channel and then adjust that. So many photos, this is what you're looking for. And here in this specific case, maybe it would make sense to also adjust the levels a little bit more on this adjustment that we've done in the last chapter already. So I'll move the shadows a little bit up and then the midtones a little bit down. As always, try it out yourself and only then continue with the next chapter. Another task that's usual when you want to use a photo editing software is that you want to sharpen your images. Sometimes that just happens, that your stuff is out of focus and you can try to save what you've got. Obviously there are limits. For this photo, I would use the levels first. We've gone over that in the last chapters. But it's very blurry and we cannot fully recover it. But under Filter, Enhance, there is a Sharpen Unsharp mask. And we can at least try to save it a little bit. See with the radius, you don't want to go too high or it's going to give you very stylized results and it looks unnatural. So be careful. Same goes for the amount here. It's even more pronounced. So if I go to like 5 or 6, you can see this is not natural anymore. So don't go too high. Depends on the photo and the resolution to use. In this case, I would go to like a 6 and 2. The threshold doesn't have an impact here on this image. You simply want to set that to a low value so that it doesn't interfere with the other two sliders. And now you can see we could save it at least a little bit. Again, there are limits. So this photo was very unsharp from the get-go. So you will never be able to recover it fully. And the levels, they also help in making this photo look a little bit better. You can always repeat the last filter by pressing Ctrl F or going to Filter right here. But be careful when you repeat it too much. Number one is it's going to look unnatural, as I've said before. Number two is it's going to take a lot of processing time. So when you have a slow PC, it might actually crash Gimp when you use it like 5 or 6 times. So be careful with it. Only press it Ctrl F one by one and check if your PC can handle that. Another common task is to create a vignette for your photos. For example, this one doesn't have one, but it would certainly add a nice touch to it. We can find that under Filters, Light and Shadow. It's called Vignette. And it's just one way to create a vignette. I think it's the easiest. So I'm going to show you this way to do it. By default, the preview should be checked. If it isn't, check it here. And the menu looks a little bit intimidating, but it's super easy because you can adjust it on the canvas directly. X and Y for center is the center position. Then it's important to select your shape. Usually you want to have a circle shape. You can also pick different colors. So there's a color swatch right here, left click on it. You can make it, for example, red, and you have a red vignette. Mostly black vignettes are used, sometimes white vignettes. And as I've said, you can adjust it on canvas. So just left click drag on the dots and lines, and this will adjust all of your parameters here automatically. And that's usually the way I would adjust it. The only thing that I would add here is the radius. So in this case, I want to make it bigger than my image. Then we have a nice transition on the edges, and here is the gamma, which is for the fade line. So everything inside of the gamma will not have a vignette. Everything outside will then fade gradually towards the outer line, the outer lips. And this is already it. So as I've said, it's easy to do when you use this menu and directly adjust it on the canvas by left clicking and dragging. Once again, you'll find it under Filters, Light and Shadow. Final one in this basic chapter is adding textures. The way you do it is to simply drag and drop it into your project where you have the image that you want to apply to. In our case, this night scene. Then we rename this so that we click here on the layer, call it texture, and you can find these textures on Unsplash, for example, or just do a Google search, type in texture. For example, here there was a dirt texture, we have paper textures and general textures. And you know what, let me just download this one as well so that you can see the process from start to finish. So I've downloaded it, I drag and drop it here as well, and I call that texture too. Let's make that invisible for now, and I get back to the first texture. We want to rotate that. You can find rotate tool here, Shift R, or go to Tools. This is something that I've shown you in the earlier chapters as well. We'll make that 90 degrees. Now use the Scale tool, Shift S, and I hold Control when I drag this. Needs to be bigger than my image. And this needs to be on top of my image. So in the Layers menu, if it isn't, use these arrow icons and then reposition that. Once you're done, switch to blending mode. The ones to check out first are Screen, Overlay, and Multiply. These are usually the three ones that you need. And it depends on the texture that you've got. In this case, I would stick to Screen. And I'll go down with the opacity to like maybe 10 to 20%, maybe even lower in this case. Now let me go to around 8. So this gives a texture to our image, but what it also does, and sometimes adjusts the brightness a little bit. So in this case, it makes sense to darken the image slightly. So select the image in the Layers menu, go to Colors, Brightness, and Contrast, and go down a little bit. You can see that here, if I make the texture invisible, it brightens the image up slightly, so -10 should be fine. Let us do it again for a second texture. So I'll make everything invisible here. First up, we need to rotate it 90 degrees. Then we scale it up. I'll hold Control when I left click drag. Confirm via scale. Finally go blending mode. Again, try out Screen, Multiply and Overlay first. And usually that should give you good results. In this case, I want to use Overlay. Go down with the opacity. Like 26 should be good. And then you want to adjust the brightness a little bit. So go back to the original image in your Layers menu. Go to Colors, Brightness, Contrast. And let me go to -30 maybe. And this is how you can apply textures to your images. Now let us move on to drawing some shapes in Gimp. So you cannot just use it to edit photos, you can also create designs, create illustrations. It's obviously then pixel based, so not vector based like in Inkscape, but you can still use it for many graphic design tasks. First up, in Photoshop, if you're familiar with it, we have a rectangle tool, we have an ellipse tool, stuff like that. And this doesn't currently exist in Gimp, at least not up to version 3.0 that I'm using here. So we have to do it in a different way. First try is to use, for example, the paintbrush. Make sure that you've got a foreground color that you can see on your background. In my case it's white, so let me make that black. And I'll make this a bit smaller using size, and you can hand draw something like this. That's clearly not what you want in most cases. And it's always a good idea to create a new layer. So an empty layer, for example, for a rectangle that we want to paint here. Make sure it's transparent and then confirm. And then whatever you draw on it will be on a different layer. That's something that I would recommend for all shapes. But you can see we have a lot of issues using that method. If you want to have a perfect rectangle with clear edges, you can, for example, use the selection tools and then pick the rectangle select, also called rectangle marquee tool, left click drag, and this is what you get by default. You can now use the paintbrush, and you can see there's actually a selection that was made. So we see our marching ants, and now you can paint over it. Let me size that up. And there you go. If we go to select none, the marching ants will be gone and we have a rectangle. Let's do that again. I create a rectangle here, but instead of using the paintbrush, which was a little bit tedious, as you've seen, I use the bucket fill right here. Still, black is my foreground color. And now I just have to left click on the selected area and it's going to fill it. Once again, select none to deselect it. And this is way easier than using the paintbrush. Let's create a new layer. I delete the old one. Yet again, it's transparent. I use the rectangle select, and after you've created the selection, you can go to the edges, and then different icons you could say are highlighted, and then you can left click and drag to readjust your selection, but you can also do that numerically right here. So it's more precise. For example, set the size to 750 times 600. So the first value is the width, second is the height, and above we have the position. So on our canvas, in this case, it's set to pixels. And we make that 500 times 300. Yet again, I use the bucket fill, left click on the selection, and we've got a rectangle. This is the method that I would recommend. So let's do that again. I'll adjust the size down here a little bit. Make that 350 times 600. So once again, 350 is the width, the first value, second one is the height. We make that red as a foreground color. Bucket fill tool is active. I left click on the selection, then select none. We've got our second rectangle. Another one. We make that 550 in width, 700 in height. I keep the position. And you can also use this color wheel. So if you're familiar with Inkscape, this is what's active by default in Inkscape. So you can also pick that here to adjust your colors. There are other options, but as I'm familiar with Inkscape, I like to use the color wheel. If you've never seen it, it's a triangle in center. Therefore it has 3 corners. One is always for white, a second one always for black. And the third one has this line on the wheel, and this indicates the third color. You can rotate that. So there's always this little circle inside of the triangle that you can drag in between these 3 points to adjust the colors. And the 3 extremes are always white, black, and the color that's picked on the wheel. One more thing to add. What happens when we add a selection that exceeds our canvas? In principle, we can't select that. So this rectangle is now bigger than our canvas at the top. And make that green. And I go to select none. But you can see if I color it, it will only be colored where the canvas was. And this is actually a cutoff. So if I create a new layer, let me call it rectangle 2. This time I'll do it at the bottom. I want to make that yellowish. I left click, select none. And if I drag this now around using the move tool, we have it on a different layer. You can see this is only colored where the canvas was. So our selection was way bigger than that, but the bucket fill can only be used inside of the limits, inside of the boundaries of the canvas. We can use the same method to create ellipses, so for example circles. We have an ellipse select tool. You can find it in the same toolbox under tools, selection tools. E is the shortcut for it. I want to create a new layer for it, make sure it's transparent. And we select the ellipse tool, and here you can left click drag, resize it, transform it, and move it around. And then we use the paint bucket tool, just like we did with the rectangle select tool. You make sure our foreground color is different from the background color, in our case black is fine. Then left click on your selection. You can obviously copy this like any other layer, and then you have two circles. And you can use the transform tools on them to resize them if you want to. We use, for example, the scale tool, Shift S. Confirm via scale. Size is a little bit of a problem here though, because if you scale it, it's going to resize basically the bounding box, and that's usually not what you want. You want to have the size for your ellipse, and it's better to set that right here via the selection tool. So just with the rectangle select, we can set it here numerically, not just for size, but also for the position. Let me give that a different color, maybe something yellowish. I go to select none, Shift Control A is the shortcut for it. And now we have this circle. And let's create a second one here. And I haven't yet talked about these modes. They exist for the rectangle and for the ellipse tool, and there are 4 of them. The first one will create a new one, and this automatically deletes the old selection. But you can also use the second mode, which is going to add parts to a selection, and you can even combine them. So let me create one circle, and then I create a circle with an overlap, and it's going to be added to my selection, so you can quickly create such circle designs. Always select none. And we delete this layer, and we create another one, more like a snowman figure. And you can see how quickly that is done by simply combining these selections. And it's still transformable here, at least for the last selection that you've created. Let me use a different color. We've got 2 more modes, and the third one, let me press Ctrl Z here to get back to this, and then we create a new layer. So the third one, this is for subtracting parts from your selection. So here I'm on the second mode, I create a head with 2 ears, and now if I want to create the eyes, I can use the third mode, and it's going to cut stuff out from my selection. So make 2 eyes. Let me use this color, and maybe I'll add a mouth. So press Ctrl Z and cut this out with the third mode. Yet again, I use the bucket fill tool, select none to deselect, And this is actually transparent now. So if I recolor the background, maybe to black, you can see that eyes and mouth automatically get the black color as they're transparent on the ellipse layer. And all of that works for the rectangle as well. So we have these 4 modes there once more. First one for new, second for adding, third for subtracting, and the fourth one is for intersections. So this is the overlap. You can see that right here. This leaves you with the small stuff that's in both of your selections, the active one and the new one that you've drawn. And you can also combine that. So you don't just have to use one of these tools and create your selections. You can switch between them and then combine a rectangle and ellipse selection. Let us do that. I'm going to start with a new selection. Then I add some ears. I switch to the rectangle. Make sure that I'm on mode number 3 for a cutout. And then mode number 2 for adding stuff at the bottom right here. And if I color this now, you can see this has combined ellipse and rectangle and even cutout selections. Try to get some practice, so use these tools a little bit. Maybe create a Mickey Mouse design, something like that, a snowman. Try to use the ellipse and a rectangle select tool for that. Let us draw some lines. There are many ways to do that, because there are many tools that have different characteristics. You can find most of them right here in the toolbox where the paintbrush is. P is the shocky for it. And then you have the two options. So these are a little bit different depending on the tool that you've got. If you don't see them, go to Windows Document Dialogs, click on it, Tool Options. Most important is obviously the size. And don't worry, we're going to go over the details later on. For now, just trust me on size and right here on hardness. Because the hardness, it adds or gets rid of these fading edges. For now, only focus on size and this hardness adjustment. Let us check out the next tool. But first let me press Ctrl Z here and I create a new layer just for the lines. I make sure it's transparent and then we can paint on it. So this was once again the paintbrush. And we have a pencil tool, airbrush, ink, and finally my paintbrush. And they can all be used to creating lines. And this is obviously just hand drawn. So no matter what tool I use here, I have to have a very calm hand to get a straight line. So when you want to create perfect lines, horizontal, vertical, even diagonal, you want to use a different method. And it's a good idea to use guides for that right here. You can drag them out of your rulers with a left click. And if you can't see your rulers, go to View. Right here, Shift Ctrl R is the shortcut for it. You can blend them in or out. And if I now hover over this guide, you can see at some point my cursor snaps to it. And this is going to help me draw these perfect lines. But it's only true if you go to View. And right here, Snap to Guides is active. So this box needs to be checked. If it isn't, it's not gonna snap. And obviously I've got View Guides in the same menu right here active as well. Now let us use it here. I go to the guide, then it snaps, then left click drag. And this snapping helps me. I don't have to have such a calm hand anymore. But there's an even easier option, and that is using a shortkey. And this is true for all these drawing tools. And a shortkey is simply Shift. So what I do here is I left click and then I hold Shift. And this gives me this helping line, which is going to basically track or connect the last point that I've drawn and the position of the mouse. And if I left click again, it's going to draw this line. So this will perfectly give you horizontal, straight, and diagonal lines. Again, right here, show guides is active. So if you can't see your guides by default, you should, but just in case you don't, go to view, make sure this box is checked. Let me show you this for the other tools. So here's the paintbrush. I'll hold shift in between left clicking. It works. Here is the next tool, and you can combine that with the guides and then connect here 2 points to get the perfect lines. In principle, there is yet another tool that we can use to draw these lines, and that is the Paths tool right here. I'm going to talk about that tool later on. It's a tool that we're going to use quite a lot, so I've excluded it from this chapter. But as I've said, it can also be used to draw lines. For now, just try out these. Here, paintbrush, airbrush, ink, and my paintbrush. Draw some lines, use the guides, and definitely check out the short key, so using the shift key in between left clicking. One of the hardest shapes to create are actually triangles. It's an easy shape, but Gimp hasn't implemented a triangle tool. I think in the future they should fix that. Let me show you how you can create triangles currently in Gimp 3.0, but it's going to be a little bit tedious. So hand drawn, that's easily done using these paint tools. We've used them in the last chapter. So if you just need a symbol where it doesn't matter if it's a perfect triangle or not, you can easily do that. But if you want to create it perfectly, you're going to have a hard time, even when you use shift, so this short key, because it's very hard to hit the perfect spot. Let me zoom out here and I press Ctrl Z. The only way to create perfect ones is let me fit image to window size, is to go to view and then show the grid. And now we have markers, so they're evenly spaced out and we can use them to measure our distance. To perfectly use them, we also have to make sure that snap to grid is active, so make sure this box here is checked. Show grid, snap to grid, both of them need to be checked. And now I simply have to count. Let me go 10 steps to the left. I go a little bit down, up to here. And my marker snaps to the perfect position. And now I have to go 10 steps to the right and down to here. And now I left click, hold shift and connect these dots. And this is going to give me a perfect triangle. So that's a lot of effort for just creating one. And that's why I said it's a little bit tedious. So if you can get around it, if you can use a different program, for example Inkscape, and look into that. Same goes for the Paths tool. I've mentioned that briefly in the last chapter. You can find it right here in the tools, but not under the first 3 options. It's excluded right here. B is the short key. It's simply called Paths or Paths tool. Once again, B is the short key. I'm going to show our grid again. Snapping to grid is still active. I left click here on the first point and I go once again 10 steps to the left and I go down. You can see it already gets a connection. Now 10 steps to the right. I go down. Now if I want to close it, it doesn't work if I just left click because it has different modes. And I'm going to talk about that in detail when we reach the chapter for the Paths tool. For now, just watch this. I can hold Control and this opens the edit mode. With the edit mode active, I can actually connect these 2 points, and that's what we want. And now to use it, or fill it, for example, with the Bucket Fill tool, we go to Select. And then use this option, Shift V, Selection from Paths. And this should select our path that we've created. So you can see the marching ants, and if I activate the Move tool, path vanishes and we only see the marching ants. That means we have a selection. I can now use the Bucket Fill tool, I'll make black my foreground color and left click on it. Then select None, and we've got another triangle. So not the perfect solution, but it's currently the best one, at least the best one that I know in Gimp. Alternatively, you can do that in a different program. Yet again, you may want to look into Inkscape. It's a free program, I've made videos about that. And then just import your triangles. Still, I would advise you to practice this. So create 2 triangles, one with these drawing tools and one with the Paths tool. What if we want to create, for example, a hexagon, something that's more complex? Well, we can try to show the grid and use, for example, the Paths tool and go over this step by step. But you can already see this is tedious and there's also a huge margin of error here. But as a side note, let me show you when we switch the tools, the path is going to disappear, but it's still there. So whenever that happens, go to the Paths menu right here and make sure that this eye icon is checked. Can't see the Paths menu, go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs, Paths right here. And then you could, for example, go to Select, Selection from Paths. It's selected. Let me make that invisible again. I switch back to the Layers menu, create a new layer. Then I use the Bucket Fill tool and fill it. Black is my foreground color. And then I go to Select None. And we have somewhat of a hexagon, but that's not a perfect solution. It isn't even a good solution. So what can we do here? In one of the former chapters, I told you that there is no shape tool, no triangle tool, stuff like that. But that's not fully correct. We actually have something like that. It's a render option that's inbuilt in Gimp by default. And we can find that right here on the filters, render. It's called Gfig, so Gfig. This should give you a new menu, looks like this. And here you can actually render most of the shapes. For example, a line. You can see that directly applied to your canvas. It's a rectangle, we have circles, ellipses, arcs, polygons, stars, so the usual stuff. And this is all created by left clicking and dragging on this preview window. And this is going to give you perfect shapes. But beware, you can't directly draw that here on your canvas. You always have to draw it in the preview window of the Gfig menu. A couple of more basic adjustments that we can do here is some have side adjustments. Obviously the polygon and the star tool. You can adjust the color here. I'll let it stick to the color wheel, make that bluish. You can also pick different brushes. Once again, that's something that we're going to talk about in detail in future chapters. And by default, they're not filled, so we only have a stroked figure, a stroked shape. We can also add a fill with the drop down below. And finally at the bottom we can also add a grid, or just check show, and we can see it and we can then snap it to it. So in many cases, this is the menu that you should use because it's easiest to create many of these basic shapes. One more thing to add, it's gonna create a new layer by default. So if I delete this, I only have my background layer. I open the Gfig, add a shape, and this will be on its own layer. So it will not be added to the background layer that was active. We get a new layer by default. Create some shapes yourself using the Gfig render option and then come back for the next chapter. One more look at the Gfig render option. We can also use it to create spirals, and there are a couple of other options that I want to briefly mention. Here's the spiral option, just left click drag, and here we have another adjustment parameter, which is the orientation. Let me switch that from right to left. So this simply mirrors, you could say, your spiral. And if you're wondering how can you add more curves to the same shape, well, you can use the sides right here. 20 is the max, and at some point it is too thick for our brush. I press Ctrl Z here and I create a bigger one with 20 sides. And it's going to fill the entire canvas, or we can see it now. And you can now, for example, use the show grid and snap grid to position one of them in center, or at least somewhat in center, and then create these typical spiral designs. Let's check some of the other options right here. Number one is we also have a slider here for sides, but as I've said, 20 is the maximum, and you can also see you can layer them on top of one another. This goes for all shapes that exist. You can also go to Filter and Reshow to reopen the last used filter. And then we have for Bezier curves, that's something that I want to talk about later on. You can use that to create curved lines. So it has got something to do with the Paths tool. Once again, we'll go in detail later on. And then there are some other options here that don't create shapes, but you can use them to adjust your shapes. I'll create a star here. Here's Move Object. You have to go to the center point and left click drag. On the way you can still move it around. You can move a single point for the star. This helps you in adjusting it. You can make these edges sharper, longer, or flatter and shorter. You can copy objects, just left click drag, you have it copied, so we now have two stars. You can delete them right here, so you don't have to press Ctrl Z. You can just left click with this option, and finally there's the selection tool. So these are the most important or most useful features in this menu. I don't want to go over all of the little details here. I have to keep an eye on the time. Maybe you don't know, but you can only upload a video up to 12 hours on YouTube. And according to my table of content plan, I have to cut a little bit of details here and there out. But if I have some time left in the end, I will surely include them. But for now, that's enough. We're going to move on in the next chapter to creating shapes with rounded corners. Now, how can we create rounded corners? It's a little bit tricky in Gimp. and the options are limited. Yet again, I would advise you to check out Inkscape if you want to create more complex designs, as Gimp is first and foremost a photo editing software. But we have an option, and you can see that right here when we've got the rectangle marquee tool, the rectangle select to active. It's called rounded corners. We create a new layer. It's transparent. I left click drag, and by default you have sharp edges, but let me check this box, and if I zoom in far enough you can already see there is a roundness. And if I increase the radius, it gets bigger. Obviously there is a limit to it, and that limit is defined by the shape itself, because at some point the angle just doesn't fit anymore, so you can't increase the radius when your shape hits that natural limit. But whatever you've got here, you can activate the Bucket Fill tool, use maybe black as foreground color, left click, and then select none. And there you go, you have your rectangle with rounded corners. Let me delete that, and I create a new one. Now let's say you want to have rounded corners, but not on all 4 corners of your shape. So can you achieve that? And that's where the tricky part comes into action. Let me set it to a specific size of 900 x 500. And I color it black. Shift Ctrl A to deselect, or go to select none. And now to deal with these edges, I simply create another rectangle. But I have to make sure that it's on a different layer. So I create yet again a new transparent layer down here. And I left click drag. I get rid of the rounded corners, make it black too. And now I reposition it so that it fits my rectangle. Usually I just eyeball it until I've hit it almost, and then I use the arrow keys. So right, left, up, down, and this moves your shape by only 1 pixel at a time, and that's how you can reposition that perfectly in line with your shape. You can also use guides right here if you want to. Let me create one more. I simply copied this, so it has to be a different rectangle, but it also has to be in a different layer, so that you can reposition that individually. And make that red for now. I use the arrow keys. Now if I make it black, this covers the bottom right corner. To connect these shapes now, I go to the top layer, and then I use the merge down function right here 2 times. And now these rectangles are connected, which results in only having 1 rectangle with 2 rounded corners and 2 sharp corners. Alright, by the way, if you want to get rid of your guides, there is a way, but you can't find that under view. You have to go to image, there it says guides, and you can select remove all guides. It's a little bit counterintuitive because most of the stuff can be found under view, but this one's under image. Now that we've got that, let me show you how you can create a shape that has corners with a different roundness. It uses the same workaround that I've shown you. So first we create our new rectangle. I have to put that on a different layer, and I make it a radius of exactly 100, but it works with all values. Just make sure that your first rectangle has the biggest radius. So if you want to have differently sized roundness for your corners, the one that you create first, the big one, it needs to have the biggest roundness. Then we create yet again another rectangle on a new layer. And the good news here is we don't have to worry much about the size of it. It just has to be big enough. So if you make it too small, we're gonna hit the limit of the shape and we can't adjust the radius that freely anymore. Or we start with 100 and therefore we can go pretty low, maybe up until here. And now let's say we just wanna have half the roundness of 50. So go down. Let me color that red for now. Shift-Control-A to deselect. And I position it yet again to the corner where I want the new radius to be. I use the arrow keys for more detailed positioning. Let me recolor that black. And now this corner has half the roundness of the other three. Once more, let me create a new rectangle on a new layer. This time I'll make it 25 for the roundness. I'll make it black directly, Shift-Control-A to deselect, and I'll make it bottom right yet again. So use the Move tool, reposition it, then the arrow keys. And we're good. Once more, use the Merge Down function, so start at the top layer and merge it down 2 times, and we've got a rectangle now with differently rounded corners. So what about all the other shapes? As I've mentioned in earlier chapters, it's certainly better to use a program like Inkscape when you want to get into illustrations and creating such designs. But technically, you can make them. You can create them in Gimp. One way to do them is to just find yourself like a template. For example, you can type in shapes into Google, pick something that you like, then right-click on it, save as image, and import it into Gimp, like I did here. Then create a new layer, make it transparent. And then we use the Paths tool right here. Once again, if you can't find that in your toolbox, go to Tools. There it is, short key B. And then you have to trace them, you could say. Just go to the first mode, the design mode. And then let us create the star. Just go to every corner, left click. And when you've arrived at the beginning, switch to Edit, left click on it, and then it's closed. You can use Selection from Path right here. You've got a new layer active, and black is my foreground color. I use the Paint Bucket tool. Oh, we've got a star. To deselect, I've used Shift-Control-A. We rename this to star. We'll create a new empty layer. Now let's say we want to recreate this one. Again, just left click on it, cover the corners. And then you can hold Control to switch to the edit mode temporarily. Let me make that red. But obviously I have to press Ctrl Z here. I have to make a selection first for my path. And when you can't find your path anymore, I've already shown you that, go to the Paths menu, make it visible again. You can go to Select, Selection from Path now. Make that invisible, and left click on it, Shift-Control-A to deselect. And this is how you can do that. So you can see in principle you could recreate all of these shapes, but there are some that have curves. So here we need a different method or a simple adjustment of our method. Let me call this one a diamond. I create a new layer now for this half circle. And to recreate it, we can still use the Paths tool. Just left click here on the edges. And now we have a curve. A curve doesn't have an edge. So how can we deal with that? One way is to just create ourselves an edge. So instead of drawing a half circle, we make it a triangle. Once again, I hold Control to close it. And now when you hover over these lines, you can see that your icon changes a little bit. And when it changes, you can left click drag and actually turn these lines, these sides, into a curve. And then you have these two handles. And they are there to adjust the angle. You need a little bit of practice to get good results, but over time you're going to figure it out. And you can also reposition these points, so the corners that I've created, by left clicking and dragging. And then it's about how much time do you invest to get some good results. Whenever you misclick, just press Ctrl Z. I think that's okay for our tutorial here. I use selection from path and then I recolor it using the Bokeh Fill tool and make that bluish. Let us do one more, just to show the principle yet again. Maybe we'll take the heart right here. So in the first step, I go over this with simple left clicks, wherever the corners are. Then I hold Ctrl to close it. Afterwards, I hover over the lines, or the path tool is still active, obviously. And then I left click drag to make them curves. Then I use the handles to adjust the angle. Once I'm done, I use selection from path. Then I use the Bokeh Fill tool and make this one greenish. And afterwards Shift Ctrl A to deselect. So all of these elements are now on different layers, so I can move them around. I could also transform them, rotate them. So I can do everything with them that we've done so far with images and the basic shapes that I've talked about. But to practice, it's a good idea to just type in shapes, maybe into Google, whatever search engine you use, and download one of these images and then try to recreate some of the shapes to get a feel for the paths tool. It's a very important tool in Gimp, and we're going to use that for many effects, and also for many effects that I'm going to show you in this course. Let us go a little bit deeper and talk more about creating curves, because there are some details to know. Yet again, use a template here. You can just type in basic shapes or something into your search engine and you'll find something similar. I hold Ctrl or simply click on Edit here to close the shape. It's on a new layer. And to create the curves, we hover over the line, left click drag. But how can we now properly adjust these handles for the angle? One basic rule is always follow the line. So in this case, it makes sense to position the one at the bottom left towards the top at a 90-degree angle and the one at the top just as a horizontal line, because this would be a natural follow-up to the shape. A 90-degree angle at the bottom creates a sharp 90-degree corner, and at the top the horizontal line creates a smooth transition, and that's needed because on the other side we have the second curve, and that's why you want to stay here horizontally and not drag the handle into an angle itself. Let's go to make a selection here from path. We use Bokeh Fill tool, I make it black. And you can see this has given us a good result. It in principle looks like a half circle. Let's go to the next one here. We'll check the ellipse. And again, keep that principle in mind for the handles. But there's also a second principle, a second little detail that makes sense. Yet again, our control to close this. And this principle is symmetry. So if I drag a guide here, you can see top and bottom are not in the same position, and here left and right aren't in the same position. So I just eyeballed it in the first try. It makes sense to left click drag on this bottom one and drag it on top of the guide. And then we know that top and bottom nodes, corner points, whatever you want to call them, are in the same position, in the same line. And this creates the symmetry. And most shapes are based on symmetry. Yet again, I hover over the lines, left click drag, hit curve, and then we'll adjust the handles. And here the ones on the side, you want to have vertical lines without an angle. So simply go up and down with the handle. And once at top and bottom, you want to give a horizontal line without an angle. And this creates yet again these smooth transitions for an ellipse that's needed for every single node, because they're all part of a curve, you could say. Whenever I misclick, I press Ctrl Z, and here I press the space bar, and this gives me a hand icon and I can move around. So what I do here is I simply left click drag, and it's now the distance that makes the curve. So how far do I drag them and not the angle anymore. Not a bad result for a hand-drawn ellipse, I think. Let's go to the next shape. We're going to use this ring, and we just want to redraw the outer ring. The next principle is try to find the center position of your object, and then create your guides right there. Let me put it maybe up to here, and then you already have your corner points. Whenever you have a shape that looks like a ring, like an ellipse, go to the center position of it, create guides, and this will then determine the perfect positions for your nodes. And then again, use your handles. In this case, top and bottom need to have horizontal handles, and left and right need to have vertical ones. And then it's the distance that makes the curve. Next up, the heart. Let me remove our guides and we'll start fresh. We definitely need a guide right here in center. And we want to make sure that we hit the same spot on left and right position, maybe here. And there's another one I would add right there. I create a new layer. And we should add one more guide here at the top so that we have the same position. Just as a reminder, Shift Ctrl R if you can't see your rulers. Hold Ctrl to close the shape, then add your curves. But now we shouldn't create a horizontal line here at the bottom. Instead, we should follow the natural line. So I give this, what is it, like a 45-degree angle at the bottom. And here it is the one I use vertically. On the other side, the same way. One at the bottom follows the natural line, 45-degree angle. And this because the line that follows after it, it's almost perfectly straight. So the small one here, it's due to pixelation that it looks a little bit weird. Or we can almost get away with a fully straight line. And this is what gives us the smooth transitions. Another reminder, Shift-Control-A, is to deselect shapes. Let's recreate the final one. And this looks complex, but it's actually super easy. All that we need is a square. And then we'll adjust the sides. And now simply make sure that both of these handles have the same length and they're both at a perfect horizontal or vertical angle. And then we've got this recreated. So as always, it's a good idea for you to not just watch it, but do it yourself. As I've said, search for basic shapes, something like that, via Google, whatever search engine you use, and then create some of these. Try to use the guides, try to use symmetry, and try to use these handle angle principles that I've shown you, because they're very important when you want to use the Paths tool. Let us talk about the three modes that we've got with the Paths tool and a couple of side notes. I use the Paths tool here, create a new layer as always, make sure that it's transparent. I've already talked about we can left click simply, and when we want to close our shape, switch to the edit mode or hold Control, and this allows us to close it. We can now fill the path, for example, we use the foreground color which is black. So that's another way to select it and then use the paint bucket tool to fill a shape. And I've already talked about right here the path, which is a different thing. So we've created this shape on a new layer, but we also have this path created. And you can find that via the Paths menu. And when you right click on it, we've got more options. You can, for example, create a selection, delete it. We can also fill and stroke it here. Here's, for example, stroke it. I'll set it to 6 pixels, I just use the default here and use the stroke option. And make that visible again. And we don't need the path, but this is not going to delete our shape. So this is all stuff that I've briefly mentioned in the earlier chapters. So just as a reminder, now let's dive into something new. We'll delete this one, I will create a new layer, and now use the Paths tool yet again. And I left click and then I left click drag. And this directly allows me to create curves. So you can hover over these lines and do that, or left click drag and do it directly. Let me hold Control here to close the shape. I fill this yet again with a black color. Now we cannot really adjust this shape, but we can adjust the path. So if I get back to the Paths menu, use the Paths tool, I left click on it. It's active now, and now I can turn these straight lines into curved lines via left click drag. So this is still possible. And if I now create a new layer, I right click here and I use fill paths, foreground color is black, and now I have this adjusted shape on a new layer. We don't need this path, let me delete it. We'll start yet again fresh. And I'll show these three modes. So number one, the design mode, that's the default one. To close the shape you need the edit mode. And in design you can hover over these lines and readjust them. Same goes for the edit mode. So this doesn't change, but what changes is that nodes right here. So in the edit mode, I left click drag, and then I get the curves to adjust the angle. But in the design mode, I left click drag, and I can readjust these nodes. So that's a different thing, and that's the most important distinction between these two modes. Besides using the edit mode to close your shape, you can also use that to create the angle on a specific node, while the design mode can only be used to reposition these nodes. And the final mode is the easiest one. Alt is the short key. You can just move the entire shape around by using that. And these are the three modes. Let me stroke this yet again. And there you go. We're going to use this tool in the future. So we're going to repeat these smaller steps time and time again. But it's always a good idea to practice. I try to create some shapes, stroke them, fill them, and then play around with these three different modes for the Paths tool. As a final chapter for this section of my course, let us create some icons, nothing too crazy, but I want to give you something to practice, especially using the Gfig and also the selection tools, the marquee selection tool for example. In this case, we want to create a triangle as a basis for most of our icons, so I use the Gfig. You can see we have two problems. Number one is we want to have it filled without a stroke. Number two is we want to have a good orientation. achieve that. Let me delete this one. I go to fill, use a color fill, make it black, no stroke, 3 sides, and now I show the grid and I activate snap to grid. Now I have the orientation that I want. I confirm via close. So there's going to be, let's say, a play button, which is simply a rotated triangle. We're going to use that as the basis for the other icons. So I simply copy this one with the function down here. Now we've got a fast forward icon, and I merge it. I copy it again, rotate it. We have a, what is it, a rewind, a backward button. Let us create 2 skip buttons. As the basis, we yet again use the triangle, the play button. And now we want to create a line. Let me create that via the brush tool. I create a new layer for it. Well, let me make that bigger. And you can see I use a hardness of 100% so that I don't have these feathering out edges. So we have a clear edge. This would be a forward skip. And I can copy that yet again and rotate it to have a backwards skip. Finally, let us create a home icon. And yet again, start with a triangle. Let us use the Gfig again, just to practice it. Once we've got that, I want to use a new tool, which is called Unified Transform. I'm going to talk about that in detail later on. For now, just activate it and then hold Shift and Control while you drag it. And this allows us to transform it. Maybe up to here. It's going to be the roof of our home icon. Then I use the rectangle select, the marquee select. You don't need rounded corners. And then I switch to the third mode, which is for subtracting, to create the door and the window. And create a new layer, and I use the Bucket Fill tool. I use the second mode here for the chimney, which is simply yet another rectangle, and then I merge it. I don't actually need this home layer, so I can delete it, it's empty anyway. But this is how I could create one of these home icons in Gimp. As I've said, this is for practice. Try to actually do it, because practicing is the only way to learn to use Gimp and other programs like this. Let us dive into the next bigger section of this course. I want to talk about layer masks, and you can find them down here. It's not the only way to access them. You can also right click on your layer and then use Add Layer Mask right here. So it gives you the same menu. You want to focus only on the first two options here, white and black. And it already says so in parentheses. White is for opacity, black is full transparency. So with black you make things invisible, and with white you make them visible. One common saying to remember that is that white reveals and black conceals. That's the same in Photoshop as it is here in Gimp. Let's use the paintbrush. Black is my foreground color, and I paint on this white layer. Therefore we get these black curvy stripes. And you can even see that in the layer mask it gets added. Then make that red. I'll paint over it. We'll get red curvy stripes. But what if we add the layer mask? We make it fully white, and now we have two elements in the layer mask. I'll paint on my layer, it's black, and now I left click on the layer mask in the layers menu. I'll paint on it with black again, and you can actually see that in the layers menu, but on the canvas it's not black. Instead we get this checkerboard design, which always indicates transparency, and this is what the layer mask does. You can paint on it in black and white, and black, as I've said, reveals, and black, as I've said, conceals, so it makes things transparent, and white reveals, so when you have a fully white layer mask, everything will be visible. Then we make this red, for example, switch to black and white. I use the black color. If I just paint on the layer, we get black, but if I paint on the layer mask, the red color is gonna get transparent. So whatever is beneath it now shines through, and as there is nothing, we get the checkerboard design for transparency. And that's the basic principle. Now let me switch to white, and I paint over this. First up on the layer, we get the white color. But if I switch to the layer mask, we don't get the white color. Instead, we don't get anything. Except for when we paint over the transparent areas. We can now bring them back. So as our layer is red, we get a red color wherever we now paint with white on our layer mask. And this principle can be used for many different effects. And in this chapter I'm going to talk about a couple. Just as another example, let me add some layers. I give all of them a layer mask. And then I paint over them with the black foreground color. And when we get to the layers that are on top, so the white and red one, you can see this shines now through. Underneath it, we actually have something. So we don't get directly the transparency, the checkerboard design, or we get first the black color, because this beneath the white layer. And here for our red layer, if we paint over this, we get white and black back because these two layers are below the red one. And the same principle can be used on images, on text, and basically all elements that you import into Gimp. Let's for example use this image here. I give it a layer mask, fully white. I'm on the layer mask and I paint over it now with the black color. And therefore our avocado will vanish and this blends through the red layer, the white layer, and also a little bit of the black layer and the transparency. If I make that invisible step by step, you can see that we've made our image transparent in this area. So if all layers below are invisible, we only get transparency where the avocado was. Let me show you an example. We get back to this fruit image. I call it IMG. Now I copy it. And I make the copy black and white, so desaturate it. I can do that under colors, desaturate. And let me pick a different mode. It's just an example, but I think that looks better. Now we give the top layer, the black and white image, a layer mask. We make it fully white. Make sure we are on the layer mask, so this should be active in the layers menu. And then we activate the paintbrush, make it black as the foreground color, and we paint over the avocado once again. And this actually recolors it now. So our black and white image gets transparent wherever I paint over the layer mask in black, and therefore the colored image below blends through, and this brings the color of the avocado back and gives us a typical color splash effect. You can see you can put in a lot of time when it comes to the edges, adjust the size of the brush, and the more time you spend, the better results will look. I would say the most common effect or the most common design with this effect is a red lips effect. Pretty sure you've seen that on YouTube. Now let me import a different image. I copy it. I make the copy black and white. Then I give it a layer mask. And now I paint over the lips. I'm on the layer mask. Black is my foreground color. And I have to adjust the size a little bit. Just as a reminder, I zoom in and out holding Control. And then I use my mouse wheel. And I can also press the space bar. And then I can move around the image. So this helps me navigating the canvas. And there you go. We now have this typical color splash effect created. I think the principle has become clear. I've linked to the specific image, so it's a good idea to recreate that so that you get some practice using the paintbrush and using these layer mask principles. The principle of using layer masks is often used to cut out objects, so to get rid of the background. You can see right here, we cannot just use white and black, we can also use what's called a selection. And that's the method that I would recommend if you want to cut out objects. We have a very simple object, clear lines, sharp edges. So that's easily to trace, you could say. We just use the Paths tool, and then you left click on the edges and follow the natural lines of this shape. A couple of short keys just as a reminder. When you misclick, press Ctrl Z to undo. When you want to zoom in and out, hold Ctrl and then use the mouse wheel and press the space bar to move around on your canvas. When you want to close your shape, hold Ctrl. This switches to the edit mode. Then you can left click on the first node that you've created and it's going to close the shape. Alright, that looks fine. We use selection from path and then we activate the layer mask for this layer. Use selection, click on add, and this is going to give us the cutout that we need. Select none. And we've got this object cut out from the background. Obviously, most objects aren't that easy to select, but the principle is the same. So let us, for example, use a more complex shape, maybe this car right here. I copy the layer just like I did last time, and I use the Paths tool. I use the same short keys to navigate around the canvas, zoom in and out, and again Ctrl Z to undo if you misclick. In the first round, I wouldn't care about curves or anything. I would just trace it somewhat well, then hold Control, close your shape. And then go over it again. And wherever there's a curve, hover over the line, left click drag. And if you've got lots of time at your hand and you wanna have perfect results, then also adjust the handles. It's up to the zoom level and the perfection that you need in your end result. So sometimes it's totally fine to just have a quick result, 2 or 3 minutes. But sometimes you have to bite the bullet and invest 10 minutes or even 15 minutes to get better results and get all the pixels covered. Once you're good with the curves, yet again use selection from path. Activate the layer mask, use selection, confirm via add. So far so good, but you can see here we have a little bit of a problem. It's actually a negative shape that's part of the car, and we can see through it. So we have the background, the mountains in it. And to fix that, we can use, for example, the brush tool. Make black your foreground color. Make sure that you are on the layer mask and not the layer. And adjust the size. And paint over this. And once you're good, you can see we've got a good cutout created. And you can also adjust the edges like this. So use the paintbrush, black foreground color, left click on it. Just make sure that you're on the layer mask and not the layer itself. If you want to practice, I will link to both of these images, so you can use the same and then follow this section of our course step by step. Creating a white background works the same way. So you cut out your model, your object, whatever you want to keep, and then you make the rest, in our case here the background, invisible using a layer mask. And this can become quite complex, a little bit time consuming. Let's for example go over this example, but the principle is always the same. So in the first iteration you just go over this, don't worry too much about the curves. close the shape holding Control and clicking on the start point. In the second iteration, you hover over your lines to create the curves, readjust nodes here and there. You're always on the design mode. Once you've got that done, you use selection from path. Then you add a layer mask. Make sure selection is active. And you can see we've got it cut out. I go to select none. Now we go below it, create a new layer. And we want to make it white, so we can pick the background color or just use the white in the dropdown. If you want to improve the results, activate the paintbrush. Make sure that you are on your layer mask. So activate that and not the layer. For example, here on the finger, we can improve it a little bit. I make sure that black is my foreground color. I adjust the size and then I left click drag to get rid of these little details here that we don't need. Here once again, the more time you invest, the better results will look. But I think we've got a decent result here. If you want to practice, I'm going to link to this specific image yet again. You will find it via the link in the description below. Another common way to use this layer mask principle is to blur the background. To do it, we'll go over the steps yet again. We copy the original, then we trace the outline in our first step, just roughly. Don't worry too much about the hair. Selecting hair is always the hardest, but for blurring the background, it's not that important. When you want to close the shape, hold Control, which switches the tool to the edit mode. Second step, we create the curves. Once we're done, we use selection from path. We add a layer mask. Make sure that selection is active. Confirm via add. Go to select none. This is what we've got. We make the original visible again, then switch to the original layer. Then we go to filters, blur, and use for example the Gaussian blur. Preview is checked in this menu, and if I increase it, you can see this blurs out the original image below, and as our model was masked out in the copy, this is unblurred. Let me confirm at a value around 20. The only thing that we can add here now, or improve, is right there where we had the hair. As I've said, selecting hair is the hardest, and it takes a lot of time if you want to have perfect results. But for many effects, you don't even have to be perfect. For example, here it's enough if I use the brush tool, paint over it with a black color, just a little bit randomly. And if we zoom out, this is already a good result. So if you wouldn't know that there's something that we could improve further by investing a lot of time, you wouldn't even notice. Then we go to View, Zoom, and Fit Image in Window, Shift Ctrl J, and there you go. So for this zoom level, that's a good result. But again, if you want to have perfect results, you have to bite the bullet, go down very small with the brush size, and then fix all of these tiny little things. However, keep the zoom level in mind. For most of these, you don't have to fix these smaller details. If you're not happy with the blur, you can always go back to your layers menu, use the FX option right here, and use the edit function. And let me, for example, increase the blur a little bit. I confirm. So as I've said initially in one of the earliest chapters, this is all non-destructible now in Gimp 3.0, so we can always readjust it. This image is also in the video description below, so if you want to practice with that specific image, you will find it via the link. Using the same principle, we can achieve many effects, so you always copy the original, add for example a blur, you confirm, then you add a layer mask. And now let me set it to black for full transparency. It's gonna vanish, so we have not a white but a black element here in the layers menu. I activate the paintbrush, and now I make white my foreground color, adjust the size. And if I paint over this now, I'm gonna bring this effect back in only parts of the image. So instead of blurring the background, we are blurring the faces here. And it's the same principle, it's inverted. We are painting over a black layer mask with a white color, but it's still the same principle. Let us use that to pixelize these faces. So I copy the original, go to filters, a pixelize option is given right here on the blur. Just focus on the faces to find a good size under block width and block height. Preview is checked. Any other adjustment options, we don't need them here. You can adjust, for example, here the raster. You can adjust the offset. And you can also unlock width and height and then adjust them specifically. So if you, for example, want to have a bigger height than a width, just unlink it right here. I'm going to stick to 100 for each and link it again. I confirm. I go to layer mask, make it black. The effect should vanish. I use the paintbrush. White is my foreground color. I adjust the size. And I make sure that I paint on the layer mask and not the layer itself. If I now go over these faces, I can step by step pixelate them. That's super easy to do. Once more, this image can be found via the link in the description below, so if you want to practice and use the same one, you'll find it there. Another common effect that uses this principle is a text behind an object effect, sometimes an object behind an object effect. I've got the typical size for a YouTube thumbnail here, and I bought an image. Let me rename that to IMG. I use the scale tool and I size it a little bit down. It's simply the skyline of New York. And now I want to add a text to it, and the text should be partially behind these buildings. And I haven't yet talked about text elements in detail. We're going to do that in a later section of this course. You don't have to create a new layer because text elements by default get a new one. Just activate the text tool right here, T is the short key, switch the color to black. It fits better on this almost whitish skyline. I type in New York. You can see the new layer here. Then I press Ctrl A to select all letters. I type in Arial right here, Arial Black. This font should be inbuilt in your Gimp as well, so you should find it. Then I size it up. 200 is not enough. We'll make that 300 pixels, and we can work with that. You find a good position, and maybe right here. So we have a building on the left, and the two bigger ones almost on the right, and we want to put the text behind them. To do that, we give our text layer a layer mask. We make it fully white. We switch to the layer mask. Make sure it's active right here in the layers menu. Then we use the paintbrush. We make black our foreground color, adjust the size a little bit. And you can see if I left click drag, we can paint over text just as we could paint over images and photos. Using this layer mask technique. To get a good edge, we'll use the marquee tools, the selection tools here, for example the rectangle select. Buildings usually have straight lines, therefore we can use it here. Then I paint over it, and it will only cover the selection. Therefore we have a clean edge here. As a reminder, select none is Shift Ctrl A. Here we have a diagonal line. Easiest way to hit that perfectly is to use the Path tool. Hold Ctrl to close your shape. Selection for path. Use the paintbrush. Left click to paint over it. Shift Ctrl A to deselect. We've got the first building covered. These two are a little bit more complex. So I have to trace the outline of these two buildings and make the text invisible. It makes it a little bit easier for me to find the lines that I need. And I always check by making the text visible again to see how far I have to go. So I have to go a little bit higher here Let me check the right hand side. Here it's way easier. I'll control to close the shape again, selection for path. Make sure you're on the layer mask. Use the paintbrush, black is my foreground color, and then paint over it. And this is in principle how these text behind object effects are created. As I've said, sometimes it's an object behind an object effect. If you want to practice this, you will find the exact photo via description link below. One more basic effect that uses this principle. We want to blend these two images right here. First up, I want to scale them down a little bit. So we're going to create a typical YouTube thumbnail. Pretty sure you've seen that often, where people have their faces and then they have a different image and they both blend into one another. To create this effect, we want to have an overlap. So image 1 in this case is a little bit bigger and image 2 is overlapping. On image 2 we add our layer mask. It's a good idea to make it white. If we use the paintbrush, make black our foreground color, I go down with the hardness. Let me size it up. If I paint over the edge now, you can see how this blends into one another gradually, so it feathers out thanks to the hardness being 0. And that's usually the effect that's used, but there's an easier way to create that. So I press Ctrl Z here. And now I switch to the gradient tool. If you can't find that, go to tools and then you'll find it under paint tools. G is the short key and it's right where the bucket fill tool is. So if you right click on this toolbox, you will see the bucket fill tool and the gradient tool, and you can select it. I'm going to talk in detail about this tool in a later chapter. For now, just click on this swatch right here and this opens our presets. We want to use an FG to BG, so foreground to background. And this is black and white for us, so that's what we need. And if I left click drag now, keep in mind we are on the layer mask and not the layer. You can see this gives us this gradual blend, and we can adjust the feather, so the distance that's used for the blend, by making the distance for this gradient bigger or smaller. And this is how this effect can be achieved. Let me show this again. If it was too fast, I delete the layer mask. So right click, delete layer mask. Then I add a new one, I make it white. I use the gradient tool. I'll make sure under presets, I'll select the foreground to background, then left click drag. You can also see if I go too far, we can see we get the edge back from image 1 below. So you want to avoid that, don't go too far. And that's all there is. This principle works because black and white colors reveal and conceal on a layer mask, and by using a gradient, we gradually reveal and conceal. So if I show only the layer mask, here's actually our black to white gradient. If you want to adjust your gradient, you can always create a new one on the layer mask. Left click and your one will vanish. You can now left click drag, reposition these to color stops. When you're good, just deselect the tool and you've got your graduate blend. Let us dive into the next bigger section of this course, which is selections. Because there's more to talk about that. A little bit of a reminder here, I'll create a new layer. Let me create a rectangle. Shift-Ctrl-A to deselect. I create yet another new layer, it's transparent. I use the Ellipse select, Bokeh Fill tool, create a circle, Shift-Ctrl-A to deselect. So we can now select these objects because they're all on different layers, even the background. And that's one important thing to understand when you select stuff. You're always selecting things on a specific layer. So we've been dealing with that for the last, 4 hours now in this course. And I would call this the absolute basic understanding of selections, but it's an important one, especially when you're a beginner. Well, let's just say we create a rectangle here and then we add a little bit of circle on the side. I colored this and we only have this one shape, but we not only have this single shape, it's placed on the background. So this is all one shape, even including the background. It's only when I create a new layer that I can create new stuff. Let's just say this has the same color. So we have two black elements now, one with a white background, one without. If we create an overlap, it looks like it's one shape. But as you've seen, it's not. It's two shapes. And sometimes we select, for example, something in an image, and you might get lost because you don't know what is it that you're actually selecting. And this becomes even more obvious when I go to select and now use invert. If you're a total beginner, it looks like nothing has changed. But we have actually selected everything now except for this little square. So if I color that red, you can see that this is what we are actually selecting. I press Ctrl Z, invert it again, use the Bokeh Fill tool, and now we have this rectangle. An important tool that we can use to not get lost, especially when it comes to these inversions and when it comes to smaller selections in photos, let's say, is what's called the selection editor. And you can find that under Windows, Dockable Dialogs, and here it is. And when you left click on it, it now pops up on the top right, and everything that's white is selected. So if I use the inversion now, you can actually see we've got everything but the square here selected, and I can even get rid of parts of the selection or add them, and in real time the selection editor helps us in identifying what's selected, and that's a tool that we're going to use now in this section of the course because it gives us a better overview. So make sure that you can find it. Once again, you'll see it under Windows Dockable Dialog. We can manipulate our selections in multiple ways. Let us start with right here, the selection editor. So if you can't see it, open it via Dockable Dialogs. I create a new layer. Then we create yet another layer. My selection is still active, and now I go to select and use grow. And this allows me to grow my selection as the name suggests. I've got it set to pixels. Let me make that 10. You can now see it has gotten bigger. So if I make, let's say, foreground color to red, and I color this. Then select none. Let me compare the two rectangles by bringing the black one step above. And now you can see that. The black one was without a grow, the red one was grown with 10 pixels. You can also see it rounds the corners a little bit. That just inevitably happens here and there. It becomes even clearer when we use a different selection later on. But first, let me create an ellipse. I colored that red on a new layer, obviously. selection is active. I'll make black my focal color, then I go to select and shrink. It works the same way. I set it to pixels, let me make that 10, and now it gets basically sucked in, so the selection shrinks down by 10 pixels. And there you go, we have this black circle, which was the shrinked selection, and a red circle. We've also created selections using the Paths tool already. Let me do that again. I close my shape here. Let me reposition these nodes a little bit. We don't want to have overlaps. Then I use selection from path. Go to select and I grow it with 20 pixels. You can see it's now outside of my path and I can shrink it down. Let me make that 30. And now it's inside of our path. And you can also see the edges, they were curved a little bit. As I said, that inevitably happens when you use the shrink and grow manipulation on selections. Let me show you a use case. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that. At least when you're on YouTube, you've definitely come across this effect. I import an image and I scale it down. In the next step, I use the Paths tool, trace the outline. I don't have to be perfect, but I want to create some curves. And once I'm done, I use selection from path. I create a new layer. It's empty, so transparent. Now I go to select and I grow it. Let's say 20. And now I want to go to edit and use stroke selection. I want to pick line, so not paint tool, line. I want to choose the background color, which is white in our case. You can adjust the line width, cap style, join style, and most importantly right here, the dash preset. Then we make that medium dashes, and then I confirm via stroke. Shift-Ctrl-A to deselect. And this is how this typical outline effect is created. As I've said, it's a very common effect in YouTube thumbnails. And you can also make that dotted or a straight line. Let us actually use our path. So the outline that I've created, we can still find it in the paths menu. We make that visible, then right click on it, and here you can directly stroke it, or you can first turn it into a selection via paths to selection. You can see that in the selection editor above, we've got it selected. Then I go to select and shrink. We try 20. That's a little bit too much. I press Ctrl Z. Let me just use 5. And again, edit, and then stroke the selection, but I want to make it red this time, so I make them a foreground color first. And I pick foreground color right here. I set the dash preset to line, and line width I go down to 2. Then we make the path invisible. And you can see we've given it an outline effect and a dotted outline that's a little bit bigger. Try it out yourself. So the important features here are stroke selection under edit and shrink and grow under select. If you want to use the same image, I've got it linked in the video description. Pretty sure you know the shortcut Ctrl-A. It's usually for select all. And this also works in Gimp. Let me create a new layer here, and we want to create a frame using Ctrl-A, and just watch what happens to the selection editor on the top right. Press Ctrl-A and everything is white, which indicates that everything is selected, and we can see the marching ants here. You can also find that up here under select. So select none is the inverse, where deselect everything, and then Ctrl-A and select all selects everything. Therefore the shortkeys are Ctrl-A for select all and Shift Ctrl-A for deselect all. Let us now continue with the frame. We'll stroke it, use the background color which is white. I'll make that, let's say 6 pixels. It's set to the preset of line. We can't really see it. And the reason is our image is so big that 6 pixels are quite small or quite thin. Let me scale that down. And here we can at least see our line. Then we press Ctrl Z and we'll start again. We'll select it all, and this time we'll shrink our selection first. So we shrink it a little bit down, then we go to Edit, Stroke Selection, and we add, let's say 5 pixels. Select none. And still, it's way too small, but we can at least see it a little bit. But there's more to consider when we create a frame. Let me shrink it down now to 20. So again, I've used Ctrl-A to select it all, then select shrink, 20 pixels, and I make this a line width of 20. set to the preset of line. I confirm. Now we can see it, but there's still a little bit of an issue. You can see that here at the edge. So we haven't positioned our frame correctly. And that is because the stroke is generated from the center position of our selection. Therefore, it goes in both directions. We've had it set to 20 pixels, which means that we went 10 pixels into the image and 10 pixels out of the image, you could say. And as we have shrinked it down to 20, that doesn't work. The math just doesn't add up. Let's do that again on a new frame. I'll call that frame 2. I'll shrink it down to 20 yet again. Go to Edit, Stroke Selection, and to fully fill it, we now need to double that. If I just make it 25, you can see we get closer to the edge, but we haven't covered everything. So we actually have to double it. We shrink it down to 20, therefore we have to go to 40 for the line width. And this will now cover 20 pixels in and 20 pixels out of the image. And that's what I mean by it's being generated in both directions. The marching arms indicate the center position of our selection. And then we go 20 pixels in and out. Let us create one more, call it frame 3. Select all on the image. I shrink it down to 10. And now I know that to fully fill it with a frame, I have to use a line width of 20. And there you go. So this is how you can create a frame. Always double it. So double your stroke, your line width in comparison to the shrinking that you went down because of the effect that is generated in both directions. We can also invert our selections, and I believe I've already shown you this a little bit, but I haven't yet talked about it in detail. It comes in handy when we want to, for example, create cutouts or change the background, stuff like this, but it's generally a good function to know. Let's trace the outline here. It's a simple shape, clear lines, just 4 curves on the side. We use the path tool for that, like we did in the previous chapters. Once we're done, we use selection from path. And now let me create a new layer. I make it transparent and I just call it BG for background. I use the paint bucket tool. Red is my foreground color. And you can see I can now color this area. I want to color the outside. So watch the selection editor. I want to color the black area here, so I'm going to select and invert. And now the black area is white. white area is black. It simply flips the selection on its head, you could say. If I recolor this now, we only have our cassette and the rest is red. This works generally on selections, so if we use, for example, the rectangle or the ellipse select, it works the same way. Another important selection function is the feather. Let's just say we wanted to create kind of like a focus on this bird. So we use the ellipse select, create a nice selection. I create a new layer. Let me just call that black. I'll make it transparent. It's on top of the image. Use my paint bucket tool, black's my focal color, and I left click. It's a bit big, so it's going to take some time to get filled, but we can fill our area. Already shown you that in the last chapter. We can go to select invert. Now we can color the outer area, so everything but the bird. That's all well and good. But what you can also see is that we've got very sharp edges here. So between black and the photo, the image, there is no transition. It's just basically a cut. We can use what's called a feather on all selections. So press Ctrl Z here until we've got our selection back. Then I go to select feather and we make that 50 pixels. I confirm. I use the paint bucket tool again. Takes some time. But if I zoom in, you can now see we've got a gradual transition between the image and the black color, and that's what the feather does. So it's basically a gradient between the color that you give it and transparency. When we increase the feather, I go very extreme here, let's say 200, and you can also already identify this feather in the selection editor, so it's a little bit blurred out at the edges, and is usually what's added when you create such an effect, so that there is not this harsh edge. Again, this works on all selections. If I use, for example, this direct angle select, then we create two new layers. Without a feather, we have a very sharp edge between black and white, and with a feather, we have this gradient. There are a couple of other options under select. Let's talk about them. Most of them are minor options, but they're available and I at least want to explain them a little bit. Talked about the feather, talked about shrink and grow. We haven't talked about rounded corners. Let me create a selection here with the rectangle tool and a new layer. I call that rect. It's empty. We use the paint bucket tool. You can see we have sharp edges. So it's a 90-degree angle here. We can go to select rounded rectangle and we get a menu where we can round our corners. At maximum we get this half circle that connects both of them. Let's try it again, this time with only 50%. And this is how I can round them. One thing to add, if we use a feather here, let's say 20 pixels, we get a rounded corner, but that's only for the selection. So if we add color, You can see this just due to the feather, and you can also erase the feather by using select and rounded rectangle. Just set it to 0, and it's going to override it and give you sharp corners again. The next function is the distort function, and it's basically a randomization effect for the edge. So I'll go back to our rectangle selection. And I add the distortion. Looks like a complex menu. Just confirm the defaults and you will get this randomized effect. You can simply adjust the intensity via these sliders. And this works on any shape and even rounded sides. So if I create kind of like a random shape here and I add it, and I've set this for the intensity, spread, granularity, smoothness, and threshold. But usually you're good using just the defaults. And here we go, we also have it now on the rounded sides. So this works with any selection. Remove holes. It can remove holes in between selections, but this is fairly limited. So if I create rectangles with a huge gap, it's not going to connect them or anything. But if I create two random shapes and have a little bit of an overlap right here, this is going to connect them. As I've said, we've talked about the feather, but we haven't talked about sharpen. This is also somewhat limited, so you cannot distort it very intensely like here and then use the sharpen to flatten it out again. Even if you use it multiple times, that's not going to work. Or when you have a basic selection, let's say you've traced the outline of a model with the paths tool, you can use the sharpen effect afterwards and it's going to smoothen out these lines a little bit. So that's not a bad effect to use, and it's one-click option, so it's easily done. And finally we have the border that I haven't yet talked about, and this is going to generate basically an offset of your selection. So let us add this here. I'll just confirm 5 pixels. And now you can see we have 2 selection lines. So we have the first one created as an offset, and then a gap between them is our new selection. Let me press Ctrl Z here. I use it again, and here the numerical value is simply the size for the offset. So if I make that 25, it's going to grow bigger. And this concludes these selection options. Already talked about the selection editor above. Talked about most other functions. But here by color I haven't yet talked about. We're going to do that in the next chapter. And also the float is going to appear here and there. I'm going to explain that when we use it. Now let us check out the select by color option. It is actually a tool. You can find that under Tools, Selection Tools, or Shift O. It's also right here where the fuzzy select is, so right click on the toolbox, then you can select Select by Color. It's a simple tool to use once you've understood it. Let me create some rectangles here on different layers. I'll make one black. Another one red. And then I create an ellipse, make it red. Once again, they're all on different layers, and we have the white background. Now use select by color, and I'll simply left click on the background. You can see what we've got selected, so everything but the ellipse. And that's because we are on the ellipse layer. If I switch to the background and I left click on the background, everything is selected. So everything on this layer is white, therefore it has selected everything. I switch to the rectangle layer, and I can select them one by one. Here's the center one. Here's the ellipse yet again. What happens when I merge these layers? So I put the two red elements on one layer, and now I use select by color, and it selects both at the same time. All I did was clicking on the ellipse, and a rectangle was selected too because it has the same color. Let's do that again for the background. Background is empty on this layer where the two red elements are. If everything but these two elements are now selected. And that is what the select by color tool does. It tries to find all of the pixels that have the same color on a specific layer, and then it selects all of these. So in our case here, it's the two red elements, the single black element, and the single white background. Let's create another element, maybe like a triangle here, using a black foreground color. Here's the path tool. I have to color it. It's on the same layer. If I select the rectangle, the black one, with a left click, this triangle will be selected too. Again, we have our 4 selection modes, and the big adjustment to make here is the threshold, which sets the limit for our color, and that's easier to explain when I import an image. Let me scale that down a little bit. And you can see 4 major colors, but you can also see that it's not just one color. So there are different shades of green, red, orange, and blue. If we use select by color, watch the selection editor on the right. We can select this element, the blue one for example, but it's not going to be able to select all of these. And that's because of the threshold. It goes from 0 to 255 because we have 256 colors. So the higher we go, the more colors are part of the selection that's made, and the lower you go, the less. So if I start here on green, and I go up, more will be added to the selection, and if I go down, less will be added. Let me show you a simple use case. We go back to our cassette, and last time we've traced the outline, or we can simply use select by color here. If we wanted to recolor the label, I have to readjust the threshold. Watch the selection editor on the top right. At around 23 we're good. We've got the label selected. And now I can simply create a new layer. For example, use the paintbrush. I make it red. And now I can paint over this. But let me readjust the hardness. And there you go. So I'm only painting on my selection, and the selection was almost perfectly this label that was on the cassette. You can see a couple of pixels here on the edge. So here I should have increased the threshold a little bit. But instead of tracing the outline here and having not a hard time, but having to invest a little bit more time, I can simply use this tool, select by color. We'll find it under Tools, Selection Tools, and also under Select. So if a different tool is active and I go to Select by color, it will automatically select the Select by Color tool. We've talked about the Select by Color tool, and there is kind of like a related tool. It's called the Fuzzy Select. I've got two images here. The last one you already know from our last chapter. And here I can use Select by Color, and we have this problem. So no matter where we set the threshold, we will always select stuff from a different stripe, and that's not really what we want. We can get around it by using the Fuzzy Select tool. U is the shortcut for it, and as always, if you can't find it, go to the tools in the top menu. It's under Selection Tools. Yet again, U is the shortcut. And if I now use that, you can see we get these stripes. We also have a threshold adjustment, so it kind of looks like the Select by Color, but something has changed. And the simple difference between these two is that the Fuzzy Select also puts into consideration what shape you are on. And as we have a clear separator here between the colored stripes, which is the white background, it can determine what we actually want to have here. So we set the threshold yet again, but the threshold is now added to this detection of whatever object there is. Let me show you that again on a different image, which makes it even more obvious. So let me make this just invisible. And you can see below we have a cherry. We actually have two red objects here. And if I use Select by Color, I can click on them. Oh, that was my mistake. I'm on the wrong layer. I press Shift-Ctrl-A to deselect and switch the layer. So I select one of these, and the other one gets also selected because they have somewhat of the same color. And no matter where I set the threshold, we will have this problem over and over again. But if I use the Fuzzy Select, you can directly see this also detects the edge, as we have a clear contrast between the backgrounds and these two individual cherries, and therefore this makes our life a little bit easier. You can see these two tools as the same, but always use Select by Color when you want to select multiple objects that are connected, and use the Fuzzy Select when you want to select a single object. We've got other selection tools. To be honest, I don't use them that much, but I still want to cover them here, because you can see that when I use the Select by Color, this won't give us good results for this dog. Whenever we try to select the background, we get a little bit of his jacket, because both green. If we use the Fuzzy Select, the result is a little bit better, but when we go low enough to not get the jacket, we lose the background again. So this won't give us perfect results, or at least decent results either. That's what this box is for. We have the Free Select first. We can just left click drag, create an outline. This is going to give you a very sharp edge. So it's going to create the cut exactly where you've dragged it. So that's good to have these sharp selections. Problem is obviously when you have a rough outline, you're not going to get that covered with this tool. We have the Scissor Select, which is a little bit better because it's more like a magnetic tool. So you left click and then it tries to basically snap to the outline, and that's an automatic thing that's happening. Once you've arrived at the start, you don't have to close that. Just press enter and the selection will be automatically made. It's a better result, but still not perfect. And then the final tool is the most complex, but it gives you the best results, at least for these automated tools. It's the Foreground Select. We have Draw Foreground active, and now in the first step we create an outline just like with the Free Select tool. As Draw Foreground is active, we're going to create an outline of our dog. Here you have to close it. So simply get back to the start position and then a little circle will appear. Make sure that you end your line there, then release it. Afterwards press enter. This should give you a highlight effect. Then you can adjust the stroke width and you have kind of like a brush. So I'll make that pretty big here. And then I paint over what I want to keep. So the dog, it should be blacked out. So this is actually the draw foreground here. And you don't have to be perfect with the edges. You can always release and then readjust your stroke width. And based on what you've drawn here, it's going to do some calculations. So it's also an automated process, and that's triggered by clicking on select right here at the top. So once you've clicked on that, it's going to work in the background. This might take a while depending on the image size and your PC, your CPU power. But here's our result. Let me add another layer mask. And you can see this is the best result. Still not perfect though, because of the fur, which is pretty hard to select. So this is stuff that you would have to clean up manually using the brush tool, for example. But it's definitely the best results out of all of these selection tools that we've had. Let me show you another option to create transparency. I'll copy the original here. And let me also create a white layer. I just call direct here and I place it below my copy. I switch to the copy and now go to layers, transparency and use color to alpha. The default is set to white, but what we want is right here, the color picker, and then simply sample the bluish color. You can see the white now shines through. If I make that invisible, we have transparency, and that's what we want. And now you have these two sliders for transparency threshold and opacity threshold. What I like to do is to start with the transparency and then go down until I get my object back. You can see at some point I'm going too low and this bluish turquoise background will come back. So I have to get back up here. And you can also see that it won't be able to actually get rid of everything. So we still have a little bit of a halo, so a little bit of an outline. But once I'm somewhat fine, I use the opacity, I go up fully and then slightly down until I get my object back. I've set these little details right here, this outline, that's called a halo. It's very, very hard to get rid of in most cases. And you can also see if I go too far on the right hand side, I'm going to lose parts of the cone. So I have to go down further here with the threshold of the transparency. But that's somewhat fine here. If you now want to clean it up, so there are still some fragments here and there, you can use one of your selection tools, for example, select by color, and select it and use the mask. But be aware, you want to invert your selection first, otherwise you're going to lose the cone. And then you can also paint over these fragments down here using the brush. Make the foreground color black, make sure that you're on the layer mask, and then paint over it. What you cannot do though is to bring back parts now. So this part on the cone, this is basically lost on this layer because of the cutter to alpha. That's something to watch out for when you want to have perfect results. Depending on the zoom level, we have a good result here, and that's somewhat usable. So that's another option to create transparency. Just go to Layer, Transparency, Cutter to Alpha. So how can we deal with more complex selections? Truth is, it's very hard, and sometimes you have to invest a lot of time. But I can show you the best workaround that I know, for example, to select this more complex hair. Even though here the background is quite fine, basically just a light gray background, we have a hard time selecting all of the hair. You can see that when I give it a layer mask, on the surface it doesn't look that bad, but when I give it a background with a little bit more contrast, let's make it red, you can see we have all of these halo effects on the hair, and this renders the selection pretty unusable. So here red to light gray, you can see that very clearly. Let me show the best workaround that I know. I'm going to delete the layer mask here, but I'm going to keep the red background. We use it later. Now I'll copy the original. I forget about color swatches. I just make them black and white again, the default. Then we go to colors and use the curves. And here we drag the left hand side down, which should make the model, the darker parts darker. And the right hand side I drag up, which should make the bright parts brighter. So in our case the background. And now we've generated more contrast. You can drag that from left to right or right to left and add or subtract more of these elements. But be careful not to overdo it. Important is that we have a clear separation, in our case especially with the hair from the background. So I'm going to go with this one. I just confirm. And now I go to colors again and use invert. So this inverts our colors. Now I go to edit and I use copy. I can also press Ctrl C. Keep in mind that the IMG copy layer is active. So this is what I'm actually copying. I've got the original below, what's called IMG. I make that visible and I copy invisible. Now I give the IMG a fully white layer mask. Make sure that this layer mask is active in the layers menu. It should be by default. If it isn't, left click on it. And then press Ctrl V to paste or go to edit paste. This should create a floating mask. And you can click on the anchor tool right here. And it will be placed on top of the layer mask of our IMG layer. And now you can see we have fixed the halo in many ways. Still not a perfect result though. And we have to fix the face and a little bit of the body because we've lost that in the curves adjustment. To achieve that, I use the paintbrush. I'll make it white and I adjust the size a little bit. Again, I'm on the layer mask, not the layer. If I paint, I can now bring back the skin that was lost. So that's fairly easy to do. And there might be some smaller details to check. For example, here on the left, where the chin is, and maybe also here on the right. I want to add that to the hair, and then we're good. So this is a way better result than we had initially, thanks to this little adjustment via the curves. And you can even select more complex shapes, especially hair, fur, stuff like that, using this little trick. So how can we actually deal with these very complex selections? As you've seen, we can use a couple of tools and then we have to invest a lot of time here and there and do it manually. But the good news is that AI is getting better and better. So I would actually recommend that you check out, for example, this tool right here, remove.bg. It's a free tool, at least as I'm making this video, and it has been free for, I believe, more than a year now. You can just upload your images. For example, let me pick this more complex one, and it does some magic in a couple of seconds, and we get good results. Let us download it. One thing to mention though, if you want to have the max quality, so the highest resolution, you have to set up an account. So you have to sign up for the service, but even then it's totally free. But if you don't want to do that, you can download a preview with a lower resolution without signing up. Let me import it into Gimp. And if I add a background, you can see this is not a bad result. Obviously not perfect, but we're getting there, and this whole AI stuff is advancing at rapid speed. So if you watch this video in the future, your results might actually be even better. You can see that when I add a red background for high contrast, we still have this halo effect. But for a quick, what was it, like 5-second solution, that's not bad. Here's a different example that was a little bit easier because the hair isn't that wild. There are a couple of additional options here on this website. You can add a background, erase and restore, and even add effects. And when you have hair that's very, let's call that orderly, well, then you get even better results. So here, for example, we get a clean cut out in just a couple of seconds. So it's definitely worth checking that out and keeping an eye on AI. And in the end, it's all about how quick and how easy you can achieve something. If you can do it outside of Gimp a little bit easier and quicker, why not use it, especially when it's also free. I'm going to link to this website. Once again, it's called remove.bg, but you will find a link to it in the video description. Let us dive into the next bigger category. We can also create a lot of text designs in Gimp. The text tool can be found right here. T is the short key or go to tools. Then left click on your canvas and you can just type something in, for example, some text. This creates a new text layer. So this element will be placed on its own element in the layers menu. And you can treat it like a photo, like everything that we've created so far. So you can scale that up, rotate that, flip it, and so forth. But one thing right away, you can see when we scale it up, it's going to get blurred out. And that is a resolution issue. Everything that's created in Gimp is pixel based. And when you size pixels up, they're going to get blurry, especially on the edges. So let me create a new text element, and this time I size it up right here, right where we use the text tool. Make that even bigger than 400. Let me go to 600, that should be fine. And now if we compare it, the second text element, this is actually sharp. The first one is blurry. So that's something to understand. When you create your text elements, size them up as big as you need them using the text tool, because this guarantees that you have sharp edges and not these blurred out pixels. So only use the scale tool right here if you have to. So sometimes there's no way around it, but if you can get around it, make sure that you size it up using this text tool option, because then it will be as sharp as you can get it. Alright, we also can change the font right here. This is box, just type something in. But nothing is going to change, and the reason is the text, even though it's active, is not really selected. To select it, left click on it and then press Ctrl A. This is going to deselect everything inside of this element, so all letters, and if I change the font now, our text changes. So that's a common beginner mistake, I would say, or something that most beginners aren't aware of. You have to select your text, and only then can you perform most of these operations here and most of these adjustments. So always when something isn't running, nothing is happening, left click on your text element, press Ctrl A to select it all. You can always reselect the text using the text tool and then readjust it. See that here I can turn font into font 2, press Ctrl A, change the font family. So that is all possible. Let's go over the other adjustments. I create a simple text element and make that Arial bold. a little bit bigger. When you select it, you have to be on the text, otherwise the background will be selected. You can copy this like any other layer, so using the function down here, copy it a couple of times, and left click drag exactly on the text element to not select the background. Got them all now. I reactivate the text tool, left click on the text element, Ctrl A. This here is for clearing all styles, it returns to the default. Let us return here as well, and now I add the second option, which is for bold styles, so this makes it a little bit thicker. The third option is for italic, fourth is for underline, and the fifth one is for strike through. You can obviously also combine these styles, so make it italic, bold, underline, and strike through at the same time. That is also possible. You may have also noticed that the text tool has its own properties right here. I'm going to talk about that later on. For now, just follow along with this text tool option that pops up whenever you've got a text element active. We're going to talk about the remaining details later on. Another text element. We talked about the top options. We can also change the unit from pixels to, let's say, inches or something. Then we have 3 more options below. Most important, we can change the color here. So there is a color swatch which opens our color menu. Then we create 3 text elements and I give them different colors. Once again, left click on the text and Ctrl A, and then you can recolor that all. One more thing to add here. When you return to the default style, it's also going to reset the color. So the color will then be rendered black, which is the default, or which should be the default. And if you have messed around with Gimp, it definitely will be. And you can add all of these styles to different colors as well. So let me make that greenish. I can still make it strike through, italic, bold, underline, and work with it. Two more options here. The first one is for the baseline, second for kerning. If you've never heard these terms, the kerning is basically the distance between the letters. Let us start with that. I think that's more obvious. So you can simply create more spacing here. Return to 0, which is the default for every font. And then I only select the second word here, text, via left clicking and dragging. So you can also just select parts of your text element and make these adjustments. Baseline does somewhat of the same, but it's not in the horizontal, it's in the vertical axis. So what I mean by that is that all text elements or letters are put on the same baseline by default, which is 0, but you can also change the baseline. If I apply it to all, nothing really changes. Our bounding box here gets bigger, but you can't really see it. Let me get back to 0. And then I only select a portion here, the letters E and X. Once again, I do that using left click drag. And now you can see what the baseline is. So you can drag that up and down in a vertical axis using the baseline adjustment. Just as with kerning, we have a positive and a negative direction. Usually you want to set that to 0. It's very important to get to know this text tool, so try to recreate some of these text designs. Create a default text, a bold text, underline, strike through, italic, play around with the font size and the font family. Also give that different colors, and just make sure to get a little bit used to this tool. As I've said, it's very important to know that, because many of your designs will use text to some degree. As I've already mentioned, we get a new layer for every text element. we have a different indicator here in the layers menu, so you can actually see the difference between a regular layer and this text layer. But in principle, you could say it's the same and it can be treated like any other layer. So you can reposition that, make it visible, invisible. And then use all of these transformation tools. I've shown you that already. When you skew it, transform it too much, you're going to skew with the font, and this is usually not the best solution, but sometimes you can't get around it. Here you can see not just the scaling tool, but also the flipping, the shear tool, and the rotation tool. I've talked about a couple of these tools, not all. We're going to talk about them later on, but I wanted to show you in this chapter that a text element is usually like any other element. It has a layer, and therefore you can perform these adjustments that you can also do on regular layers. One more thing to mention, whatever you can adjust using the text tool right here should also be adjusted right here. In particular the size, but also, for example, here this shear effect, which is simply an italic font style. Before you shear your elements, before you transform them, always check if you have an option for that inside of the text tool, because that ensures that the font will be adjusted according to the text design. And whenever you use one of these transform tools, this is not ensured, and this can lead to glitches in the font, in the text element, and also make them blurry, and therefore give you worse results. Let us talk about the text properties. As I've said, there is some more to find, and what pops up here is actually called the on-canvas editor. So when this box here is unchecked, it will vanish. Just check it again, then you can see it. Always make sure that your text element is active. So if you type something in, it doesn't work, it's because this isn't really active. So left click on your canvas, and then you should be able to type something in. And there's also a specific editor for text. Let me check this box here, and then you can type it into the box, and then it will be added in real time to the canvas. I think in many cases this offers more overview, so it's not a bad thing to have. Most of the options are already given in the on-edit, in the on-canvas editor. So all of the styles, kerning, baseline, color adjustments, obviously the font family, and the size right here. But above we have different options now. This one is now to clear the text completely, so it will not just clear the styles, it will clear all of the text. And if you want to clear the style, you have to actually deselect and then select it again. So let me deselect, left click here, then Ctrl A, and now I return to the default style, and you can see it leaves us with the text. So that's the difference here between these two. But there's also something on top that allows you to change the orientation. You want to create vertical text or text that goes from right to left. In some languages that's needed. You can do that right here. Whatever you've done, this will be stored as the last used style. And here you can see that I create a new text element, and this has now this vertical orientation. Even if I want to return to the default style, this doesn't reset it. The only way to reset it is to actually affect it right here via the editor window. Or activate the type tool and then right click on your text element. And here you have the 6 options yet again. Goes for the other text element as well. But it's important to, number 1, have the text tool active. Because if I right click now, you can't find that. And you also have to have the specific text active. So left click on your text, and then you can find it. Now let us go over the other property options. First up, let me delete these two text elements. We don't need them anymore. Here we yet again have font family and size. So nothing new. Just one more way to adjust that. Same goes for the color. If you're wondering what anti-aliasing is, it's basically for smoothing out edges and stuff like that. For the most part, just keep it checked, especially when you're a beginner. You want to have the smoothest results possible. Hinting is somewhat the same, so this is also for smooth results. When it comes to bit mapping, once more, just keep it to the default when you're a beginner. I don't want to confuse it too much with these details. More importantly is right here the style, because here we can set the outline. Here we have three options under style. The default is filled, but you can also give it an outline or have both at the same time. Then yet again we have three adjustment options and also justify. And it becomes obvious when I add more lines. Let me make a second and a third. Press Ctrl A here. And this is just the alignment. So you can justify that to left, right, center, or fully justified, which is typically this newspaper kind of alignment. And then we have these three adjustments for first line indentation, kerning, and the distance between the lines. Box is yet again a minor detail that I don't want to address. Maybe I'll do that at the end of the video when there's still time left. For now, just keep it to dynamic. It doesn't have a huge impact. It simply adjusts your bounding box right here. And then the language is determined by what we've set. Under edit and preferences, the interface, this was one of the first things that we did. Right here on the interface, we've set the language of our Gimp. And then, for example, the auto correction will be set to that language. Alright, let's return to the outline and dive a little bit deeper. Because this is a cool feature. In earlier versions of Gimp, you had to do a lot of things to actually create an outline text. But now it's super easy. Once again, make sure your text is active. And you can size it up. I'll reposition that. Let me make it active again. Use outline, and you can see we only have an outline, no fill. You can adjust color right here. It says solid color. Could also give it a pattern. And then you can adjust the size via line width. So you can make that thicker or thinner. And there are also cap and join style. This becomes obvious when you watch a specific letter, maybe the N right here. So this is very pointy. You could say we can also make that round and then bevels. Or we can adjust the outline style, make that for example dashed or dotted. A couple of defaults to choose from. Or we can combine both. So give it a fill and an outline. First color right here and a solid color is for the outline. And the color here on our on-canvas editor is for the fill. Try to create some text designs just to practice using these options. Your different colors. I want you to create one that has only an outline, then one that has a dashed outline, another one with a dotted outline, and the one on top. Let me give that an outline and a fill. You can follow along this video if you get stuck, but it's a good idea to pause the video first, try to create it yourself, figure it out, and only if you get stuck, then watch the rest of this chapter and then follow along step by step. One of the big advantages of having this layer structure is that we can simply stack our elements. We can easily combine images, backgrounds, logos, and text. You can, for example, use this mascot logo, for example, for an e-gaming team, something like that. You can find that on YouTube quite a lot. I would import it and scale it up. I've got it on a black background, and usually people put it to one side like this. And then they add the video content, for example, on YouTube. So whatever the video is about, maybe a specific game, maybe a specific live stream, something like that. We just call that Brick Gaming Channel. I don't have one, but as an example, this should do. And if my English isn't wrong, channel is spelled with 2N. You can see we have to size that up a little bit, reposition that, and it's surely better to use a different color. I've already shown you how to adjust all of that in the previous chapters. Let me make that white. Or maybe I sample color from the original. And we can do that with this option right here, which is a temporary color picker. So I sample this turquoise, confirm, and now this is given to the text. We've got a better contrast on the black background, but the contrast on the logo isn't that good. One way to get around it is to simply add an outline to our text. So I go over here. But I first have to select the text, obviously. So I left click on the text, press Ctrl A, make that outline that fills. I make it white, and I go down with the line width. You can see I've already adjusted the distance between the lines below in this properties menu. I'm going to keep it like that. And there you go. This would be a simple example for a YouTube thumbnail. So you set up your basic size, for example 1920 x 1080. You import an image, a logo, and then you place a text element on top. All that you have to do now is to figure out a good position and make sure that everything has good contrast so that it's readable. Let us apply filters to text. That is easily possible using the blending options. I'm going to resize this window first. We use the text tool, type in some text. I go back to the usual fill style, so nothing special here. The background is white, our fill color here is black for the text. And now you just import a texture. Let me drag and drop one here. You can scale it up or down. It's just important that it's bigger than your text. You can obviously also rotate it. And then simply change the blending mode right here. Let me select one, and then I use the arrow keys up and down. Color erase already gives us an effect. It's just important that this texture is on top of the text in the layers menu. Erase doesn't give us one, it simply erases everything. Let's check the next blending modes. Merge, split, lighten only is a good effect. The usual suspects are, as always, screen, multiply, and overlay. Try these out first and then check out the lighten and darken. And this is usually what you need. Afterwards, you can also play around with the opacity to reduce the effect of the texture. And the next question is obviously, where do you get these textures? You can, for example, type them into Google. Just pick one, or go to Unsplash yet again. Let's, for example, check this one. I download it, import it into Gimp, so drag and drop it here. Make sure that it's on top of your text element. Let me rename it to Texture 2. Change the blending mode. Color erase doesn't work here, so it depends not only on the color of the text background, but also on the color of the texture. Which blending mode is the best? Once again, try out screen, multiply, overlay, lighten and darken first. And it also plays a role what color your text is right here. So I've made it black, let me copy it. And now I'll make it, let's say, red. I keep the texture as it is, and you can see depending on if it blends with the red text or the black text, we have a little bit of a different lighting. So that's something to consider. And the background is also important. I would keep it completely white, as this filters out most textures that are blend. When you want to use it now, place the texture layer directly on top of your text layer, so I only have texture 2 and our first text element active. And then use the merge function down here. So now this on one layer, and now you can treat it as a regular text element. I've already briefly mentioned it. We have different fonts in Gimp. Most of them are inbuilt. And when I say inbuilt, it's not really Gimp that has them inbuilt. It's more like your system, your CPU that has them inbuilt. Let me make that a bit smaller here. So Area Black is selected here by default. If I type in a B, you can see we get all of the fonts that have a B, and we can select one. Same here for the text properties. But once again, that's limited to the fonts that are installed. So how can you add more fonts? How can you add specific custom fonts? You can, for example, go to a website called thefont.com. I'm going to link to it in the description. Then pick one that you like. Maybe here Miskin. That looks quite nice and a little bit strange, so that shouldn't be inbuilt by default. You have to be careful though. Some of them have a specific license. So scroll a little bit up and down. Here it says, so this font only for personal use. So you have to be careful with commercial usage here and there. They're obviously also paid fonts, and when they're paid, they're usually free for commercial use as well. But on the font, you can find tons for personal use. When you found one that you like, just download it. You get this zip folder. You have to unzip it, so extract all. This you can see gives you now a regular folder. Just open it. And it has usually a true type or an open type, sometimes both, data files. And here we have Miskin and Miskin oblique. So this is a regular Miskin, and then already a styled one where it's basically italic. You can see that up here. Miskin oblique and Miskin regular. To install them, use for example the true type, so double click on the file, should open this window, and there you will find print and install on the top. Just use install, should take a second or two. Close this, let me also install oblique. And once that is installed, it's actually installed on your system. So you cannot only use that in Gimp, but basically in every text processor, for example Inkscape, Word, stuff like that, Photoshop. It will not be directly active though, so you cannot find it directly here in Gimp. For the changes to be active, you first have to close Gimp and then restart it. Then it's going to load the fonts from the system. And after the restart, we can type in yet again some text. Then use the search function for fonts. Let me type in MIS. And there you go. Here we can find it. Miskin regular, Miskin oblique. So it was correctly installed in our system and we can now use it in Gimp. Once again, thefont.com. I'm going to link to it in the description below. One of the most painful things to do in Gimp is to put text on a path. So it's still in Gimp 3.0 a very tedious process. I'm going to guide you through it, but in general I would recommend that you check out, for example, a different software like Inkscape, where you can do that much more easily. We create a text element, then we create a path with the Paths tool. I'll just create a wavy line here. If I deselect it, this path is going to vanish, but it's still there. So we open our paths menu and here we can see it. It's called unnamed. If you now want to put the text on a path, activate the text tool, select your text, then right click and you find two options, text to path and text along path. You want to use the second one, text along path. And then you should see this outline already. So that's the second path that was now created and it's based on the text element. You can see that in our path menu. Here's the path for the text and unnamed was this wavy line that I've created. And by the way, if you can't find this menu, just go to Windows, Dockable Dialogs, and there you will find the paths. When you've got the paths to active, you can left click on this element and this shows you all of the nodes. So all of these points that create the text on this path, and then you can actually still adjust it. Or sometimes it's a little bit glitchy. You can see it especially on the O letter. And here you can drag these path nodes a little bit around and fix minor mistakes. Once you've got that done, we're still in the path menu. There you want to right click on the element that creates the text. So in our case that's called path. And then you'll find the selection option that we actually need. Once again, Windows, Dockable Dialogs, paths if you can't find that. Right click on the path here. We don't need unnamed anymore. And then you will find right there paths to selection. When you left click on it, it should give you the marching ants. And you see what we've got in our selection here in the selection editor. So we have the text now, and what we can do is to create a new layer. Make sure it's transparent. I'll rename that to path text. Then use the bucket fill tool. Foreground color is black, and left click on your selection. Finally, go to select none. And if you still have this reddish outline, it's because the path is still active. So go to the paths menu and make that invisible, and then this outline should vanish. So once again, you've seen it's a little bit tedious. You have to do a couple of things. It's way easier to do in a program like Inkscape, so you may want to check that out. And if you're totally new to Inkscape, never heard of it, just have a look at my channel. I've made a big, almost 12-hour long course about Inkscape. To round off this section of my course about text, I'm going to show you a couple of effects. First ones are going to be fairly easy, I think. Create a new text here, Ctrl A to select it all. I'll make that smaller. Let me give that a red color. And one of the good functions of Gimp is that we can add these filters, and they're not just exclusively there for images. In an earlier chapter I've already shown you the Gaussian blur, and you can see we can also add that to text. Create our first effect, we go to filters, light and shadow, and use drop shadow. And this gives us a drop shadow for our text. Just check the preview. If it isn't checked, it should be by default. You can adjust the color right here, and it's all visible in real time when you adjust it. Let me make that blue, and you can directly see that on the canvas. Usually you want to have it black, so I'll stick with black. And then you can adjust X and Y, which is for the position. Usually that's linked, and you can unlink it right here via this link icon. Just left click on it, and then you can only adjust the X or the Y coordinate position. And for the intensity, we can adjust blur radius, grow radius, and opacity. Opacity usually has the biggest impact. Grow radius is the smallest. After you've confirmed, this will be added right here as an FX to our text layer. So you can always go back. We're using the edit function right there, and then readjusting that. Another good key feature is that this is all editable. So you can easily fix that, change the text using the text tool right here. Just left click on the text and then adjust what you want to adjust. And you can see the drop shadow is given to this new text automatically. Let me show the next effect, which is as simple as this drop shadow. It's a long shadow. We'll start with kind of like a turquoise bluish color. Again, we use the filters option to light and shadow, and there's a long shadow. You can directly see that. Let me use a different color. Something like that, a dark blue. Here we have even less adjustment options. The angle, you can use the wheel, the slider, or just type that in numerically. The length is then simply how far it extrudes. Very important is on top the style. Finite is this typical long shadow. But we also have a fade effect, and both of them can be limited to the size of the bounding box or elongated so that they even exceed the bounding box. Once again, this is the editable, so it's an FX, an effect that's added to this text layer, so you can always go back, edit it. You can use the type tool, change your text, for example, from long shadow to shadow, and the long shadow effect will be automatically applied to this new adjusted text element. Let us create two knockout effects. The first one is sometimes called knockout, but it's more like an outline effect. The difference becomes clear when we create both of them. We also import our texture here. We've used that in an earlier chapter. We put our text on top. Text is fully black. I use the type tool, left click on it, Ctrl A, switch the style to outlined, make the color black, and this is now only our outline, and you can see the fill has vanished and we can see our texture. So this is basically a knockout for the text fill, but it's more like an outline text, so knockout isn't a correct term here, but sometimes people refer to it as such. Let me fix that, I change it to outline, and our text style will be given to it automatically. Let me show now a real knockout effect. We'll get back to a filled only text, make it black. And we use the rectangle select tool right here. You can see that in the selection window on the top right, what we've got selected here. I create a new layer. It's important that it's transparent. I call that rect. This layer is active. Now use the bucket fill tool. Let me make that white. I simply left click here and select none. I put the text on top, and now we simply want to select this text. Many ways to do that. I think the easiest one is to use the fuzzy select tool. Already talked about that in an earlier chapter. Yet again, use the shortcut for it. Just make sure that you're on the second selection mode for adding, and then you can left click on each letter one by one and add them to your selection. The selection editor on the top right shows you that. And now we want to use that as a layer mask for our rect layer right here. So just right click, use add layer mask, and then selection. But be aware that we have to invert it first. So I press Ctrl Z, then we go to select, invert, watch the selection editor, it flips the colors, and then again right click on your rect layer, add layer mask, use selection, confirm. We go to select none, and now we have the typical knockout text effect. So where this text was simply knocked out of a shape, in this case the rectangle, and we can see the texture below. We can also create a simple pixelate effect using filters. This filter can be found under Blur. It's called Pixel Eyes. Just check the preview. Block width is here the most important. Width and height should have the same size when you want to have typical pixels, which are squares. So make sure it's linked and that you have the same size here, the same numerical value. The offset doesn't play a huge role here anymore. And size ratio, if you go too low, this is going to actually split up your text completely into squares. So this is usually not what you want, but it's also possible. Finally, be aware of the drop down on the shape. We have square, diamond, and round. Especially diamonds can create, I don't want to say glitches, but it creates these dots in center. So usually you want to keep that to square. Let me show the next one. We'll start, as always, with the text tool. And I think this is one of the easiest to create. It's a reflection effect. Once you've got your text, all you have to do is to copy it. So we have it 2 times. Let me drag the copy below. I'll hold Control when I drag it downwards. And now we use the flip tool right there. Just make sure that it's set to vertical. And then left click on your text element. And it's reflected like in a mirror. I can use the arrow keys and bring it back up until we hit the spot. And now you just go down with the opacity. If I add an image below, it becomes even more obvious that this is a typical reflection. Let me just import one right here. That's not the best one, but it'll do. I place it below my text and reflection, and there you go, you can see that now. So this is typically how this effect is done. Some people use it as a design feature, and in that case, they bring back the opacity to 100% and just recolor this text element. You left click on it, you get this warning message. Just confirm via edit, then Ctrl A to select it all, make it for example red, and then you have to flip it again. So super easy to do. I'm pretty sure you've seen that. It's an often used effect. The next one, I believe I briefly mentioned that, but I don't know if I've shown you this in detail. We'll simply use an image here, place our text on top. And to bring this image into the text, we can simply use the alpha channel. Don't let that confuse you. Just right click here on this layer and use alpha to selection. And this will select our text element. You can see that in the selection editor on the top right. We go to select none. I use the fuzzy select and I can select these letters as well. So it's the same effect. The alpha channel is simply what is there. So in our case, the letters. And we're using alpha to selection, we can select that. Then go to image layer, right click, add layer mask, use selection. So it's the usual layer mask method that we are using here. Let me show you an emboss effect. For that we need our text element and an empty layer, make sure it's transparent. It should be on top of the text. Select the text, Alpha to selection. So we've got our letter selected. Then go to select and use the feather. I'm going to use 20 pixels, but the size depends on the size of your text and canvas. So experiment a little bit. When you have a bigger canvas, your feather should be bigger. And when you have a smaller one, your feather should be smaller. Then get back to the empty layer. Use a white foreground color and just left click. And you can see the feather now, so it's a little bit of a gradient on the edges. Then you go to select none. And finally we go to filters, distort and embed. Keep in mind we are on the layer that I've called empty, so the one that has the white feathered out text. And now we can adjust that. Azimuth is for the angle, then elevation and depth is for the intensity, or you could say the extrusion, and usually you want to set the type to embed. So once again, the important part here is to feather it out. So make sure that you adjust the feather, play a little bit around with it, but 20 is a good point to start. Let me show you a simple glitch effect, which is a shift. I color the text a little bit more intensely. Let me, for example, make that bright red. But it's a bit too small, I size it up. Once you're done, you go to filters, distort, and there is the shift filter. You can set the direction. You want to have it set to horizontal, but you could also make that vertical. And then the shift is simply the intensity, so how much this will be stretched in both directions. It's very easy to adjust, but it's an often used glitch effect. Let me show you one of the most used effects, which is a sliced text effect. To achieve that, we create our text. Then we simply use the path tool and we create our slice line. We close our path, make selection from path, and then we go to edit and use cut, or just use Ctrl X. So this cuts out the part that's selected. We can now go to select none and then select paste, or simply Ctrl V, and this will paste this other half as a new element. We can now simply use the arrow keys or just the move tool and reposition that. It's also common to recolor at least one of these, most of the time the bottom one, then make that grayish. I use the bucket fill tool, have to left click on all elements, but this is how you can do that. Go to the top one and then use merge layers, get it both on the same layer again, and then we can rotate it. As I've said, another often used effect, maybe the most used effect. Another one is a halftone effect. I've also briefly mentioned that. We can achieve that using the Pixelate filter. In this case, the text was a little bit too big. I sized it down. Then I go to Filters, Blur, Pixelize, and here you want to use a round. You can also try the diamond, but usually round is what you need for this dotted effect, this typical halftone. Bring the size ratio down and then balance it out with the block width and block height. Block width and height are connected, so both have the same value, and this gives you perfect circles. You can see we always start the same way. So we create our text element on a plain white background. We press Ctrl A to adjust it, maybe size, maybe font. For our next example, we should use a very thin font. I'm going to pick one that's inbuilt, so you should find it as well. It's called Arial Narrow. But the thinner your font is, the better this effect will look. Let me size it up a little bit to 500. And we want to make that white. Then make the background black so you can see it again. That's a good place to start. Right click on the text element, Alpha to selection, then select Grow. R20 was a little bit too much, then press Ctrl Z and I go down to 10. It's better. I create a new layer and let me call that glow. It's transparent, which is important, and this layer should be below your text. So position it below it in the last menu. Now we use the Bokeh Fill tool and we color it. Pick a color that you like. I'm gonna use a reddish one. Use the Bokeh Fill tool, left click on the selection. We've got this outline. Press Shift Ctrl A to deselect. And now I'll go to Filter, Blur and use Gaussian Blur. Keep in mind I'm on the glow layer, so not the text layer. And you can see the effect now. Don't want to go too high, or it's going to look unnatural. And you can also see that the thinner the font, the better this effect will look. Let me show you a sand text effect. And you can use the same principle for almost all textures. Just import your texture, in my case the sand image, add a text on top. Then switch the blending mode for the text to soft light. You can adjust the intensity here using opacity for this layer. Then right click, Alpha to selection. And now we want to invert that under select. And now we go to filters, light and shadow. We use the drop shadow legacy. Just pick the same values that I pick here, 10 for the offset in X and Y, 15 for blur radius, black color, and around 70 for the opacity here. And this should give you a drop shadow. Mess a little bit with your edges though, so in the end you want to use the crop tool and fix that. So what we have to do now is to use cropping and left click drag. And then press enter to cut out these edges. Let us create a metal effect. We'll start yet again with a text element and alpha to selection. Create a new layer. Let me call it gradient. It's transparent. We are on this layer and use the gradient tool. We use foreground to background, but we don't want to make it black to white. We want to make it black to grayish. So the gray should resemble a silver color. We make that brighter, something like this maybe. Then left click drag with the gradient here. Selection is still active and I'm on the gradient layer. That's our starting point. We use select none. Then we go to colors and use the curves adjustment. And here we want to create a wavy line. The more of these spikes you create, so up and down, the more of these silver white stripes you will have in your metallic text. And there we go. One more thing that's worth it adding is a noise effect. And we can do that yet again under filters. And here we use HSV noise. Value is the most important here to adjust. Don't go too high or it's going to look unnatural. But you can see it is actually a nice filter to add. Makes it look way more realistic. Let us create a sticker effect. Once more, we need the text element, then right click alpha to selection, grow it. The size depends a little bit on your text size. Let me try 100, but I think that's too big. Let me go down. And here at around 50 you can see it's too small, because now the letters are separated, at least here with the T and I. We don't want to have that, so let me go to 55. That's better. We create a new layer, then we call it BG, it's transparent. Put it below the text layer, and we color it using the paint bucket tool. We make that white. Then switch to the text element, and here we pick foreground to background, but I recolor that to maybe yellowish to red. And we still need our selection for the text. So my mistake for deselecting, you just have to right click alpha to selection, you've got it back, and then use the gradient tool, and there you go. I haven't yet talked much about the gradient tool, so we're gonna talk about that in detail in a future section. So we're gonna leave it just like that. And this concludes our section about creating text. And again, let me remind you that it's important to not just watch this video, but do it. So pause the video, try to recreate these effects. If you get stuck, just rewatch it, follow it step by step, and then it should work. Let's start into the next bigger section of this course. We want to talk a little bit about gradients. You will find the gradient right here where the bucket filter is, right click on it, or go to Tools, Paint Tools, Gradient, short key is G. And then we also need under Dockable Dialogs the two options, and here we can adjust it. Let's go over the absolute basics here. When you've got the two active and you left click drag, you're going to apply the gradient to the active layer. So in our case, that's the background. Usually it's a good idea to create a separate layer for that. It can be transparent and just edit. And now you've got the gradients on a separate layer. Whenever you deselect the tool, your gradient will be gone. And then you can left click drag to create a new one. Once more. And there you go. It basically erases the old one, adds a new one. Why is it black and white? Well, this is foreground and background color, and this by default active as a preset for the gradient. Don't get confused here, where it says edit gradient, it doesn't mean a gradient on a canvas. And same goes for your gradient editor right here. And we also have a gradients option right there. This doesn't change the gradient that you've added. In our case on the BG layer, it will edit the preset. So the gradient that's open in this little window on the left. If you want to adjust the gradient on your canvas, you can basically only do that using the gradient tool. So the one that we've selected using the G short key. Now let's get back to the two options and we talk about this little window. If you left click on it, you will get the instant presets, and there are quite a few. Just left click on them, and as long as your gradient is active, you can see it's going to change the gradient that's on the canvas directly. For the most part, you need a foreground to background, and there are a couple of options. Easiest to use is just FG to BG RGB. So this foreground to background on red, green and blue color channels. Here for example is a different one with HSV clockwise hue. Here's the one that you usually need for the basics. Foreground to background, and then RGB channel. You can also use transparent gradients, all stuff that we're going to talk in detail about in this chapter. Let me return for now to the defaults, black and white, RGB channel. I start again, left click drag, and we now have two icons. And these are simply called color stops. So it's start and end point of the gradient, and they have different colors, which are determined by foreground and background color. And we have an icon in center that only appears when you hover over the line. And this is simply the transition point for a two color stop gradient that's set in center at 50%. Your position, you can push that around, obviously from 0 to 100%. What you can also see is by repositioning the color stops, I've turned a horizontal into a vertical gradient, so you can simply adjust the angle here. One more thing to add, the moment you mess around with these presets, the name will change to custom. That's simply the name of the gradient, so whenever you play around with the presets, it's not a preset anymore, it becomes a custom gradient. Already shown you that in the last chapter we can apply gradients to text. And not directly like we did here. The text layer is active, I add the gradient and it overwrites the text. So when you do it like that, it's going to add the gradient to the bounding box right here. The bounding box is way bigger than our text. To only add it to the text, we need to right click, use Avatar selection, and then we add our gradient, just like this. We can activate the color stops by left clicking on them, and up here you will see a color swatch, left click, change the colors maybe to red and green. Even for text we can move around the transition point, no issue with that. Let me go to select none, and we delete this text. Let me create a new gradient. I put it on an empty layer. We'll start with the default. As I've said, 2 color stops. How can we add more? You simply hover over the line and then a plus sign will appear as an icon where your mouse is. Just left click then on the line and this gives you a new color stop. You can now readjust the colors. By default they are linked, so left and right here. You can change that if you want to. You can change also the style here from fixed to different values. If you're a beginner, I would just advise you to leave that alone. Add as many stops as you need, change your colors via simply left clicking on the swatch. In between each pair of color stops there will always be a transition point that you can readjust. So these are the absolute basics, and we're going to use them now in the next chapters to create more advanced gradients. I've already shown you this trick. We can use gradients for masking, and this obviously also works on text elements. Let's go over that once more. So simply right click here, add layer mask, use white for full opacity. I make sure that I'm on the layer mask, not the layer. Here in the layers menu, use the gradient tool. Use the preset for foreground to background. It's black and white. And I simply left click drag. And you can see how that gradually fades the text now. So everywhere where there's black, the text will be blended out. And as it's a gradient, it will be gradually blended out. You can also switch the direction, give it an angle, and adjust the intensity of the fade by making this line longer or shorter. And this is how these effects are done. So just as a reminder, that's the same thing that we did for images when we've tried to blend two images. Let me import one as a reminder. Here you can see the text being blended on top of the image. Give a layer mask to my image, full opacity white. Then I use gradient tool, foreground to backgrounds, black and white armor, foreground and background colors. Then I left click drag, and that's the blend effect that we've used. So this can be done with all objects in Gimp using the layer mask. Let's talk a little bit about gradient shapes. I create a new layer, Make sure it's transparent. So that's the default here, foreground to background, linear. But under shape, we now have different options, and they've added a couple in Gimp 3.0. So you can make that radial, which was already available, but there are many others now. For example, a spiral. And by adjusting your stops, you can now adjust the appearance of the spiral and how many of these curves you want to have on your image. It's fairly easy to use. I'll stick to the radial for now, which is simply then a circle gradient. And this works for all presets. So let us use right here a preset with more than 2 colors. You can readjust the color stops, you can add new color stops. You can also adjust transition points, change the colors. So it's a regular gradient. Works just like the ones that we've adjusted previously, which were basically just linear gradients. Best way to check out what they do is just to try them out. As I've said, it's fairly easy to use. Just use this drop down, left click on them, and they will be applied. And you can see in real time the effect that this new shape has. Let us get back, new layer. We'll go back to linear as a shape, black to white. How can we make this now transparent? Let me make it black to red, and you can see that the white background is invisible. And here we have a foreground to transparent preset. That's the easiest way to give your shapes a transparent color stop. But you can also left click here, and it will always be the alpha channel, which is indicated by the A right here. When you have that set to 0%, this is going to make your color vanish. And that's the transparency that's added to the color stop. So always search for the A here, that's the alpha channel. And then you can blend whatever is beneath your gradient layer through. One thing to add though, this doesn't work on text. And it doesn't work on pre-colored elements, because it's going to blend with the color that's below it. So if I create a text here, this has a black fill. And now if I add my gradient, linear, foreground to transparent, this is not going to work. Even if I use alpha to selection, looks like nothing has changed. And the reason is the text is simply black. And now I'm trying to blend black to transparent over it, and therefore you won't see any changes. Make that black to white, you can see the change. But it doesn't work with the transparent color, and even if I give that a different color first, let's say red, you can see the reddish color. But if I make the alpha channel 0, it's not going to be transparent, it simply becomes black, because that's the underlying color of the text. So when you want to recolor a shape that already has a color, then always use the layer mask method that I've already shown you. So for our text, we add a layer mask, make it white. Then use black to white foreground to background gradient, and then we can add transparency. And the same goes for layers, for shapes, for everything that already has a color. Don't try to add a gradient with a transparent with a 0 alpha channel, because this will not really blend through your element. It will only give you the original color back. One more thing that I wanted to talk about under the tool options of the gradient tool is the repeat function. right here. When you use it like this, it doesn't have a huge impact, but when we drag this color stop inwards, you can see what it does. It actually gives you a blinds effect. So this is going to affect how the gradient is then repeated once the last color stop has been reached. And this becomes especially obvious when we use maybe like when we use the linear shape, but it also has an impact, for example, on square. If it doesn't have an impact, for example, here on spiral, it's going to be grayed out then, so you cannot adjust it because it simply wouldn't do anything. We also have an offset where you can reposition these blinds, and then there are different blending options here for the colors. For the most part, keep that to perceptual RGB, and these are the basics that a beginner should know. As always, try it out yourself, create some gradients, spiral gradient, like a blinds gradient, use it to make something transparent. Just try it out to get a feel for it, and then come back for the next chapter. Let's talk about the Move tool. It's a very simple tool. We've often used it in this course already. It's the first one right here. Short key for it is M. And you can actually find it in the category of transform tools. It sounds a little bit weird, but there it is, just if you can't find it. Once again, M is the short key. And you can move around objects on your canvas. Depending on what's picked right here, we have two options: picking layer or move selected layers. Difference can be seen if I import an image, it's smaller than my background. If I have the first option active, I drag on the image, can move it, then I select the background. So it's active in the layers menu, I click on the image and I still move the image. So this is what the first option here does for the Move tool. It automatically picks the layer or guide that you're on. So when you left click, it's going to automatically identify the object that you're clicking on, and then you can move that. If you switch to the second mode, it will only move the selected layer, so the one that's active in the layers menu. We have three options, so for layers, for selections and for paths. Usually you just want to keep that active to layers, but you can also move around paths here and your selections. Once more, I've used the two options. If you can't see them, go to Dockable Dialogs. There you have them. One of that also works on text, as you've seen in previous chapters. And here it's very important that you hit the text right, or you're going to select whatever is behind it. So make sure that you left click on the letters when you have the first Move tool mode active. We've also used the bucket fill tool quite a lot, but I haven't yet talked about it in detail. It's another tool that's, I would say, quickly explained. You can find it under Paint Tools, right here. Shift B is the short key. It's in the same toolbox as a gradient tool, so right click on that if you see the gradient. I change the color here, left click on my canvas. This changes the color, as you can see, and it always picks the foreground color. With the little swatches below, you can change that to the default of black to white. And this is simply done because the fill type here is set to foreground. You can also make that background. And as a third option, we have a pattern fill. Keep in mind that when you change the pattern and you left click, you're going to apply the pattern to the already existing pattern. And at some point, that's not going to work anymore. So when you've applied a pattern and you don't like it, press Ctrl Z to undo and then apply the new pattern. There's also a pattern menu if you want to add new patterns, work on them. But I wouldn't say that this is for beginners, so I'm going to leave it out of this course. I just briefly mention it here. You can open it right there. It's its own menu. And here you have a couple of options to adjust the patterns that are already there, delete them, for example, stuff like that. One more thing that I only want to briefly mention is called here the affected area. So that's for the bucket fill tool and how it applies foreground, background or pattern fill hole selection, blends out all of these detail adjustments, and fill by line art detection gives you the most. I don't want to confuse it too much with that. Just keep it to the first mode and you can color your stuff. By default it should be the second mode, and this should also work on most elements that you've selected. So when you have these first modes under affected area selected, you can basically ignore the rest. One more thing that I want to talk about a little bit more here is this color swatch. Already mentioned that a little bit. When you double click on it, you can adjust it. We have it set to RGB, red, green, blue, and then LCH or HSV. Below in the HTML notation is the hex code, and the options here above on the top left are just for different designs of this color adjustment. If you're used to using Inkscape, then here's your color wheel. We've also applied it to text, but once more keep in mind, when you just color it like this, then make that yellowish orange. You're going to color the entire bounding box. So you first have to right click after selection, and then if you left click, you will have recolored the text. The next tool that's also very easy to use is the color picker. It's a very important tool, I think. You can find it not under the paint tools, but it's here excluded, short keys O, and you can sample colors from a canvas using it. So watch this. Here my foreground color is black, and now I left click on the white canvas and this changes the color swatch to white. Let me import an image, and I can now use the color picker, left click on the image and sample one of these brownish colors. You can see that here. And once more, down there you can find the hex code. You can sample any color from anywhere, so it doesn't matter what element it is. As long as it's on your canvas, then the color picker can detect it and you will have it as a color swatch here. But for example, then use the bucket fill tool and use that color. Color picker also has different pick targets here, and this simply adjusts what this tool does with the color that you've sampled. So you can only pick that without affecting the color swatches. You can set it as foreground, background color and add it to your color palettes. For the most part, you want to have that set to foreground color, which should be the default. Any other options are just nice to have, but to be honest, I rarely use them. If I have ever used them, I can't even remember. The next tool I'm going to split up into two chapters. We'll create a new empty layer for that. It's transparent. I color it with black color, select none. And now we have this single rectangle on a white background. And one way to put it in center is to use the Align and Distribute tool. And this is also a tool that you can find under Transform tools. Sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but there it is. We need the two options for it. And then you can use the alignment options here, 6 in total. So left, right, up, down, and then center for horizontal and vertical. So if you want to put it in center of the white background, use the two center options. And the center point of the rectangle is determined here. You can even adjust that and make it only the right, left, top, bottom, or these 4 corner points. In most cases though, you want to have it set to center and play around with it. A more important thing for this tool is, I think you can see that better if I create a text element. I put it in center, but I can only do that because I've set it to relative to. And here we have image set as our value, and you can pick different things here. Selection is in this case the same. But you can also pick a reference object. Let me show you how that works. I put the text back in center, then I switch to pick reference object. And now you can select one. With a left click, I left click on my text, and here you can see that it's active now, reference layer text. I switch to the background layer, and now I can reposition the background according to the text. So this is now my new center point, you could say, my new reference, and not the entire canvas, the entire image. And this is what this reference is for. You will use this tool, especially to center elements. To do that successfully, use relative to image, make the center point active, and then use horizontal and vertical alignment to center. You're still on the same tool, but it has a different function, which is alignment. And for that, I create 3 rectangles. Just simply copy the layer here 2 times. And now I reposition them a little bit randomly. And now I hold Control and I left click on the other 2 layers. And this adds them to my selection. You can see that up here in the layers menu where it says 3 items selected. And now the distribute options under the Align and Distribute tool aren't grayed out anymore. And I can now distribute them equally. I can still align them though, as you can see here. We make that a bit more obvious. So we make the gap here pretty small from the center to right, but a bigger gap from center to left. And now we want to distribute them evenly. So Control, select all layers, and use the distribute function right there. If you now want to align them properly, you can select these layers one by one, and then use the alignment options relative to image. The next tool I've already briefly mentioned when we straighten out a horizon, it's the measurement tool. You find it in the toolbox where the eyedropper is. You can also go here to tools, it's excluded from the dropdowns. And then you can left click drag on your image, create these lines. But to actually use it, make sure that use info box is checked, and then left click drag and get the values that you need. You always have to check this box before you draw the line, or otherwise the box will not be able to pop up. Here you get distance, width, height, and the angle. Any angle is determined by orientation right here in the 2 options. You can see that auto gives you the smallest of the 2 angles. In our case, that's the horizontal, but you can also flip it to vertical. And then you see that right here in your info window. Just forget about the interpolation. I've never used that, to be honest. It's just a minor detail. If you simply want to measure a distance, the pixels, an angle in your image, you don't need that. The only other thing that you might need is the straighten option, but I've already shown you that in an earlier chapter. Here, for example, we can straighten out the horizon a little bit better, as it has an angle of around 1 degree. And that's about it for the measurement tool. The next tool is one that I don't use, but it exists. It's the Erasure Tool. Let me explain why I don't use it. Because I make the background invisible here and I erase something from my image, and this leaves you with a background, so it's not going to make this transparent. If I recolor the background to black and I paint on the image using the Erasure tool, you can still see we get this white background, so it actually erases the pixels from the image. You can treat it like a brush. I'm going to talk about the brush tool a little bit more in detail in the future, but we've already used that a couple of times, and here you can see it simply works like the brushes that we've tried so far. And an alternative for this Erasure tool is simply to add a layer mask. So that's the method that I've mentioned a couple of times already. Then use the paintbrush, make it black, then you can paint over it, and this will give you extra transparency. And in most cases, I would almost say in all cases, this is the better method to use. So you don't really want to erase something from an image. You usually want to make it transparent, and this layer mask method using the paintbrush is the better option. And as the functionality of the paintbrush and Erasure tool is the same anyway, you're not losing anything or you're not going to make your life harder by using this layer mask method. So my advice if you're a total beginner is just stick to the layer mask and paintbrush method and forget about the Erasure tool. That is what I've done so far, and I've never run into any problems where I needed the Erasure tool instead of this paintbrush and layer mask option. For the next function, let me delete the image. I bring back the background, and you can see we have our rulers here. If I left click drag on the rulers, I can drag out guides, and these guides are editable, so I can left click drag here and then reposition them. So whenever I hover over them, they're going to be highlighted in red, and then you can move them around. You cannot delete them though, so you cannot hover over it and then right click, do something, or press the delete key. That's not going to work. Or we can delete them via the top functions. Let us go over the most important ones under view. First up, you want to show the guides. That should be by default active, but if the box is unchecked, you're not going to see your guides. So make sure that this is checked. And also snap to guides should be active by default. And this helps you a lot. For example, here, if I create a selection, it's going to snap now to my guides, and I can create a shape based on these guides. We'll make that, for example, red. Select none. And we now have a shape that fits perfectly to the two guides that I've drawn out of the rulers. More important functions in the top menu can be found under Image. Here we can, under Guides, right here at the bottom, use Remove All Guides. And this is actually there to delete your guides. And by the way, if you can't even see your rulers, I believe I've already mentioned that, but just as a reminder, you can go to View, and there's the option down there for Show Rulers. Shift-Control-R is the short key, so just in case you don't see that. Obviously, you can drag multiple guides out of your rulers. Let me delete the shape, and we'll talk about the other options under Image Guides, because here we have New Guide by percent, New Guide, and New Guide from Selection. By percent gives you this very simple menu where you can set percentages and then horizontal and vertical. So for center position it would be 50%, and then for a third it would be 3366. The difference to New Guide is that this gives you the same menu, but this time with pixel values, so position is not percentage anymore, it's now pixel based. 87 pixels would be up here, and I have around 1080 as a height. So 540 would be in center. And that's the difference between these two menus, but functionality is the same, just a different unit. And finally, we have new guide from selection. If you don't have a selection, nothing happens. So let me create one. You can see that on the selection editor. And it's going to use the bounding box of your selection. In the case of a rectangle, it's very clear what that is, but that also works for ellipses. So let me simply create an ellipse here. This has obviously rounded corners, but the bounding box is still a rectangle, and this is going to be used when you use new guide from selection. So just to wrap it up, make sure to check under view the show guides, and right here snap to guides, and here you can also show and hide your rulers. And then under image you have these 4 options for removing, and then 3 options for creating guides, using percentage, using pixels, and using a selection. Next up, let's talk about grids. First, the linear ones, so these are regular grids. I'm pretty sure you've seen some of them. Under view, show grids, you just want to activate the box, and then you can see that here. And that's the difference between a grid and a guide. So these guides, you can drag them out of the rulers, and there's an extra box for it, show guides, and below it, there's the grid. Let me get rid of the guides here. You can, for example, use these grids. Let me just create a simple rectangle. But for now, you have to have a very calm hand. Because snap to grid isn't active, but when I activate it, it now snaps to the defined grid, and therefore it makes it way easier for me to hit the right spot. So that's usually what you want to have active too when you use grids. Let me just color this on a new layer. And you can see how easy it is by using grids to create, for example, a rectangle of the perfect size and position. By default, this is what the grid looks like, but obviously you may need different sizes, different positions for your objects. So you have to configure that from time to time. Let me show it. And you can go to Image, and right below the guides there's Configure Grid. It opens a menu, and this is meant to adjust this grid that we've got inbuilt, but you have to have Show Grid active for it to be visible, so don't forget that. You can change the color here, the style, and then spacing and offset, which are the 2 important ones. Let's talk about the spacing first. There are always 2 rows to adjust it, but these are the same. They're just with different units. So the first line is always for pixels, horizontal and vertical, and below you can set a new unit. By default it should be inches, and you can link and unlink horizontal and vertical. So if you don't want to have the same value, but for example you may want to have a longer vertical or longer horizontal side for your boxes. Line style, as I've said, can be adjusted. Usually you want to keep that to solid. And then finally the offset. This is for the starting position. By default it starts at the top left. You can see our first square is generated there. But if we use the offset, we can reposition that. By default it's also linked. So if you want to create a different offset for X and Y axis, make sure to uncheck the link icon down here, and then you can basically move your grid from right to left and top to bottom. Don't forget to confirm we are OK. Let us go back to View. We uncheck Show Grid. And there's actually a second option to create a grid. It's under Filters, Render, Pattern. Simply called Grid. And here you don't have to have anything active. So Show Grid doesn't have to be active. Just check the preview and this will be rendered on top of your background. We have the same adjustments here basically. So color, with height and the offset. But there's also a line width, so you can make the grid a little bit thicker or thinner if you want that. That's the only difference here for this render option. But I think the inbuilt grid under View and Image, this is way better to use, so you can configure that under Image and show it under View. This is what I like to use, because it allows you the snapping function and it doesn't actually render anything that gets in your way, so you can easily uncheck the box for Show Grid and it will disappear. So this is the option that I would recommend. This is the option that I use. For you to practice, make sure that under View Show Grid is active. Make also sure that Snap to Grid is active. Then go to Image, Configure Grid, make it solid, foreground color black. Uncheck the link icon. We want to have 25 horizontal, 100 vertical. Unlink the offset. We want to have horizontal 25 and vertical 10. It's all for pixels. Confirm we are OK. Use the rectangle tool. Due to the snapping, we can go to the top left and then go 4 to the right and then 5 to the bottom. Use the paint bucket tool with a black foreground color, create a new layer. Then left click on your selection and you've got your rectangle with the perfect position and perfect size. Go to View, Show Grid and uncheck it, and this would be one way to use this inbuilt grid. There are two more forms of basic grids, which are polar and isometric. As far as I know, there is no inbuilt function to create that in Gimp. So the grid under Render and the inbuilt under Image where you can configure it, this is just for linear grids. You can try to create one manually, for example by creating circles, but it's much easier to simply download an image. So this is the method that I would recommend. Here, for example, search for polar grid using Google. You should find lots of results. Pick one that you want to have. When you found something that you like for your project, just download the image. I'm going to link to this specific one. So if you want to use the same, just right click, save the image as. I've called it polar. It's a PNG. For PNGs, it's super easy because the background is already removed. So drag and drop it here. And you can see if I make the background invisible, we only have our polar grid lines. And then you simply scale it. Every time you've scaled it, it's a good idea to align it again so that you can be sure that it's in center. To do that, just in case you might have forgotten, just go where the move tool is, right click, there's the align and distribute tool, and then use these two center buttons. You can obviously also skew it, for example using the transform tool. In this case, I have to hold the shift key. So if you want to have more like an ellipse polar grid, then simply transform it. And again, use the alignment tool afterwards to make sure that it's in center. Next one would be the other basic grid that you can't really render directly in Gimp, is the Isometric Grid. On my channel I've put out a tutorial about doing that manually, but this only worked for the older Gimp version. In the newer Gimp version, for some reason it doesn't work anymore. So if we render our grid here, we get rid of the line height. We only have these vertical lines, and now we would simply copy them and then rotate them. But when you rotate these rendered lines in the new Gimp version, you can see it produces a glitch. So you can't do that anymore, which is a shame. So the easiest way here to create an isometric grid in the new Gimp version is to simply find yourself one via a Google search yet again. Just type it in. Let me use, for example, here this free pick results. And this one, it's not a PNG, it's a JPEG. And for JPEGs, you have to do something else. So again, you import it, scale it. But for JPGs, so for JPEGs, you will also have the background. And therefore, it might produce some issues. So the way to fix that is to let me recolor the background first and make it red. You can see our white background of the isometric JPEG paints over it. And if we don't want that, we go to our isometric layer here, and then we go to the blending mode, and we use multiply. And this should preserve the black isometric grid lines, but get rid of the white background. So this is something that you have to do if you have a JPEG. If you have a PNG, this isn't a problem because the background will be automatically removed. Let's talk a little bit about the painting tools that we've got. To be honest, I know the basics. That's what I can teach you. When it comes to actually being a digital artist who creates these very detailed and certainly stunning digital paintings, this is where it ends to me, so I don't want to claim that I'm this expert. But as I've said, I can teach you the basics, and that's what we're going to do in this chapter. First up, we have different painting tools here. What you're going to use for the most time is the paintbrush. This is also the default tool of this toolbox, so the first one that pops up. But you can see we've got a pencil below. Let me open a new layer for each of these, and I paint on it. And you can see these tools have different characteristics. I try to imitate what this would naturally look like. So for example, here the airbrush. I'm sure you've seen how that is done. If you left click and you hold the left mouse key, it's going to intensify the color like you're spraying this color onto the canvas. We also have an ink. And then a collection of my paintbrush, so you can actually create your own here. But as I've said, what you're going to use for the most part is the paintbrush, the first tool, and the rest is nice to have and certainly very useful for digital painters, digital artists, or when you use Gimp primarily for photo manipulations, photo editing, and I would say basic graphic design tasks. Well, then a paintbrush is all that you need. But before we jump to the next chapter, check out the tool options. Right now for my paintbrush, they look different. When I go to ink and then airbrush, this changes. So all of these tools have different options, but the first three, most important, the paintbrush, they have the same. And this is what I want to talk about now in the next chapter, because it's definitely worth checking out. That way, if you can't find these tools, just go to Tools, Paint Tools, there you'll find them all. There's some more, for example, the eraser, which is excluded from this toolbox, but it's then grouped here under Paint Tools. Don't let that confuse you. You can find all of these paint tools that I've shown you right here. Now we need the tool options. If you can't see them, go to Windows. It's not the toolbox. It's under Dockable Dialogs. You will find tool options. Should be the first option. Left click on it. And if it's not there, it should pop up now. Let me create a new layer. It's empty. I make it transparent. I just call it brush. So now let's talk about the basic adjustments here. By default, your brush may look like this. You can adjust the size, which makes that smaller or bigger. Another important one is the spacing. You can make that narrower or spread it more out. You can see that actually every single left click is just a dot, but if you bring them close enough together, you're going to have these continuous lines, these steady lines, and that's what the spacing can adjust, because in some cases you want to have them spread out. The hardness adjusts this little, let's call it a gradient. So when you go up here, you're going to have harsher edges, and when you go down, you're going to have more of this gradient that surrounds your center point of each dot. Another thing that's important is the force. At 0, you should see absolutely nothing. So when you don't see an effect, even though you left click on your canvas, this might be because the force is set to 0. So go up, and this is basically just the pressure. So if you imagine a pencil drawing on a piece of paper, when you have low pressure, you're not going to have that intense of a color. And when you press it down harder, the color will be more intense. These are what I would say the most important tool options for the brush. But there's one that is the most important, and that's the preset right here. So you can actually left click on this little icon, and then a brush menu will pop up. You can find that also under Windows, Document Dialogs. It's called Brushes. And then you should see it with the default layout at the top right. So this is the same box right here that you have on the top right. Let us use the top right to adjust it. By default, these 4 options right here are the ones that you need. And you can see these simply adjust the parameters here, for example, the spacing, hardness, force. This is adjusted when you left click on them and then stored as presets. But you can also store, for example, shapes like a star. And maybe some dust, some are even colored. And some are full images, like here pepper or the Gimp logo. So in the end, a brush is just something that stores a symbol, something like a preset. You can see here even an image, and then this image will be repeated when you left click and drag according to the parameters that you've set. And if you want to have a typical, let's say a pencil line, then these first 4 presets, these are what you need, but then simply the spacing and the hardness a little bit adjusted. And these are the basics that I would say that you need when you want to start drawing in Gimp. We are not limited to the instant brushes. We can install our own, and this could basically be anything. For example, a while ago, I had someone ask me on YouTube how to create more realistic results when you, for example, have like a shoe. You want to put it on this field of grass. On the general approach is to use a layer mask. We've already done that before in earlier chapters. So right click here, add layer mask, make it fully white. Then you use a brush, use black as foreground color, and you paint over it to bring back some grass. But you can see this doesn't look natural, so it doesn't look realistic. Even if you go down here with the size of your brush. So it would be interesting to use a grass brush instead of this default brush. And this would make our results look a little bit more realistic. But by default, you don't have them installed. So let me show you how you can do that. You can, for example, search via Google, search for Photoshop brushes, or just go to DeviantArt. Here are usually free brushes to use. Most of them are even free for commercial use. Just check the description below when you've got the brushes that you need. If you want to download them, many of them are free. You just have to log in. For example, use Google to do that. Let me quickly do it. Once you're logged in, just click on the download icon right here. And it's going to give you a zip folder. You have to extract it. So you're going to get a new folder which has all of the brushes. In this case, it's actually named brushes, and you can see them. Just select them all, then Ctrl C to copy, or right click, click on copy. And now in your clipboard. And then we have to go back to Gimp and find our brush folder inside of Gimp. It's a good idea to follow me here step by step, so pause the video and then do it yourself. we have to go to Edit, Preferences. Here we'll have to scroll down until we find our folders. There is a Brushes folder, and here you want to find the one that's writable. So it has this check mark, select it, and then left click on this icon, Show Files Location in the File Manager, and this will open a new Explorer for you, where you can find your brushes that are installed in Gimp, and here you just paste them from your clipboard, so Ctrl V or right click and then paste, and then you've got all of your brushes installed. You have to refresh it though, so go to Windows, Document Dialogs, and use the Brushes menu down here. And once you've got that, use this refresh button, refresh brushes. So I've already had them installed, but if you haven't done that, they should pop up now, and you can select them via left click. When you've got your brushes active, just resize them a little bit. I'm on my layers mask, and you can see if I paint over this now, this looks way more realistic. So we're bringing basically back these grass shapes via the brush, and it blends through with the original landscape image below. It's a very important function to know, so make sure that you try that out yourself. You're going to find the links to the brushes and also these two images that I've used. You will find that in the video description. And I've also used a Remove BG filter for the shoe to get rid of its white background. I've already shown you that as well in an earlier chapter. Once again, check the video description. I've got the Remove BG website linked there too. In general, you can go to DeviantArt and just type in Photoshop brushes. You're going to find lots here to use. As I've said, many of them are free to use. You just have to log in. Finally, we can also make our own brushes. So you can add something right here in your brushes menu and then simply use it. And that's the way these grass brushes were created. So the ones that we've downloaded in the last chapter. Let me show you how it's done. First up, I'll create a new layer here and I'll make it empty. It's transparent. I'll just call it brush. And then, for example, I use the default brush here and create kind of like a fantasy shape, something like this. To make this our brush, we go to Edit, Copy, and then we go to Edit and then Paste As and find Paste As New Brush. Right here. This menu should pop up and you can give it a name, for example, my brush 1. Spacing, you can ignore that because we can adjust it later on anyway. I believe by default it's 25. Just confirm via OK. And then you should see this brush directly, and it's also right here in your brush menu. If I double click on it, we can edit it, and you can see the spacing again. That's what I meant. You can adjust that later on anyway. Let me create yet another layer. I'll make that white. And if I now paint with this new brush, you can see we get our shape back. So you can just left click and get it, or you can left click drag, just like with any other preset here that was installed. Just make sure that it's active. When it is, you should see my brush right there in the brush tool options. And when it comes to spacing, as I've said, this just spaces out these individual shapes. So with the lower spacing, they're going to be stacked, or they're going to be put a little bit closer to one another, and with the high spacing, they're going to be spread out. And for some effects, you actually want to use this feature, but not on these shapes, but you want to use it, for example, on text or on images. So this is also possible. In the end, as I've mentioned earlier, brushes are just shapes. Depending on spacing, for example, hardness and size, they just appear as a line because they're stacked, they're spread out so closely together that you can't really determine the individual shapes anymore. Then just right click here on our brush and I delete it because we don't need it anymore. First one will still be active because this is the last brush that we've used. So at the top left you will still have it, but it will be gone from your brushes menu once you've deleted it. Let us create a new one, and this time we want to create a text. Let me just call that new brush. And it's important that if you don't want your brush to have a background, that you make it transparent. So either make it invisible, what you've got below your text, or create a transparent layer like I did. Both things work. And let me in this case recolor that to red so that you can see that the color is also stored. So once we've got that, we go to Edit, Copy, Edit, Paste As, and find Paste As New Brush. Left click on it, new menu will pop up. We rename it to Brush 2. Spacing will ignore. And then confirm we're okay. And there we have our brush already. If I double click here, you can see that a white background is indicated in this brush menu, but it's actually transparent. Let me show this. We'll select all my brush 2, and then we simply play a little bit around with size and spacing. And now these text elements are basically shapes, and they're used as these brushes. Finally, as I've said, we can also use images. And that was, for example, done with the Gimp logo that I've got in my brushes menu. I believe that's inbuilt by default, but if it isn't, let me show you how you could create one. Just need an image, preferably a PNG. I'm gonna link to this one, or you can just use Google, type in Gimp logo PNG, then save as. I've got that already done. Drag and drop it into Gimp. Make sure that the background is transparent. In this case, I've just made the white background invisible. That's enough. Then yet again, go to Edit, Copy, Edit, Paste As, and then we'll paste it as a new brush. Call it my brush 3. Leave the spacing unaffected, confirm you're okay. And here we have it already. We'll select the brush. And now with the left click drag, let me make that active here. I want to paint on a white background. And there you go. So that's an important feature to know if you want to try that out yourself using this image. And I would recommend that you do. As I've said, you will find the link via the video description below. To clean it up, let me delete this brush and then we can continue with the next chapter. Let me show you the other transform tools that we've got. I wouldn't want to call them minor tools, but they aren't that important, especially when you're a beginner. So I'm just gonna go briefly over the basics so that you've seen them. But this is stuff that I rarely use. And when you're a beginner, I'm pretty sure that it's 99% of the case you don't need them. First up, for all of these tools, it's important to make sure that you've got the correct layer active in the layers menu, because this is where the transformation will be performed. For the shear tool, you can see you cannot shear both directions at the same time. So when you try, the first one will then switch back to 0. But you can just shear it right here and then reapply the tool and then shear it in the next direction and you're good. You can even add that multiple times to increase the max. I press Ctrl Z here. One effect where this is, I wouldn't say often used, but sometimes used, is on text. So let me just create a text element. And it's basically a faux italic style. You can simply shear it now right here in the horizontal direction with the left click and drag. And then confirm up there. It's going to skew your text a little bit, so it's not a perfect solution, but I'm pretty sure you've seen that many times in YouTube thumbnails. The next tool is called Unified Transform. And by the way, you will find all of these under tools, transform tools. So the Shear Tool and now here our Unified Transform are right here to be found. You get a transform matrix where these 3 dimensions or the positions of these 3 dimensions are stored. Here's the center point. So let me reposition that and you can now see our GIMP icon is being transformed now according to this position. These are for the corner points. There are also points in center and these diamond icons, and these are basically for scaling and then a little bit of repositioning. It's the ones on the corner that create this transform, this perspective transform. And you can also hold Control here, so there's a difference when you don't have any keys active and when you hold Control. By holding Control, the other anchor points are a little bit repositioned to keep, you could say, the aspect ratio in the new dimension. Just try it out yourself, hold Control and then release it, and you can see this flips your icon a little bit differently. And then always confirm via Transform and always undo via Reset. You can also readjust, and what that means is simply you can skew it multiple times in the same direction by using that. For example, right now I get a new bounding box then, but the new dimension is kept, and then you can readjust that. Only works a couple of times though, but that's another function of this tool. Always click on the X when you want to abort and leave this tool. The next tool is somewhat similar, I would say. It simply has less options. It's called the Perspective Tool or just Perspective. You get another transform matrix, and here the center point is not just for repositioning your icon, so you cannot readjust the center point that's used as this transformation focus point or anchor point, which is used as this transformation anchor, and you don't have these other options, so you cannot reposition that and skew it now. Then we have the 3D transform tool, and here I think it's very hard to control via left click and drag. It's way easier to use the menu from my experience. We can rotate it, move it, and there's a camera option. We'll focus on the bottom two, and you can see if I use numerical values or plus minus here, this makes my life way easier. And move is just to reposition it. Nice to have, but you don't really need that. Camera is for the vanishing point, so you can reposition the center point. If you don't know what a vanishing point is, it's simply the focus point of the perspective where basically all of your points will lead to. Let me reset that and we'll get back to rotation. And I want to explain this little icon to the right. So this is now our center position. I can, for example, put that to the top left. And now you can see this is the one, that's the new anchor point. If I put it to the bottom right, our anchor point has now been moved there. And then you can transform it a little bit differently. The final tool that we've got is also nice to have. It's called Handle Transform. But to be honest, I've never truly used it. It kind of does the same that these other tools have done, but it's a different functionality, a different usage, you could say. If you really want to transform something into a 3D perspective, I would use the Unified Transform or the 3D Transform, and then you should basically have all of the functions covered that, for example, Perspective and Handle Transform also offer. So you don't really need that. As always, it's a good idea to try it out yourself before you move on. And in the next chapter, I'll show you two tools that are very crucial when it comes to photo editing. Let us address the final two tools that I want to talk about in this course. For that, we copy this original. I always like to do that so that we have the original as a backup. And we want to talk about the clone tool. C is the shortkey in the healing brush. H. In principle, this gives you yet another brush, but this time it's different. If you just left click drag, nothing's going to happen. And you can see this little abort sign, this little cancel sign, and that means your clone tool in this case, and it also works for the healing brush, isn't set. And what that means is these both tools, they need a reference point. And to set that, you have to hold Control and then left click. So when you hold Control, cancel sign will vanish, and then you can left click, for example, here on the water. And then you should see this reference point actually being active right there. And the cancel sign is completely gone. And if you now left click and drag, you will paint over the new spot. So where you have your brush and reference point will then move accordingly. So if I go from top to bottom, you can see I paint the reference point area over this new area where the boat is. And that works for the healing brush as well. Let us get rid of a second boat here. I'm still on the clone tool. And I always like to reposition my reference point. So Control again, left click, and this randomizes the result a little bit, which gives you a more natural look. So now where's the difference when it comes to the healing tool? And I've said H is the shortkey for it. We have the abort sign, so we have to hold Control, create a reference point. And now if we paint, we still have kind of like a replacement according to the reference point, but you can see the results are totally different. And in simple terms, the healing brush tries to blend what is already there with the reference point when you paint over it, and the clone tool replaces it simply without blending it. So for this image, the clone tool would be way better because the contrast between what is there, the boats, and what we want to replace it with, the water, is way too big. And therefore the clone tool is the better tool to use in this case. And afterwards, you can go over the same area with the healing brush and then blend it a little bit. So this would be the preferable process for this image. First use the clone tool on the boat because the contrast is so high, and afterwards use the healing brush on the already replaced area, because then the contrast isn't that high anymore and you can blend it very well, and this further increases this natural look. Let me show you an example where it makes sense to use the healing brush first. I'm going to open this image of a cheek of a side profile. I'll copy it again. Once again, I like to keep the original as a backup just in case I mess it up. And now if I use the clone tool, you can see the contrast isn't that high for the skin tone, but if you try to find a good spot here, this looks totally unnatural. So we have to set more and more reference points to find a good spot, And even with this result here, where the reference point was okay, I'm not super happy. But if we use the heating brush, we'll set our reference point somewhere here, and then we paint over it. This creates way better results. So here the contrast isn't that high compared to what we had in our boat and water image. And we can get rid not only of these little acne spots, but also of birthmarks very easily using this heating brush. And you can always, by the way, press Ctrl Z if you misclick here and there, paint a little bit too much of it. So in this specific case, the heating brush, the heating tool would be the way better choice. And you can see that it looks almost totally natural and it was quickly done. And if we get back to our boat image, we try to use the heating brush yet again. We don't have good results. So here the clone tool is the better choice, and then go over it with the heating brush afterwards. If you want to try it out yourself, you will find both of these images linked, as always, in the video description. And as always, it's a good idea to actually try it and not just watch this video passively. Once you've done trying, we're going to start a new bigger section of this course. One of the first image tricks, one of the first image effects that you want to do is to add a frame, and there are two ways to do it. We have a filter for that, but first let me show you the manual way. You can, for example, use the rectangle select tool, select your entire canvas, but you don't even need that tool because this selects just the entirety of it all. So go to select none and then just select all, and it's the same effect. So you don't need the rectangle tool, just use select all or Ctrl A, then create a new layer. Let me call that frame. It should be transparent. And then you go to edit and use stroke selection right here. Foreground and background color are defined by our color swatches. I want to have it white, so use background. The line width, let me set that to 40 because it's going to get cut in half. As the center will be our selection, which is the outer border of our image. Therefore, 40 will give us a 20 pixel border, and that will be the manual way to do it. But there's, as I've said, also a filter under Decor. It's called Add Border, and this filter allows us to do it as well. Here we can actually use the value of 20, and we will get a border of 20. Set your color and the delta value. I'll show you that afterwards. For now, I go to 0. And when I confirm, you will get your new border. And you can see this is not going to paint it over the image. It's going to expand your canvas by 20 pixels, so the size of the border. And then it's going to color that. Now let me show you what this delta value meant. I add a new border and I make that 50, and I believe it goes even higher than 100. Let me try here, and you can even go higher. Let me set it to 100 and I confirm. It adds another border to our canvas. Therefore there is now this 20 pixel gap. So this was the 100 value on the outside, inside was 0, and you can see the difference. So the delta value basically tries to blend it a little bit with the color that's there, and in our case that results in a grayish border. If you don't want that, stay with the value of 0. Everything will be then in the color that you've chosen. In our case, it was white. So this was a rectangle frame. Let me show you our other frames. We can make an ellipse frame and even a circle frame. And for that, I would suggest using the manual option there is not really an inbuilt filter, at least not to my knowledge. So we're going to create an ellipse selection. But this is going to select the inside, so we have to go to select and invert first to have these outer corners selected. We have a new empty layer called Frame. I make that white with the Bucket Fill tool. Then just go to select None, and you've got your ellipse. When it comes to the position, so that you have it perfectly in center, let me show you for a circle frame. We'll start yet again with an ellipse, but here we want to set the aspect ratio to 1:1. You can just type that in this little box here. But keep in mind this will be still freely adjustable until you've checked the box right there. And if you've resized that before checking it, this will jump to a different value, so make sure that it doesn't say custom or anything, it has to say 1:1 and the box has to be checked. Then you can be sure that you have a perfect circle, so width and height now have the same size. The position, if you know it in pixel size, you can adjust that here, but I think there's a way better, way easier workaround. We'll just go to the top menu right here, we'll go to Image, and then we find our guides and we create a new guide by percent, and here we set it to 50%, make sure that it's vertical. We'll confirm we are okay, and now we have a guide perfectly in center. I go to select None, and then I create a new ellipse selection. Again, fixed aspect ratio is 1:1, and if I drag this now, the center position will snap to our guide, and we've got it perfectly in center. And that also works for ellipses, so if you don't want to have this 1:1 perfect circle, you still have a center position that you can make snap to guide. Use the Bucket Fill tool again, color it on a new empty layer, and then go to select and deselect it all, remove the guides, and you're good. We are not limited to one colored frames, we can also create pattern frames. We'll create an empty layer here on top of my image. Then I select it all, I can press Ctrl A or go to select all. If I zoom in, you can see the marching ants, so we've got the camera selected. Then I go to edit and you can see fill with pattern. There's a bluish icon next to it. We use stroke selection and there you can select the pattern, which will be this bluish. I'll make it 200 and confirm. And there you go. The question is obviously how can we change this pattern? Then press Ctrl Z, the camera is still selected. And now I activate the Bucket Fill tool. And here you can actually see the bluish icon again. It's foreground color, background color, then pattern fill. If you click on the icon, you can see the inbuilt patterns. You pick, for example, this one, this yellowish dark one, and now the icon has changed under edit. And it doesn't even matter what tool is active. This is now your foreground pattern, you could say. If you choose that for stroke selection, this will be applied. So if you want to change it, just activate the Bucket Fill tool, pick a different one from the inbuilt options right here. And this will now be in the foreground, and therefore under edit, this pattern fill icon will have changed. Then you know what is active and you can apply it under edit stroke selection. So what now if you want to pick a pattern that's completely different, something that you found outside of Gimp? Let's say for example on Unsplash, you may have found something like this. So it's an image, you just import it on top of your other image. Let me rename that to pattern, and in this case it makes sense to rotate it 90 degrees and scale it up so that it's bigger than my image. Once we've got that done, let me make that invisible, and I add a new layer. Has to be transparent, it's above the image and below the pattern. I'll press Ctrl A to select it all, go to Edit, Stroke Selection. This time I use, let's say, the white color, which is in the background. I keep it to 200, confirm. And now what I do is I go to Select None. I use Select by Color. And I left click on this whitish color, which is going to select the frame. I activate my pattern layer, so make it visible again. And then right click on it, add layer masks, and make sure selection is selected. Confirm via add, and select none. There you go. We now have our pattern used as a frame, and we don't need this frame layer anymore. I can delete it. It was just a helping tool to get a good selection. So this is the process. You can use that for basically any image that you find via Google search on Unsplash. The specific one that I've used here, you will as always find in the video description. Now let me show you how you could create a Polaroid frame for an image. You go to File, use New. As a size, let me use 1000 times 1200. So we now have two projects here. I use direct angle select, but first I use select all. Create a new layer. Let me just call that frame, it's transparent. I go to edit and stroke my selection. In this case, I want to use the foreground color, which is white. I'm gonna make it 50, and it's important that the joint style is miter, so not round. I confirm via OK. I go to select none. Now I use direct angle select, and I kind of just eyeball it. So when I have the top area for our image, the bottom area for Polaroids, that's usually white. Maybe something like this. I go to edit and then fill with foreground color, select none, and I think that's a good template. We can now just merge these layers. So make sure that you're on the frame layer and then use the function down here. Now we'll import the image. This is obviously way too big. First let me rename it to IMG, then I use the scale tool and I'll scale it down. To position it correctly, I go down with the opacity so I can see my frame in the background, and maybe that would be a good spot. I'll make it invisible, go back to the background layer. We're going to use select by color, and we click on the black area. This selects the black area. We go back to the IMG layer, right click, add layer mask, and use selection. Confirm via add. Select none, and we are almost done. We can also merge these two layers, so I'm on the top layer IMG, use the function down here to merge it. And afterwards, just go to layer and use crop layers to content. It's going to crop the bounding box, or maybe I could have made the bottom area a little bit smaller. But that's the process. Now we go to edit, copy, which copies the layer. We go back to our project of the different size, and we go to edit paste, and now we can scale it, rotate it. We can still adjust the background if we need that, and that's how you could create this Polaroid effect in Gimp. It's going to be a little bit of a bigger chapter. I'm going to show you two collages that we're going to create. First one just shows the basic principle, and the second one we're going to go over a couple of details. First up, I've simply created a new project, 1920x1080, which is the YouTube thumbnail size or YouTube video size. And then I import 5 images, just like that, drag and drop them here. These are all marriage or wedding related images. Because this is something that, if you work as a photographer, is something that you have to do a lot, especially in wedding photography. So you can start with this blank canvas, for example. It's white in my case, and then drag out guides from your rulers. You can also, just as a reminder, go to image, then go to guides, and then use new guide, for example, by percentage. You want to have it set perfectly to the center, use 50% horizontal. And let me put another one right here, just by hand. You can see if I make these images visible, they're way too big, so I have to use the scale tool on them, scale them down, reposition them. And then I use the select tool. And then right click, add layer mask, and then select none, and this will ensure that this image is only visible in the segment that I've created with the guides. And that's the basic principle, so the first basic principle you could say. Be careful here, there are a couple of, I don't want to say glitches, but smaller things to keep in mind. For example, you want to make that visible. And secondly, you want to be careful with your selection. So whenever you've made a selection to create your layer mask, you want to go to select and none afterwards, or you're going to drag stuff around that you don't want to necessarily drag around, and that hinders repositioning and resizing the next image. It's a good idea to do it yourself, and then you will quickly notice what I mean here. Let me go over these images step by step. If you've understood the basic principle, you can also skip ahead. Couple of more details to add. Sometimes you have to rearrange the order of your images with the arrow keys in the layers menu, and sometimes you have to move it a little bit around afterwards, because you might have not hit a perfect spot, so there will be a couple of pixels here and there to readjust it by hand if you haven't worked cleanly like I did here. But once you're done, go to Image, Guides, remove all guides. And here you see I wasn't perfect, so I have to actually use that manually now to reposition it a little bit to the left. But now we're good. So this is a general process. Now let me show you a clean version with a couple of more details. So I want to add a frame and maybe also a circle image. That's a little bit more advanced. I hope you're still with me because this one's going to give you a couple of more details. I'm going to start with the same images and I'm going to start with the same canvas. Now create two guides in center. So horizontal and vertical 50%. We're going to create 4 of them in these boxes. But we first want to create a frame. And to do that, I'll create an empty layer first. I call that frame, make it transparent. And then I select it all. Ctrl A or go to select and all. Let me make my background black. And we can see the white frame a little bit better. Switch to the frame layer, press Ctrl A again. And then I go to Edit, Stroke Selection. I use the background color, which is white. And let me find a good size. And let me try 25. Now I press Ctrl Z, I go with 20, but that's only the size for the outside. So if I want to create 2 frames on the inside, I have to keep in mind that the frames are always created from the center position. So with our canvas, half of the frame is being cut out. So therefore we have a 20 pixel frame, but we can only see a 10 pixel frame. So let me use this marquee rectangle select tool. I select the first segment on the top left. Still on the frame layer, I go to Edit, Stroke Selection. And you can see if I now use 20, it's going to give me thicker frames. So on the inside they're now double the size compared to on the outside, which is because it's generated on the center. And for the canvas it cuts that in half then. So I have to cut the line width now in half for the inside to have the same size. I have to repeat that 3 more times. So for every segment. And then we have our frame, at least this rectangle frame done. We can now reposition and resize our images. Don't worry about the frame for now. We'll just use the scale tool and the move tool. We also use the select to select these segments yet again. And then we create with the right click add layer mask, a mask for each image. And I want to keep the ring image for last, so let me put that to the top. This is going to be our circle image. So now we've got the other 4 images done. Let's take care of the circle and center for our rings. But first I move our frame on top of our images, and now we can see it again. Now let's take care of the circle image. To do that, I'll create a new layer. I call that circle, it's empty. Now I use the ellipse select. I want to make sure fixed aspect ratio is checked. Value of 1:1, and you can see if I drag this around, this is going to give me a little cross and center, and that you want to put in the center position of your frame. It should snap, and then it's perfectly positioned. When you resize it, always make sure to check if this cross is in center again. That's the place to start. Use edit stroke selection, make sure it's 10 again, so the size of your inner frame. And then we've got that out of the way. Make your image visible again, use the move tool, put it in center of your circle. The selection is still active, so I can simply now right click and add a layer mask to it. You may have to reposition your frame or your circle frame a little bit if you want to, but in this case I actually like it that way. But if you want to have your frames to have the same size even for the circle, then make sure that these 2 layers, circle and frame, are on top and the images are all below. Just as a reminder, I've used Unsplash for these images. I'm not going to link to all, that would take up too much space. Just type in, for example, wedding into Unsplash and you will find lots of images to use. And then you can practice creating this collage yourself. Let me show you a couple of solarization effects. I copied the original here, just to have it as a backup. And we go to colors and we use the curves adjustment. And if we just invert these 2 curve spots, you get the typical color inversion, which is also sometimes called solarization. So if we go to colors and right here there are the 3 invert options. The first one, this creates the same effect. So all of the stuff that you can do here using inversion, you can also create manually using the curves. And when you use the curves, you have more freedom to adjust it. And you can also switch the channel from the general value channel to the specific color channels, and you can just invert a specific color, for example red, which will then give you more like a greenish tone. And in this specific case, I believe the blue one looks best. So all of that is now possible if you use the curves adjustment. And you can also give that different curve shapes. For example, this inverted Gaussian curve. and you're not limited to these 3 dots, you can also left click here on the left and right and then create 2 peaks for a warm solarization effect. And if you invert that, you would have a colder one. So all of this is now possible using the curves, and this is why I would suggest that you use that instead of typical color inversions or solarization filters, because this leaves you the most freedom to adjust it to your liking. We can create our own monochromatic filters. I've copied here the original, and the option that I would suggest that you use is Colorize right here. This simply blends a monochromatic filter on top, and with hue, saturation and lightness you can adjust it, or you just click on the color swatch, and if you now pick different colors, this adjusts the sliders automatically. So here on the right, this color scale is the hue. And if you left click drag on this big box, you will adjust saturation and lightness, and then this will blend automatically with your image. You can also use the color picker right there. Simply uncheck the preview, then use the color picker. Activate the preview again, and this new color will then be used as the colorize filter. And then it's usually the monochromatic effect that you want. There are also black and white monochromatic effects. I've already shown you that, I believe, in an earlier chapter. Should have been one of the earliest chapters. This can be found under colors and then the saturate. For example, here directly the saturate option. It has a couple of modes. If you want to have a more, let's say, manual way to do that, just create a new layer, give it a color, maybe red, using the bucket fill tool. Make sure it's on top of your image, and then use the blending modes. You can test them all, but the ones to definitely check are soft light, and then color adjustments, LCH and HSV. These usually give you the best results. In this case, HSV color is the one that I would pick. And then you can adjust the opacity if you want some of the original colors to blend through. So this would be a more manual way to do it. But the easiest, as I've said, one that I recommend is to use under colors the colorize option. Let me show you how you can create a duotone effect. I've used this model right here. It's a simply cutout that I've created using remove PG. I've already shown you this website in earlier chapters. And we've got a plain white background. We want to scale the model up a little bit. So use the scale tool. And afterwards, we recolor our background using the bucket fill tool. Now we switch back to the model layer. It's important to be on that layer. And then we go to color desaturate and use the desaturate option. Just pick one of the modes here. So I'm happy with this. I create a new layer. It's empty. I call that overlay. And I give that the second color that we want to use, something like a dark blue, almost purple. And then we want to set the blending mode here to lighten only. So that's for our overlay layer. And this blends now with our model below. You can still change the color afterwards if you want to pick a brighter blue or a darker one. Totally up to you. And you can see it's still adjustable. Once we've got that done, you can in principle merge these layers. So make sure that you're on the overlay layer and then merge it with the model layer. But if you want to add, for example, a couple of shapes, let me press Ctrl Z here to unmerge it. You can place a new layer in between the model and the overlay, and then, for example, add some circles right here. I simply use the Ellipse select, and I use the first mode for new selection. This erases the first one, this is the active one here. And then I use the Bokeh Effect tool to color them. Now I want to merge it again, but be careful when you merge it like this, your model will not have the color. So press Ctrl Z. You want to first merge the shapes layer with the model layer and then the overlay with your model. And then you have this bluish color preserved. Now we have to get rid of the black and white parts in the model layer, and to do that we simply switch the blending mode. And this time we use darken only. You can see that at the hand. This gives this greenish color to everything that was still black and white. When you're happy, you can merge that yet again, but you can also still adjust it a little bit before you do that. For example, using colors and then curves. Here, for example, you can control how much of the skin is now greenish or darkened. You can obviously also drag the left-hand side a little bit around. This changes the color of your bluish elements. And when you're happy, confirm we are okay. As I've said, merge it. On this I can create such a duotone effect in Gimp. Another common effect is a halftone effect. The results, they, to be honest, depend a lot on the image that you use. In this case, the thumbnail size, the typical YouTube thumbnail size here in this image works well. If you want to use the same, as always, you'll find it in the description. Once you've got it, go to Filter, Distort, and use Newsprint. So this is the filter that creates the magic here. We want to switch the pattern to circle, and via period you adjust the size of it. So this has to be set according to the image that you use, or the size of the image. In my case, around 37 is fine. You can also use different color modes. RGB isn't really usable, but the other ones are worth exploring. And then you want to keep the quality and effects unaffected. But one thing I forgot, let me press Ctrl Z and I go back to Filter, Distorts and use it again. So once more, circle, black and white as a color mode. Period around, let me go to 26, it's better. And the angle, we can also adjust that, and it actually makes a difference. You can see the alignment of these circles, and this is what the angle adjusts. So this is also an important adjustment to make. In my case, the head is a little bit tilted, therefore I want to make the circles somewhat tilted as well, and then I'm good. So the background, you can see it is black, and if I recolor that, maybe let's say to red, there will not be an effect. And that is because the image blends over it with black and white. Change that, we select the image, go to colors, and then we use color to alpha. And here you can set white or black, and this is going to make the color that you've selected, so in this case white, in the other case black, transparent. and this allows the red background to shine through. And you can also add a gradient now to the background. Let us, for example, use an inbuilt preset. Maybe the last one here, yellow to orange. Left click drag, and maybe I make that radial and not linear. And you can now see how that shines through. And we can only see the black dots of the original image. Then press Ctrl Z and I'll show you what it looks like if we switch the color to alpha colors. So again, color to alpha, this time I'll make it black instead of white. You can already see the red color shining through only on the dots. And if I add the gradient, we will have this gradient color only on the dots. So both is possible with this workflow. Let me show you how you can create a sepia filter. First up, there is an inbuilt option. We'll just have an image here, then we go to colors and we go to desaturate. And there's a simple sepia menu that's going to pop up. Super easy to use. You can adjust the effect strength and that will blend the original colors back in. And then you can check the box for sRGB or not. So it's basically another intensity adjustment, but that's it. So you cannot adjust it further. It's a good quick option, but if you want to have more freedom to adjust it, we have to do it manually. So let me delete this FX. I create a new layer, it's empty, I call it sepia. Use the bucket fill tool, and then we use a hex code for a specific color. Just type in AA8246, press enter. And this will then switch your color box to a sepia-like tone. And we simply left click, but we have to be sure that we are on our empty sepia layer. Once we've got that, we have to change the blending mode. You can cycle through all of them, but the one that should work best is down here, HSL color. And once you've got that, you can simply click on a color swatch, make it, for example, a little bit brighter. Use the bucket fill tool again, left click, and you can see how we can now adjust the sepia color to our liking. We can make it a little bit more brownish, a little bit more intense. Just use this AA8246 as a starting point and then drag it around and always confirm and then left click with the bucket fill tool. So once again, HSL color is important here, and then you have the freedom to adjust it. Let me show you a Dragan photo filter. We copy the original and then we go to colors, use desaturate. Pick a mode that you like, they will all do, but I personally like here Luma best, so I pick that. Afterwards you want to copy that black and white layer again, so we have two black and whites and the original colored one. We are on the top layer, we go to filter, blur and use Gaussian blur. Here you want to unlink X and Y, and then you increase X a little bit more than Y. Usually a value of 10 to 5 or 15 to 10. It's usually sufficient, but it depends a little bit on the size of the image and obviously the image itself. So whatever subject you've got. And then you change the blending mode to right here, grain extract. So we have this grain extract and a Gaussian blur, and you can still adjust the Gaussian blur. You can see that this makes it a little bit sharper when you go up. When you go down, it gets a little bit blurred on the edges. So you can easily edit that afterwards a little bit more. Again, we have this saturated Gaussian blur layer with the grain extract below the black and white and below the colored one. Go to the top layer and merge it once. So now we only have the colored one and this other copy. And now we change the blending mode right here to overlay. And there's already the effect. If you want to intensify that, you can simply copy the layer. At some point it becomes a little bit too intense, I think. And in principle you could also use the opacity for the different layers to have a little bit of fine tuning. But usually 2 to 3 of these copies should be enough. And then you've got the typical Dragan effect. Let me show you another filter, which is the Orton filter. I'm going to show you the basic principle. The intensity can be adjusted via all of these adjustments that I'm going to make here. First up, I create 2 copies and we have the original as a backup. I go to the top layer and I use screen. This should lighten up your result quite a lot. You can use the opacity to adjust the intensity. So that's one way to adjust it. Then merge it. So we have the 2 copies now merged and our original below. Create a copy of that copy. Then go to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur for the top layer. You don't want to go too high. But the good news is in the newest Gimp version we can adjust it later on, non-destructively anyway. Important now is to go to Multiply as the blending mode for this layer. And I believe this was a little bit too much. So I click on the FX, edit the Gaussian blur. And you can see now in real time, this is the second way to adjust the intensity of this effect. I think I'm still too high, but you get the idea. And that's it. So we merge it yet again. And we compare to the original. Afterwards you can, as always, use the colors hue and saturation to adjust a little bit lightness, maybe the hue, in this case I wouldn't do it, but lightness and saturation, that's something to adjust. And then you've got this Orton filter created in Gimp. Another common effect is the tilt shift. This creates basically this miniature look. Let's grab the original here and we can easily simulate that using filters, blur and focus blur. You just have to change right here the shape to horizontal, make sure the preview is checked, and then forget about most of these adjustment options. What's important is the blur radius, which is the intensity, and we have 2 different blur types, but you can also left click drag on your image and then reposition these blur lines. First one is the, let's say, the border of what is in focus. The second one is dashed line is for the transition between what is in focus and what is blurred. And you can see here this lens blur type is a little bit softer, you could say. Gaussian blur is a little bit harsher. Good news is now in Gimp it's easily editable. We'll just click here on the FX, use the edit button for Gaussian blur, and then we can play around and readjust, for example, the blur radius a little bit here and there. And this is how you can create this tilt shift. Let me show you a light leaks effect. So it would be nice to have kind of like a leak here coming from the top left or top right. Just go to filters, light and shadow, and there we have the lighting effects. And once again, I've copied the original image beforehand, and in this case it actually makes a difference, because these light leaks are not in FX, therefore it's not editable once we've confirmed we are okay. So make sure to copy your original image before you use it. Under options, you see this preview window and the distance, and then this blue dot should appear when you have the distance quite low, and you can left click drag on it to reposition that. If you can't see it at all, make sure that interactive is checked. Under light, the most important is the intensity, and around 10 it's very extreme, and you can change the color. So if you have an extreme case, you can see that this gets the color that we set here. For a natural look, stick to white and go down with the intensity and different types, and you can add multiple under active, but I think that's self-explanatory, and the position is adjusted here numerically. But as I've previously said, left clicking and dragging on this preview window, that's the better option. By the way, here under options we have more boxes, just leave that unaffected. Material, there is a little bit to adjust, most importantly here the highlight. So this is another intensify option. If you go down, it usually makes your light source a little bit brighter. So it gives a bigger gradient, you could say. And that's usually what you want, so go a little bit down. And you can adjust that in detail here using ambient and specular. You can see in real time what that does in the preview window. For bump map and environment map, that's another option that's, I would say, more intermediate to advanced. So I don't want to cover it in this tutorial. I have to watch the time a little bit as there's a 12-hour limit on YouTube. So I'm going to leave that out. Let's confirm it. And that's a nice light leak. And you can see there is no FX, so this is not editable. If you really want to adjust it, make sure that you've got the original. It's always good to have that as a backup. And copy it again. Go to filters, you can repeat it, which simply adds it again. Or let me press Ctrl Z. You can also go to Reshow, and this opens the last used filter, and here you can play around with it, put it to the other side if you want to, adjust the material and light. On this I can add light leaks to photos in Gimp. Sometimes you want to add a bokeh to your photos, and here's one way to do it. You simply import an image that's full of these little light circles. Let me rotate that, scale it a little bit up. And by the way, as always, I'll link to this in the description. In this case, you want to hold Control only when you scale it up. And I want to make that bigger because I want these individual circles to be bigger. But it should definitely be bigger than your image, no matter what size of circles you need. Once you've got that done, the blending mode is important. You can cycle through that. The usual suspects are screen overlay multiply. Depends a little bit on the background of this bokeh image. In this specific case that we've got, addition is actually the one that I like best. It doesn't alter the photo below, and we get very intense bokehs, so very intense light circles. so you may want to check out Edition as well. Once you've got that, right click on the bokeh image, but let me move that a little bit around, maybe up to here. Then right click on the bokeh image in the layers menu. We'll add a layer mask, make it fully white. And then you use a paintbrush, use the default brush and make it black as a foreground color. You may have to adjust the size a little bit and make sure that you are on the layer mask and not the layer itself. And then you can get rid of these light circles. So in our case, the model should not have these bokehs on top, but the background should have it. As always with these cases where you use a layer mask, the more time you invest, the better results will look. But good news is you don't even have to be perfect. When you have the default brush, there's this nice little gradient, and it usually works pretty well with this effect. Alright, I'm fine with this one. Once again, add a simple bokeh image, try out different blending modes. Edition in this case was the best. Then add a layer mask and get rid of these light circles where you have your model. You can also colorize black and white photos, something like this. I'm going to show you the principle, and once you've understood it and you're good, you can skip ahead. But I've also included the entire process. I believe it's around half an hour long. So if you want to watch the entire thing, and some beginners want, you can do that. But if you're fine with the principle, you've tested it out yourself, and you want to learn the next thing, just skip ahead. You will find timestamps in the video description. So you're not going to miss anything here if you don't watch the entire thing. The entire chapter here, as I've said, it's half an hour long. So first thing that we need is to copy the original, call it BG because I want to adjust the background first, and then I go to colors and use colorize. So that's always what we need. Just focus on background here. I'm just going to stick with this color. We can adjust it later on, so don't worry if you don't like it up front. Then right click on this new copy that I've called PG and a layer mask, and in this case make it fully black for transparency. And now you want to be on that layer mask, use your paintbrush, make it white as a foreground color, adjust the size and then use the default brush, and then you paint over it. And that's always what you have to do. So for each color that you want to have, you simply copy the original, then you colorize it fully, and then you add a layer mask, make it fully black, and then you paint with a white paintbrush on your layer mask on the areas where you want this new color to appear. And this should usually blend very well with the original that you've got. And now it's about how much time to invest. So in my case, I zoom in, holding Control, use the mouse wheel, I hold space to move around in the image, and then I adjust the size of the brush and take care of these edges. For some colors that takes more work, for other colors less. And now I simply pick different colors. For the skin tone, I want to use more like an orange tone. For the lips, I'm going to use a reddish. For the eyes, bluish. And then in the end, for the hair, I'm not going to use a full dark color. I use a brownish color. And it's going to blend with the black and white. You can see that the hair looks very dark in certain areas. So you don't want to paint with black over it fully. Instead, it makes more sense to use like a brownish color, and that blends then with the black behind. And as I've said, everything is editable. We now have in this new Gimp version the FX icon. You can click on that and then you can open the colorize function yet again, and you can change entire colors. And depending on the colors that you use, when they're very intense, you can actually find a couple of spots here and there that you need to recolor. And that's what I mean if you have more like a bright color, light color. For example, here the bluish turquoise color that I've got for the background. You don't have to cover every spot because it blends very well. In this case with the background, which you can see later on when I pick a more intense color, more darker color for the background. Pretty sure that I've missed a couple of spots here and there. And if that happens, you have to get back to the layer mask of the specific layer, in this case the background for example, and then you have to paint over it yet again using the paintbrush. White always reveals, so it brings the color, and black conceals, which means that it erases the color, and that is the basic principle. So once again, if you don't want to watch the entire thing, you can now skip ahead, you're not going to miss anything. I'm going to show you then a couple of basic photo retouching tricks in Gimp. But if you're a total beginner and you just want to watch how something like this could be done in detail, I've included the entire thing. Have fun watching, but definitely also do it yourself. As always, you will find the image that I'm using here in the description. So if you want to use the same, you can find that and download it easily. Already talked about that in an earlier chapter when I introduced the clone and the healing brush tool. You can use it to remove objects, and is also used in photo retouching, for example of skin. So here we have a birthmark that we might want to get rid of. What we do is we copy the original image, and then in this case the clone tool leaves us with a bad spot. So afterwards I go over it with the healing brush, and this blends it then with the surrounding skin. Looks way better. That's usually what you have to do. Use both of these tools. Usually the clone tool first and then the healing brush. Let's just say we wanted to get rid of this nose ring. That takes a little bit more work, but it's the same process. You can see when I use the healing brush, this creates a bad blend, so that's not really what we want. So start with the clone tool. And by the way, if you haven't watched the chapter where I've introduced these tools, you hold Alt first and left click to create a reference point, and then you release Alt and left click drag to paint over the spots, and you can see the reference point. It follows your movement. Here for, what's it called in English, the nose hole maybe. I'm gonna create a reference point on the left hand side, and then I paint over it, and this gives me a decent result. And in this case I would go over it a couple of times, because we want to have these different skin tones blend into one another. So let me make that darker first using the clone tool, and then I use the healing brush to blend it. The hole needs some work as well. But now you can see, if you wouldn't know that there was a nose ring, you wouldn't see it anymore. So it's always the same, not just, I believe we had a beach, or we had kind of like boats on a beach that we wanted to get rid of. And here in this case, when you work on skin, it's the same process. If you want to try out your own photo retouching skills, you can check out the video description. There's also a link to this photo right here. One of the most common things for photo retouching is to whiten teeth. It's totally natural that teeth look a little bit yellowish, especially when you have the sun shining, so a certain light source. But we can make that look a little bit whiter naturally. Just copy the original, and we want to use right here the hue and saturation under colors, and then go down with the saturation. Let me just confirm. But we only want to do that to the teeth, obviously, so we right click on this layer, then add layer mask, make it fully black. We want to be on the layer mask, not the layer. We use the paintbrush, adjust the size. We use white as a foreground color, and now we paint over the teeth. and this brings back the desaturation, but only to the teeth. I've overdone it a little bit so that we can see that properly in this painting step. We can easily adjust that afterwards. So we just go to FX, use the edit option, and then we readjust the saturation a little bit. And it also makes sense to lighten them up slightly, so go up with the lightness, not too much. You can see it also brings back a little bit of the yellow lighting. Once again, that's natural. You don't want to have fully white teeth because that looks way too unnatural, way too artificial. One more thing that you can try is to use the color balance, but for that to work, you have to be on the layer and not the layer mask anymore, otherwise it will be grayed out. So let me switch here, then color balance. And here you want to use the midtones. Don't mess around with the first two sliders. You want to drag it a little bit to the blue. So that's the third slider, yellow to blue. Not much. You can see even 8 is too much, I would say. Only like 1, 2, maybe 3. That's a slight addition that might help. And then you've got these teeth whitened and they still look natural. So again, that's important to consider if you make it too white. And you can see that with people who use actual whitening, actual teeth whitening, it kind of looks odd and you don't want to have that for your images. Let us retouch these lips a little bit. You might be tempted to try out the color balance here as well. Can work in some cases, but I would recommend using the colorize option. This should give you the best results. Let us, for example, pick a reddish color, because that's usually what you have to do when it comes to lips. Again, the process is the same now. You just right click on this copy layer, add a layer mask, make it fully black, and then you use the paintbrush and paint over the layer mask using a white color. Just go over here to adjust the size of it. And with an extreme color, you can already see how that works. Once more, the more time you put in, better results will look, especially when it comes to these small little details. On the teeth, for example, the best way to figure out if you've covered it all or if there are still spots that you've missed is to use a very intense color that you wouldn't necessarily use for lips. For example, a strong yellow and even a full black. And then you paint over the layer mask again with black and white. Black conceals, white reveals. I've covered that a lot of times in this course. And once you've got your layer mask done, it's all about finding a good color using the colorize option. You're not just limited here to using lightness and saturation, you can also use the hue, but for the most part you want to have these bright, shiny red lips. You can achieve that here using a very prominent red color. Always click on the FX and then use the edit function to readjust up. Next up, we want to edit this eye here. It's not a bad photo, but we can improve it a little bit. Just copy the original, and first up we use brightness and contrast. I go to an extreme value, confirm. Then right click, add a layer mask, and make it fully black. And I've made it extreme so that we can see properly now when we paint over the layer mask with a white color using the paintbrush. You may have to adjust the size a little bit. In my case it's good. I just want to cover the white area like so. And once you've got that done, let me fix a couple of minor details here. So I switch the color to black and then I paint over it. Maybe I adjust the size a little bit. But here in these areas I've done a little bit too much. But now that's okay. You don't have to be perfect because this was an extreme brightness case. We're going to adjust that now. And you can see if you don't go to extreme values, it's okay to paint a little bit too far. It still looks natural. For the contrast, again, don't go to extreme results. If you go down, this is usually what you need. But even here, if you go too far down, it's gonna look totally artificial. That's not what you want. In this specific case, I would actually keep it very low. Even this here is too much. Let me open it again. I edit and contrast maybe -5, something like this should already be enough. And brightness like a 10. And you can see how much this emphasizes the white areas. So that's one way to edit your eyes. Another one is to colorize them. So let me copy the original, put it to the top. I use an extreme color, then right click, add a layer mask, fully black. We paint on this layer mask, yet again using the paintbrush, white color. And this time we go over this area of the eye. And once we've got that, we yet again click on the FX, use the edit function, and then play around with the colors. You can use the sliders, which is actually preferable, I think, in this case, or the color swatch. Here again, don't go to the extremes, or you're going to have unnatural results, especially with saturation. You want to go down a little bit in most cases. And lightness, keep it somewhere around 0, so +1, -1. That's a good area to try. And this is how you can retouch and edit eyes in Gimp. Sometimes you have these dark circles under eyes, and here I have a very extreme result. To fix that, or to at least improve it a little bit, I would copy the original. So we use the same approach. First add, for example, an extreme brightness, and then we add a layer mask, fully black, and we paint over it with a paintbrush. In this case, I would recommend checking parameters first. So if I left click drag, this is a good one, but when you have the hardness set to, for example, 100, you want to have it feathering out a little bit. So go down with the hardness to maybe like 20. Force as well, go down. Let me go to 10. And then you have a good brush that blends pretty well with whatever is below, like 20 and 10 for these two values. And the size, obviously, you have to adjust that depending on the image that you use. You can also see left and right have a different intensity of these circles. So I would actually create two different adjustments. So the first one here only for the left. Another problem is the lighting source from above. So this makes the circles even darker on top. Good news is that I wouldn't even try to fix that, because that's just a natural thing due to the lighting, as I've said. So at first I only cover the bottom part here of the left eye, and then I added the brightness and contrast yet again. That's the first adjustment that I would recommend. Start with a 0, obviously, and then bring up the brightness a little bit. In this case, like 10 is a good value. You can also try contrast. What you usually should do in this case is to go down a little bit. But in this specific case, I wouldn't even go down that far. I could almost keep it at 0. That's totally fine. Not perfect, but we've got an improvement. As I've said, the right eye, we're going to fix that later on, because if I paint now over this, you can see we have a totally different feel. So here we would need different values to get a decent result. And if we try to adjust both eyes at the same time, one eye will look worse, unnatural. So that's why I'm going to edit them one by one. Alright, once we've got that, we keep our brightness and contrast, but now we also add right here the exposure, the second adjustment that I would recommend. And a black level is usually very helpful. And for the exposure, you want to bring that up, but not too much. You want to stay way below 0.5 in many cases. In this one, I would even go below 0.3. Or let me go to even below 0.2. And as I've said, the black level is very helpful in this case. Once we've got that, a third adjustment that I would recommend is the saturation. And you simply want to match the skin tone. In my case, I need to bring that up. Not a lot, but at least a little bit. So these are the 3 FX I would recommend. Once again, in this specific case, we do that for left hand side and right hand side separately. So we're going to go over that again. I copy the original, add brightness and contrast with an extreme value, add my layer mask fully black, paint over it in white. That way I can see properly what I'm painting here. Once that is done, I readjust the brightness. Afterwards, I'll go for exposure. Once more, the black level is super helpful. And once we've got that, I use the saturation and I try to hit the right skin tone here so that it blends very well. And there you go. I think it's a huge improvement, and with these 3 adjustments we can even improve the results here for such hard cases, for such intense dark circles under eyes. If you want to use the same, try it out. You'll find a link to this image in the video description. One more thing when it comes to eyes is sometimes you have these red eyes created by the camera. With modern cameras, they usually have a red eye filter, a removal inbuilt, but especially when you use older ones, that can happen. We can get rid of it easily. At first we copy the original, then we go to Filters, Enhance, and there is a red eye removal. You can see with the threshold it also affects the skin. In this case the lips are also red, therefore it's affected. So everything that's red will be affected at some point when you increase the threshold. But we just focus on the eye, and in this case we can even crank it up fully, confirm we're okay. And now we use our layer mask, just like we did in previous chapters. We only want to have it applied to the eyes, therefore we use the paintbrush now, make it white, and we paint over it. In this case I've cranked the force up fully, size it down a little bit. Only 6 pixels for this brush is enough. And you have to go over that multiple times in different zoom levels. When you zoom in too far, just zoom a little bit out and paint over it once more. And there you go. That actually looks pretty good. Second eye, paint over it yet again. Make sure that you paint on the layer mask, not the layer itself, and use a white color. And then you can crank up the threshold of this red eye remover filter fully. If you want to practice, as always, this photo can be found in the video description. If you want to adjust nails, we can use the method that we've used now in this retouching section of my video course yet again. So at first I would recommend using Colorize and use an extreme color, then right click, add a layer mask, make it fully black, and then we paint over it with a white color. Just make sure that you're on the layer mask and not the layer, just the size, and in this case I have yet again the force set to 100. And if you paint too much, for example here on the right hand side, just flip the colors, so make it black, and then get rid here and there a little bit of it. Then we paint over some more nails, but I don't want to do them all, maybe like 4 or 5. It's always the same process. Simply adjust the size a little bit, and if you paint over too much, then flip the colors, make it black, and get rid of these parts where you've overpainted the nails. That should be enough here. I zoom out and you can see that looks pretty natural. You can simply click on the FX, use the colorize option, and then adjust the colors. So if you wanted, for example, to have a bright red, let us just pick it right here, and it looks good. One more thing that you can try is on the colors, brightness, and contrast. Just brightness, in this case I want to go down, but contrast, you don't want to do much with it. It's the brightness here that does the job. You can also change the skin tone of your models. To do that, we copy the origin as always, give it a layer mask. We use our brush right here, make it white, paint over it. In the first step, you just do that so that you have a couple of spots on the skin to adjust. So I just do that roughly here. Afterwards, we'll switch to the layer again, so the image, not the layer mask. Then we go to colors, hue and saturation, use the master channel. And here we want to balance out saturation and lightness. Let us use this. For now, I'll switch back to the layer mask, paint over it again with the white color to have these smaller spots covered. And you can see if I make the skin color more extreme, there's actually a lot that we still have to clean up. So it's a good idea to make the first color that you pick here very extreme. That way you can see your paintbrush very clearly. Once you've got the face and all of the smaller parts covered, you want to switch the colors. So now you want to have black, and you want to paint over the areas where you don't want to have a skin tone change. Obviously the teeth, and here's a nose ring, and we also don't want that on the eyes. So paint over these 4 areas. And once you've got all of that done, you switch back to the FX and edit here in saturation and use a more natural looking skin tone. And there you go. If you compare it to the original, you can see there's actually a huge range that we can apply without the result looking too unnatural. You can also change the hair color with the approach that I've shown you, but there's actually a trick that makes it a little bit easier. We create an empty layer, let me call that color, I'll make that red so that we can see properly. I use the paint bucket tool, left click. Then right click on this layer, add a black layer mask. This is the process that we have used basically for every retouching in the last chapters. So I'll now paint over it with a white color, and this brings back the red. And I use this extreme color so that we can see it properly. Once you've painted over it all, you switch to the layer and then you use the blending mode LCH Hue right here. For some hair color that directly adjusts the color. In this case, the natural hair color was brownish red, therefore we don't see much of an effect. But if we now go to color balance, we can adjust. The first slider doesn't do much, but the second and the third, this changes it. You can see that here towards the green it would get a little bit more blonde. Towards magenta it would get more reddish. To make it more blonde, we can also play around with the yellows and blues. For a blondish color, go down. Brightness and contrast doesn't do much here, but that's also something to check out. And finally, the colorize option. If you want to have a more natural look, you can pick a color here. Let me zoom in a little bit, and you can see the edges are not that bad, but it makes sense to use a white color, have smaller size, and then paint over a couple of details here and there. When you've painted over too much, switch the colors to black and get rid, for example here on the face, of this color. So thanks to this LCH Hue blending mode, this has made our life a little bit easier. Obviously when you have, for example, curly hair and not such a good contrast with the background, things get harder. That's just the way that it is. You have to invest more time then. But if you just want to practice, this is a good photo to do that. You will, as always, find a link to it in the video description. Let us now dive into the filters. There's a lot to cover, but first, as an intro, we copy the original here. And if you open the filters, there are 4 basic functions. It's repeat, reshow, recently used, and reset all filters. And this works for all the filters that are inbuilt. But you can see if I use, for example, the color balance, this also pops up right here. So it doesn't just work for the filters that you can find under the menu, under this drop-down filters. It also works for the colors in this case. That's just something to keep in mind. Alright, a good place to start is to reset all filters, so that you start with the same default that I start with in this course. I'm going to delete the color balance here. Recently used will store the ones that we've used last. Let me simply add a focus blur here. We don't worry too much about what it looks like. You can just see now it's under recently used, repeat and reshow. So where's the difference here? Reshow gives you the menu back. So if you add another focus blur, we now have two. So that's also something to consider. Whenever you use reshow and add your filter, you're going to have it applied 2 times. I do it here again, reshow, once again, filters reshow. And now I have it 3 times. So if you just want to edit the filter that you've already applied, it's better to use the FX right here and then click on the edit button, because then you only have it once applied and this specific filter will then be adjusted. So for all adjustments, this is the one that I would recommend and not use reshow. The difference between reshow and repeat is that repeat simply adds the blur yet again with the settings that you have set in the first one, and another difference between them is this will not show in your FX as new filters. So I've repeated it here 2 times, but we still see only one focus blur. Let me edit again. Should be here now 4 times, but we still have it once. And if I delete this one focus blur that's stored as an FX, our image will still be blurry. And that's because the repeat has applied it to the original image below and not added it as an effect. Therefore, we can't edit this anymore. This is one of the reasons why I would recommend staying away from the repeat function, especially since Gimp 3.0, where we have this FX option. It's way better to use it right here in the layers menu and then edit whatever filter you've applied. Let us talk about the blur filters first. It's the first categories under filters, and I'm going to show you the ones that I would recommend, or that I would say are for beginners, a little bit more in detail. And we've already talked about here and there about a couple of these. For example, the focus blur, we've used that for the tilt shift effect. We can switch the type here between Gaussian and lens blur. The shape, we've used the horizontal for the tilt shift, but you also have, for example, a diamond. The blur radius is then the intensity. You can adjust it on the canvas via left clicking and dragging, and all of that can be found right there under geometric options. For example, the radius makes it bigger or smaller, sharpness for the inside diamonds here, midpoints is for this dashed line. You can rotate it, then squeeze it using the aspect ratio and reposition that. So I think it's fairly easy to use, and as I've said, we've already talked about that a little bit, so I don't want to waste too much time on this one. But one thing to mention is that at some point Gimp doesn't store the FX anymore, so there seems to be a limit. I don't know where it is, but if you've used too many projects, it's not going to store them anymore. So if that's important to your specific project, I would advise you to close all projects, close Gimp, restart it, and then start fresh with your new project. And the inbuilt cache or whatever it is that stores the FX for the older projects will be gone. And then you can be sure that, for example, these blur filters will be stored again on your layers. Alright, the next blur was the Gaussian blur, something that we've also talked about. Size X and Y is the intensity, and it can be linked or unlinked. The filter doesn't really make a difference here, but you can change that if you want to. But I haven't yet talked about the abyss policy, and this is actually important for the edges. Clamp is the default, but you can make it black, and when I make it white, you can see it very clearly. So this is what happens to the edges when it blurs it. So there will be, let's say, empty pixels, and by defining the abyss policy you decide what happens to these empty ones. Usually when I have that set to clamped or at least black, it gives you the most natural results, and white is the most unnatural. So whenever you see that with a blur filter, that is what it does. I haven't yet talked much about the lens blur as far as I remember, and this is basically just the blur that you have on your camera. So if you're into photography, this is what happens when your photos are out of focus. You can set that here, but it has a specific highlight factor. You can see that in this specific case on the leaves, and you can set that very specifically using the highlight threshold. If you're a total beginner, I would advise you to stay away from that. But if you want to go more into depth, that's something to check out. As always, make sure the preview is checked with these filters, and then you can see it happening in real time. Now we have a couple of blurs that I don't use, and we have them, which is nice, but they create very abstract results, I think. Most cases unusable results. The mean curvature blur, if you go too high, it's going to take a lot of processing time. You only have the option to adjust these iterations. So obviously the more you add, the more blurry it'll get. The more you go down, the less. And it's going to give you abstract results. I don't even want to use it here because it would take up too much time just to process it on my relatively slow CPU, I have to admit. And if you're a beginner, I would simply advise you to stay away from that. If you have a faster CPU, just try it out and you'll see it's not really a usable blur for regular tasks. The medium blur, it's also an abstract blur effect. You can add circle, diamond, or square shapes to it. And once again, you have the abyss policy for the edges, and then the percentile. And this is yet again a very abstract blur that I don't use regularly. Certainly not for photo retouching, stuff like that. But if you want to have more artistic results, this is one to check out. Pixelize, we've already talked about. We have right here the size with block width and height. And you can also link and unlink that. Then we have a grid that you can adjust here via the size ratio. By default it's black. If you click on the color spot, you can change that, for example, to red. And then there's an offset which simply repositions these pixels and grids. Once again, that's also a blur that we already talked about. Selective Gaussian, I would advise you to just use the regular Gaussian. Selective doesn't give you anything that the Gaussian doesn't give you, and the Gaussian has way more ways to adjust it. So this is once again a blur that I would advise you to stay away from. But here, for example, we have the first time this aux channel, where you can pick the layers, for example, and this will then blend it with the image to create a new effect. And I believe for the next filter we have the same, where I can show you this a little bit more. It's the variable blur. So by default your canvas should go completely black if you just activate it. So click here under input, which is not the aux, but it's the same principle, on the little image, this Polaroid icon. Select your image and then pick one of your layers, double click on it. And now you can see this then blurred. So it's kind of like a blend blur, you could say, and with the radius you adjust the intensity. And it's also a blur that I wouldn't recommend using when you're a beginner. This is almost advanced stuff. To be honest, I've never used it in one of my projects. Now we get back to some more usable blurs. Circular motion, for example. This creates this swirl effect. So it's not a swirl that has a spiral, it's simply a circle swirl. Here center X and Y is just for the center position of it, and the angle, it's obviously the circle from 0 to 360 degrees, and you can also adjust that on the canvas itself, as long as on canvas controls is checked, which should be by default. And I think adjusting it on the canvas itself is way easier. So you can just drag it around with the left click when you see these plus signs that are connected by a line. So that's actually a good blur to use. A couple of use cases. And you can see this is definitely a different style than, for example, the Gaussian or the lens blur. Next one is also interesting. It's kind of the same, but this time it doesn't do it in a circular fashion anymore. Instead, it's linear. So you simply define 2 points and the distance between them. And if I drag it, for example, to the bottom right, everything will be blurred in that direction, and the length then determines the intensity of that. Once again, on-canvas controls is checked so that you can do it directly on the canvas. Super easy to use, and once again, a blur with its own style that's very helpful. And then another one that I like to use is the zoom motion blur, and it does exactly that. It zooms in or zooms out. Yet again, you can adjust the center position, and in the positive direction, it zooms in, which makes the outer sides feel like they're coming towards you. And in the negative direction, it's the inverse. So it feels like you're getting out of the image instead of inside. And yet again, we have the on-canvas adjustment options. And then finally, we have yet another blur that I don't really use. It's the tileable blur, and you don't have a preview for that. So there is no chance to check what it looks like before you've applied it. It simply creates tiles, and we want to have that horizontal and vertical. You can see at the bottom it takes a little bit of time to get processed, depending on how many tiles you add. That's going to take some time, but here we are now. And to be honest, I don't see much of a difference here compared, for example, to lens blur, focus blur, or Gaussian blur. So yet again, a filter that's nice to have, but you don't really need it. To sum it up, under filters, I would recommend checking out focus, Gaussian, lens blur, also the pixelate option, that's stuff that we've already talked about. And what's interesting are circular motion, linear motion, and zoom motion. So these are the ones that I would recommend that you definitely check out. And the smaller ones here, for example, mean curved, or the variable blur, that's stuff that's nice to have, but you don't really need that. The next couple of filters are a little bit more complex. We'll go over it step by step. We can find them all under Enhance, and basically all of them are there to enhance photos when it comes to the quality, because there are some issues. Sometimes you have a photo that's not sharp enough, you have some noise, and these enhanced filters are there for it. Red eye removal, I've already shown you that in the category or in the section of this course that I've called retouching. Let us go to anti-aliasing first, and this simply smooths out jagged edges. So it's like a stair-step pixel edge, you could say, on diagonal and curved lines. So when you have photos that are too pixelated, and that's then called aliased, you can use this simple one-click option. There is no menu that pops up, you just add it. And then you can repeat it using Ctrl F or go to filter and repeat the last filter. And one of the most used cases is when you scale up images. That usually creates this pixelated effect. Then you can use anti-aliasing. In a specific image that we've got here, we can't save a lot even if I add the anti-aliasing many times, because it's very, very unsharp. But again, it's worth trying it out. Just a one-click option, so it's easy to do. Let me add the same anti-aliasing here to this image, and here you can see these small little dots. They're then a little bit blurred out, you could say. It can help here and there for images, but it's not a huge impact. Let us check next the interlace. The interlace can be seen as a de-stripe effect. The second option right here. You can change the orientation from horizontal to vertical, and this then targets the vertical or horizontal stripes. And the block size, basically the intensity. I've used this extreme result to show you the effect as best as possible. But in general, this removes the stripes that are often caused from flat bead scanners. sometimes even also from camera sensors, especially when there's an error. You can try to save your images by using this deinterlace. It's not perfect, won't remove all of the stripes, but if you don't have any other option, if you don't have the option to take the photo again, do the scan again, this can save you a little bit of the quality. Next one is the high pass filter, and this I would say one of the most important in this enhanced category, as it tries to detect the fine details, basically the edges in your images, and it removes flat color areas, and that is often used for sharpening effects. So when you have, for example, such an image that's a little bit unsharp, not just a little bit, in this case it's actually a lot, what you have to do here is use the first slider for the edge and the contrast to balance it out a little bit. For the specific image, I would go down maybe to like 1, 2, 3 in lower value for the first slider. Contrast at around 1.5 should be fine. Keep in mind this is a copy of the original, and now I use blending options. You can try out screen and multiply, but usually overlay and maybe also soft light. This will give you the best results. And you can see that if we compare it without this high pass blend, it's a little bit blurrier, especially here on the rocks, you can see that. So that's a very important filter to know. I would recommend that you at least try it out. And by the way, in this specific chapter, I don't link to all of the images, these are just too much, but I've used all of them from Unsplash. For example, type in unsharp image and you should find something to practice with. Let's check the noise reduction next. This simply blurs out similar areas, so areas with the same color, and tries to preserve the edges, and that's usually the way that noise is reduced in images and photos. If this is new to you, noise, this happens especially when you have, in photography, when you have the ISO set to a very high value. This produces a lot of noise, and when we use here an extreme example, you can see that it tries to blur out, but it keeps the edges. Obviously, the higher you go with the strength, the more these edges will be blurred out as well. So these areas of the same color will get mixed in bigger groups, you could say. Let me check. The next one was the red eye removal. I've talked about that. Now we have the symmetric nearest neighbor. It's a little bit more complex to explain. I'll do my best. It's also a noise reduction effect and tries to keep the edges, but the difference to the regular one is it's non-linear, so it uses a symmetric based algorithm to blur the edges. In principle, I would recommend trying out the regular noise reduction. That's usually something that gives you better results. Most important here is the radius. If you go down to smaller values, it's a light noise reduction, and therefore more details will be preserved. And if you go higher, it's going to be more smoothing, stronger, but it's also going to flatten your texture. You can see in this specific image, I can't even go that high because it will blur out too much. Once again, it's okay that we've got it. Nice to have. You can try it out. But the regular noise reduction, the linear one, that's usually the better option. Let me check what was the next. It was the sharpening. As the name suggests, this is kind of like the high pass, but this time it tries to sharpen your images by increasing the contrast along edges, and this helps you make details stand out a little bit more, especially after resizing, scanning, or when you have applied a slight blur. So this is an enhancement for edge definition. Don't overdo it though, as it can create a massive halo. You can see it when we go back to this image. Threshold in this case defines which is affected, so the colors, when you have the threshold very high, not much will be affected. When you have it low, a lot will be affected. Amount is then the intensity, and then the radius affects these edges yet again. With these values, I think it would work. Maybe it's a little bit too much, but you can also see the slight halo, especially around the woman here. The next one, T-speckle, and it's also kind of like a denoise effect. Once again, very, very helpful for scan papers, old photos, low light shots. it's a good idea to try it out in combination with the noise reduction, because this targets noise that, for example, the linear noise reduction doesn't really affect. It's important to have black level and white level balanced out. If you, for example, have the white level below the black level, nothing's going to happen. So you have to have that higher, and then the radius is the intensity. There are also different filter types, and to be honest, I don't know what they do in detail. It's just a simple drop down, try them out, and you can see the preview window, what effect they have, and then pick the one that you like best. So for this extreme example, you can see we can affect a very big clump of pixel cells here, of pixel groups. And as I've set the filter type, then groups them differently, blurs them differently together. We've got, I believe, 2 more to go. But here I've added this image specifically to show you the noise reduction yet again. So I would use the regular noise reduction here, the linear one. You can even go up very high. And if I zoom in, you can see how this blurs out a little bit of the noise and therefore reduces it. If I use the same image though for the despeckle, we have a harder time to find a good sweet spot. And that's because of this black, this dark ellipse, which is basically an artificial vignette here on the left hand and right hand side. So if I use the despeckle with, for example, such values here, that looks okay on the skin, but it's also going to affect these black areas at the edge. It's going to give us a very bad result. And that's why I would suggest trying out the noise reduction first. And if you hit the limit and you still need to reduce some noise, then check out the despeckle, for example. The NL filter is another one that's harder to explain. NL here stands for non-linear filter. That's yet again a noise reduction filter, and it will smoothen your images. On the non-linear averaging, that's meant to preserve more of the edges. So that's the principle behind it. It's supposed to reduce the noise, but give you better results than on the details. It's another of these filters that's nice to have more for advanced users. Again, I recommend using the linear noise reduction, and only if you get stuck, then try out something like this here, which is a little bit more complex. I can't actually think about any case where I've actually used it. Final one is the wavelet, which is a decomposed filter, and it splits the image into layers. So it tries to find different detail levels, and that's what you can set here via the only slider, which is called scales. Let me make that 7. And this will give me 7 layers of details. And now I can make them visible or invisible, and this then takes away the sharpness in the specific layer. You can see the further you go down, for example, scale 7 will then be the most intense. So there's another sharpening option where you can actually apply the sharpening with these different scales and therefore enhance your photo a little bit more in detail, you could say. To sum this chapter up a little bit, I would recommend checking out noise reduction, sharpening, obviously, high pass, and anti-aliasing. These other ones, the interlace, neighbor, despeckle, NL filter, and wavelet, these are nice to have. It's more for intermediate to advanced users, and when you get stuck with the other filters. Once again, as a side note, when you use the high pass, don't forget to set the blending mode to overlay, and then you will get these nice results. Next category of filters is the distorts. Here we've got a lot to cover. Good news is that most of these filters are pretty straightforward. So whatever you do with these sliders, these adjustment options, you're going to see it directly on the screen, and it's usually easy to adjust. Just like with the last chapter, I'm not going to link to all of these individual photos. They're all from Unsplash. And for this specific chapter of the course, it doesn't even matter what photos you use. Most are totally fine. The first one here is the apply lens. And this can be used, for example, to create a fisheye effect. In principle, it simply renders a portion of the active layer as though viewed through a spherical lens. So for example, a circular area is refracted, pinched, stuff like this. And as I've said, one of the most common effects is this fisheye effect. And the only other adjustment option here is for the area that's then basically cut off. You can make that black, mirror the original colors, or give it any color that you want. Let's check the ambers. And this is, I think, a very useful effect, especially when you use it with the blending mode afterwards. It applies a relief, so it's a carving effect. The adjustment options here are the ambers type. Most important is the depth for this pronunciation, you could say, of this relief. Then you have a direction for the light source and the elevation. So this can give you kind of like a pressed metal embossed effect. But again, when you have certain values and you add a blending mode, we try something like this here. Keep in mind I've got the original below. I confirm we're okay, and now I go to mode and I use overlay. And this kind of gives us a comic, a drawing effect. So it's also possible when you use these filters, try out different blending modes, and this would give you different results, different effects. The engrave, it turns images black and white and gives you kind of like a halftone style. It does so via horizontal lines of different height and pixel intensity, which can be adjusted here via the parameters. So that's in principle an old style engraved illustration look, maybe a stylized print effect. You can also try out different blending modes. Light and only is the one that I like best. Overlay, for example, would preserve the original colors way more. Next up is the lens distortion. It goes somewhat in the same direction as apply lens. Here we have more freedom to adjust it. So yet again, we can create this fish eye, bug eye effect and kind of bend our photo a little bit. And then use the parameters to zoom in and out, shift it towards up, down, left, right. And there's also a brighten option. If you want to have a vignette, go a little bit up with the brighten, and it darkens the corners a little bit. Kaleidoscope is one of my favorites because you can use that to create repetition effects and then rearrange them a little bit. Menu looks a little bit intimidating at first, but it's pretty easy to use. Most important here is the mirrors. This sets how often your original will be reflected, and then you want to check that center X and Y is at 0, and it's perfectly in center, and afterwards check for the zoom. Just go down a little bit and then you can see original better. One more thing though, the mirror rotation, when you offset it a little bit to the result rotation, you will mirror it a couple of times more, so you can create these seamless transitions. For example, go to 8 mirrors. The zoom level is fine, and you can see the result rotation rotates everything, but the mirror, if you rotate it, there you go. We now have the seamless transition between all of these different flowers. As I've said, that's one of my favorites. Then we have the mosaic. I believe I've already mentioned that in this course at least a little bit. It creates kind of like a tile shape effect or breaks down the photo into tiles. Pretty sure you've seen such an art style, especially in churches. You can make them more abstract by creating bigger tiles, or more realistic by going lower. The next one would be the newsprint. I'm not so sure if I've covered that before, but this creates a halftone effect. So maybe we've done it, but not with lines, not with a line pattern. You can also use RGB colors here if you want to. Usually the black on white and white on black are the ones that you want to use. And as I've said, pattern, I believe we've used a circle before. Better stick to line in this case. And then period and angle simply determine the size and the direction of these lines. When it comes to the effects, I will leave that unaffected if you want to have stylized results. The more you mess around with it, the more chaotic the results will become. For example, make these blocks visible, add more turbulence, and with an angle boost it also becomes more chaotic. Polar coordinates is quickly explained. This is the filter, the effect that you need when you want to create a little world, a little planet effect. So it simply turns this image into a circle and connects the sides. For the circle depth, you want to set that to 100 to have this perfect circle. Otherwise, it's gonna turn into a rectangle bit by bit. And the offset angle simply rotates it. It's fairly easy to use. And I'm pretty sure you've seen these tiny planet effects. There are lots of videos on YouTube about that. And I've also made specific videos. So if you're interested, just check out my channel, type in tiny planet, and you will get a more in-depth tutorial about it. The ripple effect creates waves. We have a specific wave effect later on. So it's, I would say it's similar. This one displaces the pixels in a wave-like contour. And with amplitude, you adjust how deep, how high they go, period, how many you've got. You can shift them and add an angle if you want to have a little bit of a skewed direction. And there's a small adjustment right here for the resampling method. We have a wave type, usually you want to have that set to sine. And then we have the abyss policy again. Don't use the clamping here, because then you're going to get rid of your waves basically. So usually this effect lives off a clamp that is set to none. Shift is another cool effect that I like, and it's easy to apply. Only one slider, and then you can set it from horizontal to vertical if you want to. It's more like a dissolvement effect, you could say, or maybe displacement is a better word. Whenever you encounter the seed, this is just a randomization option. So when you click on new seed, a new number is generated, and this is then used to create these random results. So in this case, the random displacement, the random maybe glitches of these pixel displacements. Spherize gets a little bit in the same direction as the lens distortion and the apply lens. So you can basically suck out, maybe that's a good term to describe it, from the center position your photos towards the viewer. Next up is the value propagate, and that's, I would say, totally different from the other distort effects here, because this is more like a threshold effect that will make certain areas brighter or darker. In principle, it propagates pixels that fall within certain value thresholds in specific directions, so that's kind of like the official definition of it. And this means that it spreads out the pixels along borders and edges based on that value. As I said, it's totally different from the other distorts. It's more like a brightness, contrast, adjustment, you could say. Obviously, it's stylized, but to be honest, I've never used it in any effect. Next one is kind of like a old video effect, especially when you use white striped. I believe that's closest to these old VHS effects. When you're a little bit older, you might remember that sometimes TVs had this effect. And you can simulate that here a little bit. Just like I mentioned with the ripple effect, we can create waves, and this one here is a specific waves filter which creates concentric waves, and I believe this one allows you to do it a little bit more extreme, a little bit more intense. So when the ripple isn't enough for you, check out the waves. Whirl and pinch, this creates a spiral and then orients your photo according to that spiral path. Whirl adjusts basically the length of the spiral, and the pinch is for the center position, so you can pinch it in or pluck it a little bit out, maybe that's the right word. So this is an extreme distortion. Wind effect. This can be used, for example, to simulate movement, a speed effect, for example, for race cars, stuff like this. You can see it takes these pixels and then orients them. We have left, right, top and bottom, so you can drag them in any direction. And for the style we have wind and blast is simply a little bit more extreme. And with threshold and strength, you can intensify that yourself a little bit manually. Once again, we have a seed for the randomization effect. The page curl effect is more like a render. It's the last one right here. You can use all four corners and then simply generate this curl effect. And this will then be blended with the original. By default, it's opaque, kind of like black to white. But you can also use the last used gradient. In my case, it was an orange to yellow. Next up, the curve bend. And this looks very complex yet again, but it's fairly easy. Just use the right hand side here where it says modify curves and then drag these corner points around. When you click on preview once, the update, the preview window right here, it will show you how this image will be transformed. You can also check the automatic preview, but keep in mind when you then adjust, for example, the rotate, and it's going to try to update itself all the time, and it may take some processing power. So it's better to turn it off for now, make your adjustments, and then preview once. Let me actually apply it. Go to a more extreme results. You can see this is a total displacement of the photo. Final one is the blinds, and it simply creates stripes, horizontal or vertical, on top of your photo. Via a number of segments, you can adjust that, and you can see it in preview window. So there are radio buttons for horizontal and vertical, and displacement is simply for the thickness then. And these were all the distortion filters. Yet again, I think these filters are pretty straightforward. Some of them are easy to use, very useful. A couple here and there are not really needed. Other ones though, for example, I've said that the video degradation, value propagate, this is stuff that I rarely use if I have used it at all. Something like the page curl is nice to have, but there are also ones that you should definitely check out. For example, the shift effect, kaleidoscope, mosaic. Try that out at least once. I would also urge you to try to create kind of like a comic effect using the embers like I did. The next filter category is the light and shadow category. A couple of these work on images, best others on text. So at some point I'm going to create a new project here. But let us start with some of the image filters that work. Well, for example, on this one, the bloom. This in principle adds a soft glow around bright areas of your image. Threshold, as always, controls how much will be affected by it. And we have the softness for the edge softness of the glow. Radius is how far the glow will spread, and the strength is then for the intensity. There's also a box below for limit exposure. When it's enabled, it prevents over-brightening from the glow. It's a detail adjustment. Next effect is kind of like an extreme lens flare. It's called a supernova, and this produces a starburst, almost like an explosion lighting effect. Center is for the position of it. You can also, when the on-canvas controls are active, drag it around on the canvas itself. Radius then for the size of the bright center. Number of spokes, will add rays or subtract them. You can randomize the hue, which will give it then different colors, more like a rainbow effect. And then there's a color swatch, just in case you want to change that to a specific color. Let's go down with the random hue, click on the color swatch, make it for example red. And here we encounter the random seed again, so this is a randomization effect when you generate a new seed. And as I've said, as long as your on-canvas control is checked, you can also adjust it on the canvas directly. I can't recall, have I talked about the lens flare before? Let me just simply create it here, which is the third filter in this category. So that's the typical lens flare that happens when you take photos in the sunlight. Two sliders are simply for the position. X is horizontal, Y is vertical. Next filter, the gradient flare, goes in the same direction. It just has a couple of more adjustment options, so it's, let's call it a more advanced lens flare. Sliders for center and parameters are fine. You can adjust here quite a lot, but it's actually the second category here, the so-called selector, that allows you to pick a specific flare, and this has the biggest impact. So when we go there, you can see there are different inbuilt flares that you can use. Definitely talked about the lighting effects previously when we created some light leaks, so I don't want to go over all of the details here again. Just check for the chapter, find it in the video timestamps. Important is here you can drag it around on the image itself via this blue little dot. You can also adjust it via sliders. And the highlight is maybe the most important, which is basically the intensity. Next one is the sparkle, and that's something that I want to omit. So for images and for text, it's not really a good one to use. And I have to watch the time a little bit due to the 12-hour limit. So let me just call this a more advanced filter. It's very hard to get it going. So we're simply going to move on to a more use case filter, which is the drop shadow. And we have two. There's a legacy and then let's call it a new one. And I believe if I use that on text, it's way better to see. So let me switch here. So the legacy, the issue here is that we don't see a preview. And for the new one, you see that. So it's way better to adjust it via the new drop shadow and forget about the legacy. X and Y is obviously the position. Blur radius is then for how much it feathers out. You change the color via the color swatch. And opacity is the intensity. Also grow radius for the size. And once again, legacy is nice to have, but the new one is the better one thanks to the preview option. The next filter, long shadow, it's also better to explain on the text elements, and I believe I've covered that a little bit. Let me make my text bluish, for example. I add the long shadow. And set the angle and the length color below. And very important is actually the style. So by default it should be finite. And this allows you to create these long shadows that even exceed your canvas. And especially it exceeds the bounding box. When you set it to infinite, it's going to get cut off. Fading will create a feather effect. Usually you want to have finite selected, and this creates these typical text long shadow results. Pretty sure that I've already talked about a vignette, but we'll go over that yet again. This one's easiest to adjust on the canvas itself. You can basically click on everything that makes this vignette. So the outer inner lines, this dashed line, and all of these little circles, so kind of like the nodes. You can obviously also adjust the color, and there are different shapes. So by default should be a circle, and that's usually what you need. But again, I believe I've talked about that before. Another filter that's better explained on text is the perspective. So let me create a new text element. I use the perspective and just let me make that red. And if I confirm with the defaults, we can see it now. So this copies your text element and then skews it a little bit into perspective. You have to balance out some of the values. Let me, for example, check the first two. When you make distance of horizon and length of shadow a little bit too close to one another, I believe it's going to get cut off. You can see that here, so it's not perfect. Maybe it's just the values that I've used, but I can create glitches here and there. So you have to test it out a little bit, and it doesn't have a preview window, so it's a little bit harder to adjust. The next one is a filter that I have never used. It's called Erasure Effect. I don't even know if it's pronounced like that, but in principle it is another lighting effect. So it should generate kind of like a starburst or abstract lighting shadow filter. But if I apply it, you can see it kind of like adjusts simply the brightness and contrast of my image. One of these filters that are not bad that they're there, but the use cases are limited. As I've said, I've never used it. Maybe you find a use case for it. The next two, once again, might explained on text. The bevel, don't use it on a black color, because then it's gonna look awful. Let me make this text maybe red. And if I add it now, we can see it very clearly. I would advise you to use the default here, this chamfer. And very important is to set the blending mode, because this has a huge impact. Color dodge usually makes it vanish, so stay away from that. And the rest, as long as you've got the preview checked, you can see the adjustment in real time, and therefore it's self-explanatory. Final one here, also a text effect in a glow, and this overblends the color that you've got. So I have a reddish text element, but if I set the color, for example, to blue, it's going to overpaint the red. And these are the light and shadow filters, especially the ones that I like, the ones that I regularly use. I've explained a little bit more in detail. Some of these text effects, drop, shadow, glow, bevel, perspective, and also the long. When it comes to the other ones, vignette is certainly important. The lighting effects I've explained previously also. Then you have different lens flares, and then there are the bloom and supernova. These are the ones that I would urge you to check out. The other ones are nice to have, but you don't really need them, especially when you're a beginner. Let us go over the noise filters, and I'm going to use the same image here so that we can compare it better. It's relatively easy to use and to understand, because most of these menus, most of these noise filters, they are adjusted in the same way, and they kind of do the same but from a different angle. Let's start with the CIE noise, the first option. And this uses simply the LCH color model, so lightness, chroma and hue instead of the RGB. Whenever you encounter the seed, yet again, that's a randomization option. And when you have dulling, this creates the noise, the subdued noise, you could say. So the randomness is adjusted with this slider. And this specific filter you should use when you want color aware noise. The next one, HSV, uses the hue, saturation and value channels to create the noise. And here you can already see we get almost the same parameters, dulling, the seed, and in this case obviously it's then HSV instead of LCH. So HSV stands for hue, saturation and value instead of the LCH for lightness, chroma and hue. And this specific one you should use when you want a simple random hue and saturation value variation instead of the uniform that's created by LCH, which was our CIE filter. And by the way, if you've forgotten how to zoom out to window size, you can go to View, Zoom, and here Fit Image in Window has the shortkey Shift-Ctrl-J. Just as a reminder, that's a very helpful shortkey to know. Shift-Ctrl-J. The hurl noise, this replaces a percentage of the pixels with completely random colors. And here we only have 2 adjustment options plus our seed. You could almost call this a confetti noise. Next one is a little bit more, I would say abstract, because it uses the colors that are originally in the image, and then creates more like almost like an abstract painting effect. In principle, this uses the 8 neighboring pixels to each pixel to create the noise, so it's totally different from the regular noise. Next one, RGB, is then more regular again, and RGB here obviously stands for red, green and blue, so you can target these different color channels if that's needed for a specific project a little bit more in depth. Next one, the slur, is abstract again, goes somewhat in the same direction as the pick, but in this case it's more like a downward melting effect. Once more, this is an abstract result, so totally different from the regular noise. And finally we have the spread, which randomly swaps pixels, so that's once more a little bit more abstract, especially when you go to higher values. To sum it up, the ones that you should check out, or the ones that you need when you want to add noise, are usually CIE, the HSV, and maybe the RGB. Any other ones, check them out if you're interested, but this is not regular noise, it creates more abstract results. Let us go over the edge detect filters. First one is a Gaussian. It's called difference of Gaussians. It detects edges by subtracting 2 blurred versions of the image. So this produces kind of like a clean, high contrast edge map. And you can basically use all of them for artistic effects with the blending modes and also for creating your layer masks. For example, here you can see that I could add a lot of contrast, add more depth by using this effect with an overlay and playing around with the opacity. Next one I think is the most important, it's the edge. And it's the most important one because of the algorithm. You can, for example, use the Sobel and also a Laplace and the gradient. So this stuff that pops up in specific filters as well. But here you also have the amount to adjust it. The result for this specific one is more like a grayscale image, where the edges then are the bright lines. Here is the Laplace, nothing to adjust. And that's what I meant. You can go back to the edge, set the algorithm to Laplace, and then you have the amount to adjust it a little bit. Let us check the neon. This creates glowing edge lines. This is the one to use when you want to create kind of like poster-like effects. Obviously, afterwards try to use the blending options yet again. Next one is the Sobel, which is also inbuilt in the edge filter that we've already seen. It's a little bit softer than a Laplace, you could say. Doesn't create that much noise. And the last one is the image gradient, which was also available, or at least a little bit, in the edge filter. So once again, that's a different algorithm to create the edge detection. Here you only have a drop down for the output mode. Especially direction creates a very different result. So the one that you should check out is the edge. As I've said, that's most important because of the different algorithms. And then you have the amount to adjust the intensity. Next filter category is the generic. I don't want to cover the first one, the convolution matrix. It's a little bit more complex, so it's more for advanced users. Same for the GEGL graph. I'm not going to cover these two because I have to watch the time. Once again, it's more advanced. Therefore, it's not really suited for beginners. But in principle, this one allows you to apply a custom kernel to an image. So the convolution matrix. And the GEGL, this runs custom operations for the underlying image processing engine. So once again, that's more for advanced users. The other ones, we have two one-click options with erode and delete, and then we have the normal map and the distance map. The normal map creates a map from an image that's commonly used, for example, in 3D texturing, so game asset texturing, 3D bumping, stuff like this. The scale is for the intensity of the height differences, and we've got the X and Y component where you can set the different color channels. The flipping is for the direction of the surface details, and if you want to use it on effects, that's yet again something where you want to apply a blending mode and have the origin below. Let us check the distance map next, which creates a depth map. You have to set the threshold though according to the image that you use. Keep the threshold high to the maximum right here, so 1.0, and the threshold low, you slightly go up from 0 onwards, and then you have the effect applied in real time. Check what fits. And in general, the distance map tries to compute the distance from every pixel to the nearest non-transparent pixel. So that's the underlying principle here. As I've said, we have two one-click options, erode and delete. Erode is a shrinking, so it shrinks the bright areas. In simple terms, it makes the white regions a little bit thinner, and you can apply them multiple times. So if you select it right here, just go to filters and then use repeat, erode, or Control F. As it shrinks the bright ones, it will make the darker ones more prominent. Delete is the exact opposite, it expands the bright areas. So your image should get a little bit brighter as a result. There's one more, and that's an interesting one. It's actually a text styling generate filter. It goes a little bit in the direction of the blending options in Photoshop if you're familiar with that. So you can add a couple of effects. For example, here a color overlay. When you set it to the first option, color, outline and shadow, you can also enable an outline, which is more like a stroke effect in Photoshop. You also have shadow options below. You could call it a drop shadow. And if you change down the drop down, you also have bevel and inner glow features. It doesn't run as smoothly as the Photoshop option, but it's a step in the right direction. So if this menu gets a little bit expanded here and there, a little bit optimized, this could actually be a very good blending options replacement. What I would recommend is that you check out this filter. So it's under generic, text styling, the last one. Also check out the two maps, distance and normal, and the delayed and erode one-click options. The next category that I want to talk about is artistic. There are two more filters right here on the combine. Yet again, that's more advanced and I don't want to cover it here because it's not that important. I've got more important stuff to talk about that I don't want to say squeeze in to this course, but I definitely want to cover that. So we're going to omit generic and switch directly to artistic. The first one is called apply canvas. And this simply adds a canvas like a texture to your layer, in our case this portrait image. So the result will then be an image that looks like it's painted on a fabric canvas. The direction is for the implied light source, and the depth simply controls intensity, in this case how pronounced the weave or texture will then appear. It's super easy to use. As long as you've got the preview checked, you can directly see what's happening. Cartoon, as the name suggests, it creates a comic stylized effect. Obviously not perfect, but for a quick result, not too shabby. Main options here are the mask radius. It's more like the intensity, and you've got these black spots and they are controlled via the percent black. Another easy to use filter. Cubism, if you're not aware, is this typical art style where everything is turned into squares. When you want to have an abstract cubist art piece, this is the filter to use. So it simply creates overlapping rotated blocks, and you can adjust the size. And the saturation is important. If you go down, you can actually see it here. So this creates kind of like an overlapping grid then. And when the task saturation is small, you can adjust the background color. If it's too big and you try to adjust it, nothing's going to happen because this grid is then not visible. And yet again, we have this randomization seed. Next one is the glass tile. It renders the layers so that it appears like you're looking through glass. For a specific, let's say more realistic glass effect, you actually want to unlink width and height right here, and then go down with one size. You can even go down fully and crank the other one up. Let me go, for example, down with the width to 0, and I crank up the height a little bit. So this is the typical glass effect. But sometimes you also have doors or windows that have a square glass, and then you want to have this link icon active. Next one is the oilify. Looks a little bit more complex, but just ignore the first two options for the buffer and simply use the mask radius. which controls the brush stroke, you could say. So larger values will produce these more, what could you call it, cursor brush strokes maybe. You're definitely gonna get less details then. The exponent controls the density of the brush, and the number of intensities controls how many color levels are used. The two buffers are empty by default, so it doesn't matter if you check them or not, but you could in principle also upload or add a buffer here, which is, I would say, more intermediate, more advanced. So if you're a beginner, don't worry too much about it. We focus now on the next one. Photocopy simulates a photocopy high contrast simplified color effect. The look can be gritty at times. We have the mask radius yet again, which is kind of like the intensity of these strokes, and the rest is then there to adjust the contrast. Yet again, we have % black, but also % white this time for the amount of white and black that's added here to our results. For grayish result, you want to go significantly lower with the % white. The slick, or SLIC, is the simple linear iterative clustering. It applies a segmentation, you could say. So it turns the image into clusters, almost comparable to these camouflage military designs. Result is a superpixel stylized look. These are controlled via the region size, so that's the general size of these clusters and how compact they are. And with iterations you can add more of these, so more little details or less. Next one is the soft glow, and is more like a brightness effect. You could call it a dreamy glow if you want to. So it makes the highlights softer, slightly blurred. This time it's the glow radius that creates the intensity. Brightness is then for how bright or dark it's going to appear. And there's a sharpness option. So if you want to blur it out more, go down here. Next filter is the water pixels. The idea is to have mosaic water ripple effect, you could call it that. It's relatively close to SLIC, but you can preserve way more details. And if you adjust the gradient smoothness a little bit, you can even create this square effect, where all of these pixels simply look like squares. The next one is the Clothify, and it's another texture effect. It doesn't have a preview window, which makes it a bit harder to use because you cannot directly see what you're adjusting. But in principle, it just layers this cloth fabric on top of your image. So it's kind of like a textile structure. You can blur it out, X and Y. And once again, it's a little bit harder to use because there's no preview window. Maybe that will change in the future, would be a good idea. The Van Gogh, yet again, no preview window. And this one takes a lot of processing time. If you're familiar with the typical Van Gogh painting style, it creates these swirl line brush strokes. So it's a very specific drawing style. Again, be aware that when you apply it, it's going to take some time to even start, but then you should see at the bottom this process bar. And it took like half a minute for me to get processed. If you have a slower PC, it's going to take longer. Obviously, if you have a faster one, it's easier to use as you see the results directly. Then we have the weave. It creates a woven ribbon textile weave pattern. No preview window here. Once we've got it applied, let me re-show it. So the first two adjustments are for the ribbon, and then we have shadow adjustments, and the last three one for the thread. Hopefully they change that in future, and we have a preview window here as well. Final one is maybe a tutorial, maybe a course in itself. It's very complex. It's a Gimpressionist. If you're a total beginner, I would just tell you to test out the presets so you can pick way more than we've had prior. Here's still, for example, the cubism is there, but we can pick different ones and all of them can be individually adjusted. So that's once again more something intermediate advanced, and I don't want to cover it in detail here in this course, but simply going to this filter to Gimpressionist and trying out the presets is already a lot of fun because there are more presets inbuilt here than you can see under the other artistic filters. Next group of filters is under Decor. Created here a couple of copies. Some of these filters work only on text, or they at least work better on text. And one I'm going to leave out because it's a little bit more complex. It's nothing for beginners. It's called Stencil Carve. It should be grayed out by default. If you want to try it out, you need to set the mode to grayscale. I'm going to show you that afterwards, but I'm not going to talk in detail about this filter. Let us start here with the bevel, and you can already see this doesn't really do much for image. So we go to our text, project, decor, add bevel. I've got work on copy checked under simply confirm, so this creates a new project, and on a black text you won't see much. So let us delete this. I switch to the type tool. Make this reddish. Let me copy it first. Now we add it again. I uncheck work on copy because we want to stay in the project, and you can see what it does. It gradually adds these, almost like a gradient. It's not a very strong bevel. If you need a bevel, I would advise you to check out the filter. It was under generic. Text styling. We've talked about that in an earlier chapter. You can find a bevel, and you can already see that when I enable it, it's way stronger. So this is usually the one that you need for text. Let's get back to our images, and we use the add border. And if I'm not mistaken, I've already shown you that in an earlier chapter. Two things to keep in mind here. Obviously, you can adjust the size, but number one, we've got this grayish part, even though we've got the border color set to white, and that's because of the delta value. If you want to have one specific color, set it to 0. And another thing is it's going to resize your canvas. So if I make this invisible, you can see we now have this canvas for all images, all layers in our project. It's a little bit bigger. So that's something to keep in mind when you work with that filter. Let me press Ctrl Z here a couple of times. One more thing to mention for text here. When you add this border, even though I'm on the text layer, you can see it switches to the canvas size anyway. So it takes basically the biggest size or the biggest element in your project and then creates this border for that. No matter if you add it to a text layer, which is a little bit smaller. And let's check the next one, which is a fog. And it's a pretty good filter, I think. This element is just the name for the new layer that's generated. Fog color is important because this sets the color of the rendered fog. Turbulence, this controls how detailed the fog will look. So more complex with higher values. And then you could say smoother, more uniform with lower values. And opacity is then for the transparency. So high opacity will make it thicker, you could say, almost like a mist. And with lower values, you're going to get more like a hazy fog. So it's more subtle. I'll simply confirm here. And there you go. You can see it's a new layer. And you can always play around with the opacity afterwards. So if this was too intense for you, go down. You can also try different blending modes. Not all of them work. It depends on the color that you use for the fog. But in this case, for example, we could try out hard light, soft light, stuff like this. Let's check out the next, which is the fuzzy border. It goes in the same direction as add border. Big difference here though is that it's going to create random outlines for your border. And we can blur them out. We can also add a drop shadow. Relatively important here is the flatten image, which is checked in the end, because when you've got it checked, it's going to merge the layers after the effect was applied. If I uncheck it, you can see that right here, we now have our layer 1, so it's not merged, and our origin is unaffected. In many ways, you don't want to have it merged, so leave it unchecked. Again, when we add it to text, which is smaller here, you can see our bounding box for the bevel text, way smaller than the canvas. We add a reddish fuzzy border, still going to be applied to the entire canvas and not to the bounding box of our text. So if you want to have a fuzzy border for your text element, you have to open a new project with a smaller canvas size and then add this text. And then you can import this into a bigger project. Your text will then have the fuzzy border and not the canvas. Old photo, it's an easy to use effect. Yet again, we have a border. One thing to keep in mind though is right here, it's going to delete or basically merge all of the other layers right here if you have work on copy unchecked. So in this case, I would advise you to have it checked. Sepia is for this brownish tint. If we compare it, you can see without the sepia, it doesn't look that old anymore. It just adds this fuzzy border. And the model is also important because it adds noise or grain. When you have it checked, you don't want to have that, have it unchecked. And the defocus on top, before I forget, that's a slight blur. And it's usually needed because old photography, old camera lenses, they had this blur by default due to the way that they were built. Round corners, I believe I've talked about that as well. I'm not so sure anymore. Let's go over it. First value is most important as this is the edge radius for your corner. The next 3 values, they're only important when you have add drop shadow right here checked. You can offset that horizontally with X and vertically with Y. And then there's a blur radius. And we zoom in, and here you can see the blur radius of 20. You have to adjust that according to your canvas and photo size, but 20 was a good value here. The result is different layers, so it's a good idea to have everything checked. Most importantly, the drop shadow, and if you don't like it, you can make it invisible afterwards anyway. Next up, the slide. This adds a frame, which is kind of like a filmmaking slide, you could say. And you can adjust the text and the number that is shown. In the default case, it just uses the first font that's given, this black frame with these white rectangles, rounded rectangles. This will be automatically generated. Well, let me change the text to film and then 30 -5 maybe. I use a different font. Let me just use agency here. I confirm. And there you go. Nice little effect. My use cases are fairly limited, but it's easy to use as you can see here. The stain. This is basically a coffee stain effect. You can add as many as you want to have. And then leave the gradient here unaffected. And you should get this typical color. So when someone has placed a coffee mark on a photo, good idea to generate a couple from the get-go, because every stain will be put on a different layer, and then you can pick the one that you like and delete the other ones. Both stencil filters are fairly complex. As I've said, I'm going to leave out the grader one. I'm going to briefly mention here the stencil chrome. Well, let me resize my window here a little bit so that we can see everything. Alright, we're good here. Let me delete a couple of layers, we don't need them anymore. So the two stencil ones, stencil chrome first, has a complex menu. Let's quickly go over that. Chrome saturation controls the intensity of the color reflections that will be given in the chrome, the lightness, and as always for the brightness adjustment. And in this case, if you go higher, it's gonna make the chrome shinier. Chrome factor determines the contrast of the metallic effect. And then you can define the colors for highlight balance and chrome balance. The environment map is optional, so you can upload or you can use a different map here as a reflection source. If you're a beginner, just leave that out of the way and play around with the other values. You can see the result is quite abstract. It's supposed to resemble a polished metal effect. Finally, the stencil chrome, as I've said, we're going to leave it out, but you need to set the mode to grayscale if you want to try it out. To do that, go to Image, Mode, the second option, and then turn it from RGB to grayscale. If you now go back to filters and check the stencil curve, it shouldn't be grayed out anymore. This is also a filter that I would urge you if you're a beginner to stay away from. You don't really need it, and we have other filters to focus on in the next categories. Let's dive into the next category, which is the map. Again, I'm not going to cover all of them. Bump map, displays, map object. It's something that I don't want to cover. Also the warps, some of them are a little bit more complex, so not beginner stuff. Others, I would say, are a little bit glitchy, so they might crash your CPU, be careful there. But I'm going to guide you through the ones that I think are usable and are suitable for beginners. For example, the fractal trace. And here you may already run into an issue if you've got a slow PC and a very big image, especially when you've got a loop active for the abyss policy. So when you try to check it out, go down with the abyss policy to none, and then it's going to load a little bit faster. X12 or Y12, these are for the positioning. And in general, the filter traces the fractal type patterns from the image. And this is then used to generate a pattern. You can see when you've got the depth cranked up quite a lot, this will also take a lot of processing time, and it's going to make the results, I don't want to say unusable, but so small that you can't really see it anymore. So a good idea is to go very far down with the depth. Here already at 4 or 5 it becomes too small, so stick to a very low value, 1 to 3 maybe. And the rest, as I've said, is for the positioning. Fractal type is a different way to generate this. Simply use it in a drop down, and when you've got the preview checked, you can see which one you like better. You can generate interesting abstract results, but again, be careful with it when you use a big image on a slow PC. Next one is called Illusion. Has a very simple menu right here. We only have two types, and the rest is then for generating these copies, you could say, that are then blend with the original. It's almost like a spiral. What it does in principle, it moves parts of that image into a new position. This creates the illusion of a mapping. And as I've said, it's kind of oriented on a spiral. Then we have a specific little planet filter. I've already talked about that. You can create that in different ways, but this is actually the best menu, I would say, to generate it, because here we have the freedom to zoom in and spin and pan it directly. There's also tilt for repositioning that. So this gives you a lot of freedom, or at least a little bit more freedom to adjust it than I believe the polar coordinates that we've used in one of the earlier chapters to create that little planet. So this is the one to choose if you actually want to create one in Gimp. Panorama projection. This projects an image in a panoramic perspective, you could say. And it means that an image is mapped into a different projection. It can be directly used here on this image, but you can also try out textures with it and create abstract results. The adjustment options here are almost the same as with the little planet. In principle, it just flips and then repeats the image a little bit differently compared to the little planet. This is a panorama perspective and not a circle flip perspective. Recursive transform. This filter takes the original image and then copies it, and according to the transformation, it simply applies that transform depending on how many copies you've got multiple times. Sounds a little bit more complex than it actually is. Just drag around these nodes and you can see it. So copies are being generated, and then every transformation is multiplied via the copy number. Keep the first iteration to 0 when you want to have your background image still active. Iterations then give you more and more of these copies, and if you want to change the fade color, you can do that right here. I wouldn't advise it to, because usually you want to have that black to transparent, because this gives you this typical shadow transparency effect. Next ones are a couple of tile effects, and they do almost the same, but in a different, from a different angle, you could say. This, the paper tile itself produces a typical tiling effect. You can adjust the height and width of the tiles. Move rate is a little bit, to create these gaps. Wrap around, I would actually suggest that you keep that checked, because this adds tiles on the border, makes it look a little bit more, you could say, logical. So if you don't have that, your edges will not have these part tiles. Background type has a huge impact. This is almost the most important adjustment option here. You can give it a background, you can use the original image, make it transparent, or use an inverted image, which should be active by default. In this case, I stick to the image. And we have a randomization option here via the seed yet again. Let us confirm. I will check out the next tile effect, which is the seamless tile. This converts the active layer into a seamless tiling image by blending the edges and mapping corners. And it's a simple one-click option basically. Just confirm and it's applied. Then we have the small tiles. This shrinks the active layer, and you can see that here in its small little window. So you can create multiple of these segments. You can flip them horizontally and vertically, and you can apply that only to specific tiles. So you can pick here the alternate for every second one, or target specific tiles and then flip it if you want that. In our case, we'll just leave it at that. But you can see that in the preview window, it automatically for explicit tiles selects the one that's active, and then you could add this flip effect. We've got a regular tile, and here's one thing to consider, and that's the size of your original image. So in this case, it should select that automatically. I know that my image is 1500 times almost 1000. If I make that smaller and I confirm, it gives you a cutout. So for this effect to work, you actually have to use, let me go there again. You actually have to use a size that's bigger than your original. But once again, I refresh it here and it has the size of my window automatically. And if I confirm, this is just going to give me my image yet again. But if I make that twice the size of my image, so now we make that 3000 times 2000, I confirm. You can see that it gives me this repetition tile effect, and it has doubled the size of my canvas. So that's the important thing to consider here when you use that. And then finally we've got the warp. I don't want to cover that because this is the one that's, I think, is a little bit glitchy. It takes a lot of processing power, but in principle it distorts the active layer by shifting pixels. Could compare it to the displays that I haven't talked about. It's also part of this map category, but this one offers even more adjustment options like flowing, swirling, directional warping, stuff like that. If you've got a fast PC, check it out. Once again, this is not really for beginners, so I don't want to cover it in depth here in this course. Final category that I want to cover is the render. It's also added under filter, but it's not really a filter. It's going to render certain graphics, certain effects, web animation and development. This is not what I'm going to cover in this course. It's more for advanced users. And as I said, I'm going to make this the last official chapter before the outro is added. And that way I stay below the 12-hour limit. But let us dive into the render. I've already talked about the Gfig, which can be used to render graphics of certain shapes, of the basic shapes, rectangles for example. So I'm not going to cover that here again. We've got a circuit. Let me just confirm so that we have it, and then I reopen it. You can see it's more like more like an electronic circuit. It's nice to have, but the use cases are very limited. Very important here is to check separate layer. That's going to preserve the original ones. It goes for basically all filters that have that option. Make sure to add it, make sure to check it, and that way you can be sure that you're not gonna blend it with what's below in case you might need it. Here's a very interesting one. It could certainly make an hour-long video about that alone. It's the Spyro Gimp, and this simulates the spirograph, this drawing tool, this drawing game maybe for kids. In principle, that's based on pure mathematics, so it can be easily rendered. For the tool, you can pick your drawing tools, for example, the paintbrush, and then you can adjust the gears. If you've never used spirograph, it usually uses a circle where you place a pencil, and then you draw over certain gears, these geometric objects. And as I said, that's purely based on math. And you can adjust all of these mathematical parameters right here via these 3 minor menus, and then adjust these sliders. It's very complex, and if you're familiar with Inkscape, it has also a spirograph option. But this in Gimp is actually, I would say, better, because you have way more things to adjust here, offers you way more freedom. So if you don't necessarily need a vector graphic, but are totally fine with a JPEG or PNG, then check out the Spiro Gimp. Let me confirm here, for example, with this shape. Let's check the lava. And here the most important part is the gradient. See it for randomization again, size. You can see that later on, you can make them smaller or bigger. And when you click on a gradient, you can pick all of your preset, these inbuilt gradients. Incandescent, that's usually the one that creates these lava-like, or at least the graphics that are closest to lava-like designs. So let's stick with that. Once again, separate layer is checked. I confirm. Not a spectacular render, but you can see if you need, for example, backgrounds for YouTube thumbnails, this one to check out. Line over, let me just confirm it. That's a cool one because it creates kind of like a starburst effect. Can be very detailed. Once it's rendered, I reopen it. And now it becomes clear what all of these adjustment options are. So we have the lines, the number of lines, obviously these rays. You can make them sharper. The next option is an offset radius, and the randomness is then for this random size of each line. Next one is the sphere designer. And this creates actually a sphere. So there's a 2D drawing of a 3D element, and it looks a little bit complex, but it's also fairly easy to use. Let me just confirm, and then we go over the details. Ones on the right hand side are for the 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z. As I've said, it's a 3D object, therefore X, Y, Z. You can scale it, rotate it, and readjust the position. If I change the texture, maybe to wood, let me pick a different one. I use spots. Now it becomes a little bit clearer. You can see that here, you can scale them up, down, rotate them, reposition them, and you can do that all in 3 dimensions. Turbulence is here a randomization effect. So if you want to have more like a planet-like design, that's maybe the one you want to look for. So far so good for the basic renders. We have 3 more categories: pattern, noise, and fractals. Fractals, they have more complex menus, so let us check first the flame. That's the name of it, but to be honest, it doesn't really create a flame. It's more like a galaxy, like an exploding planet result, I would say. At least that's what I would describe it as. Very important here is the color map, and under camera you can make this a little bit bigger, reposition that, and simply confirm. Keep in mind it doesn't have a background, so you have to create a new layer. Let me use the foreground color, which is black in my case. And make sure that this is positioned below this render of the flame. Next one would be the Fractal Explorer. Good news here is that you can just check the real-time preview, and if your canvas isn't too big, you can adjust it in real time without any processing issues. Iterations here is the most important. If you go too high or too low, it's gonna somewhat vanish. For my canvas size, 30 is fine. And the fractal type is also very important. For some you have to readjust your values to see it. Then you have number adjustments. In this case we don't have a red stretch, but we can adjust green and blue. You can add more colors. And the fractals is the preset, so whatever you pick here, this is going to be used for this design. Once again, that's a very important or a very useful tool when you want to create YouTube thumbnails. You need a background, want to make it abstract. This can generate you hundreds, thousands, in principle even unlimited backgrounds. So Fractal Explorer, that's something to check out, I would recommend. The IFS fractal, it's a little bit more complex yet again, but in principle you have your specific objects here, for example a triangle, and you can reposition that, scale that, rotate that, and then it's gonna get transformed and then copied, repositioned according to the values that you've set in parameters. It's kind of like the cloned tiles tool in Inkscape, if you're familiar with that. Goes in the same direction, but it doesn't have that many adjustment options. But one of the advantages of this is you can see it in real time when you adjust it. You can see that here, whatever I do, the preview window on the right gets automatically updated. So far so good for the fractals. The noise, I don't want to go over all of them. These are yet again not filters, but they're going to render noise that you can then add as textures, as overlays for your images, photos, designs. Let me for example use the cell noise. If you go very low it actually looks like bacteria, but if you go high with the scale, you can see this is a typical noise design. As a beginner I would recommend sticking with the specific noise filters and keeping this render option and keeping your hands off of this render option, the filters are totally fine and enough for most of your needs. Under pattern, we have very simple render options. Basically all of them can be adjusted in real time, so not much explanation is needed. You just open the menu and then you can use the sliders and see in real time what's happening here. Most often you've got scaling adjustments, width and height, and then the seed adjustment for randomization. Some have color adjustments. One that I really like is this spiral, especially when it's logarithmic. Let me create a quick design here. I keep the colors to black and white. I'm pretty sure that you've seen something similar like this. It was commonly used in the 60s and 70s in lots of TV shows, especially these comic shows, Batman and stuff. Alright, yet again, I'm not going to cover all of these filters under render. I'm going to omit web, animation and development, especially development is for advanced users, and also animation and web. I'm not going to cover this here. So you've made it to the end of the video, congrats. If you've worked your way through this course, you can now call yourself an intermediate user. I've definitely covered, I would say, 99% of what a beginner needs and a lot of what intermediate users need. Two more side notes here that are not really connected to Gimp, but it's very useful to know. Sometimes you need to convert your PNGs or your JPEGs, and this free website right here is super easy to use. I like to use it whenever I encounter this task. For example, JPEG to PNG, I select it here, I drop a JPEG into it, it starts automatically, takes like a couple of seconds, then you can download it, and you've got the same image now as a PNG and a JPG. Again, that's free to use. I'm going to link to it in the video description. And another common task is to compress images. So when your file size is too big, for example, to upload YouTube thumbnails, you need to compress your JPEGs, PNGs. Here, for example, our PNG has 658 kilobytes. I drop it here. Again, it takes like a couple of seconds. I download it, and now it has 435. So the file size is now around a third smaller. Yet again, you will find a link to compress PNG. It's also for compressing JPEGs, GIFs, and PDFs in the video description. Finally, if you have more questions about Gimp, check out my channel homepage. So the homepage of this specific channel, and under graphic design photo editing, you will find Gimp tutorials. And I've made like, almost 300 videos. So if you have a specific question, just go through the playlist. Pretty sure I've got it addressed, at least in some way. If you've enjoyed this course, you may want to check out my next one. I've made an almost 12-hour course about Inkscape, a free illustration tool, basically the free alternative to Adobe Illustrator. Maybe you want to go into video editing, so check out my CapCut tutorials, which is a free video editing tool. It's very useful for beginners. In general, it would be nice if you could give me a like, maybe write a comment. It actually helps with the algorithm. And overall, I hope this course was helpful and it was fun to watch it.